Welcome, dear friends, to a serene corner where dreams bloom like spring flowers. As the gentle season of renewal unfolds, let us journey together into a world of peaceful stories. Allow the soothing sounds of this video to be your guide, inviting relaxation to wash over you and sweep away the day's worries. Embrace this tranquil moment and prepare to be enchanted by delightful tales that promise to cradle you into sweet dreams. Story 1. In a time beyond memory, when the world was still learning its own name, there lay a forest so ancient that the trees remembered the first rainfall. This was the Whispering Woods, a place where the moonlight did not simply fall, but danced, and where the shadows held not fear, but secrets. It was a realm of soft sounds and softer magic, where the very air hummed with the quiet music of existence. Our tale begins on an autumn evening, as the last amber light of day surrendered to the velvety indigo of night. A young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 questions sat at the edge of a clearing. His name was Kaelen, and though he was young, his heart beat in rhythm with the old magic of the woods. Lately, however, that rhythm had felt off. The familiar nightly chorus of crickets seemed fainter, the glow of the foxfire mushrooms dimmer. A subtle unease had settled over the forest, a quiet sorrow that even the stones seemed to feel. That night, as a gentle mist began to weave through the towering pines, Kaelen decided he must understand what was amiss. He had heard tales of the great elder, a being of immense wisdom who lived deep in the heart of the woods, where the oldest trees stood guard. It was said that this elder could understand the secret language of all things, the murmurs of the streams, the sighs of the stones, and the whispers of the wind through the leaves. And so, with a deep breath that fogged in the cool air, Kaelen set off. The path was not one of dirt and roots, but of intuition, guided by the soft, silver threads of moonlight that filtered through the canopy. As he walked, he listened. He heard the pitter-patter of a light rainfall beginning, each drop kissing the broad leaves above before dripping down to the spongy moss below. It was a sound like tiny bells, a natural lullaby that eased his nervous heart. He soon came upon a babbling brook, its water dark and shimmering under the night sky. He paused, and as he did, he heard not just the water's flow, but its voice. It was a gentle, continuous story, told in gurgles and whispers. The stones are weary, it seemed to say. The trees are holding their breath, the balance wavers. Kaelen dipped his paw into the cool water. "What must be done?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The stream bubbled in response, "Seek the one who watches from the heartwood, seek the elder." Encouraged, Kaelen continued. The forest grew deeper, the trees older. Their bark was gnarled and twisted into patterns that looked like wise, sleeping faces. He placed a paw against one mighty oak and felt a deep, slow vibration, a hum that traveled up his leg and into his very soul. It was the tree's heartbeat, steady and patient. He closed his eyes and listened with more than his ears. He heard the tree's memory, the taste of sunlight from 1,000 summers, the cool relief of 10,000 rains, the gentle embrace of the earth. And faintly a whisper, "Do not fear the quiet. It is not an end, but a gathering." Puzzled but comforted, Kaelen pressed on. The rainfall had ceased, leaving the air clean and fragrant with the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves, the perfume of transition. He navigated through a grove of willow trees, their long, slender branches trailing in the gentle wind, creating a soft, shushing sound, like a mother soothing her child. It was then that he saw it, a clearing he had never encountered before. But this was no ordinary meadow. The entire space was illuminated by a soft, ethereal light. Great clusters of bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the ground, glowing with a gentle blue-green radiance. Hanging from the branches of the surrounding trees were will-o'-the-wisps, drifting lazily like living lanterns, pulsing with a warm, golden light. and in the center of it all stood the most magnificent tree Kaelen had ever seen. It was an ancient silver birch, its bark peeling in silvery curls that shimmered like captured starlight. Its branches spread wide and high, as if holding up the very sky. Perched on the lowest branch was a great horned owl. His feathers were the color of night and moss, and his eyes were vast and deep, holding the patience of the ages. This was Lorien, the great elder. Kaelen approached slowly, his heart pounding not with fear, but with reverence. He bowed his head. The owl's voice when he spoke was not a hoot, but a soft, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate from the tree itself. "You have been listening, little traveler. I have heard your quiet steps upon my roots, felt your gentle questions in the air." Elder Lorien, Kaelen began, his voice small. "The forest, it feels sad. The sounds are fading, the lights are dimming. What is happening?" Lorien blinked slowly, his great eyes reflecting the glowing clearing. "Come sit," he said, not as a command, but an invitation. "Listen to the story the woods are telling tonight." Kaelen settled at the base of the great birch, the moss forming a perfect, soft seat. Lorien began to speak, his voice blending with the natural symphony around them. "The world turns, little one, and all things within it move in cycles. The sun must set for the moon to rise, the bloom must fade for the fruit to form. The forest is now entering its time of the deep whisper. It is not a time of dying, as some might fear, but a time of profound rest and inward magic." As he spoke, a gentle wind rustled the leaves of the silver birch, creating a sound like soft, distant chimes. "Shh, the leaves whispered. Listen." "The streams murmur more slowly now," Lorien continued, "because their waters are gathering dreams from the earth to be carried away in the spring floods. The stones are silent because they are remembering all they have witnessed, storing their stories deep within. The light you see dimming is not being extinguished. It is being drawn inward, into the roots, into the heart of the world, to be nurtured and strengthened." He turned his head almost fully around, gazing at the glowing mushrooms. "See how they pulse. It is the heartbeat of the forest. Slower now, yes, a deep, resting rhythm. This is the season of gathering strength, not of losing it. The tension you feel is the natural hesitation before a great change, the quiet inhale before a soft sigh." Kaelen looked around, and now he saw it not as a place of fading magic, but of magic transforming. The dim light was deeper, more profound. The silence was rich and full, not empty. The drip, drip, drip of residual rainwater from the leaves was a slow, meditative drumbeat. "What is my part in this?" Kaelen asked. Lorien's beak seemed to curve into a gentle smile. "Your part is to understand, to carry this wisdom, to comfort those who only hear the quiet and mistake it for absence. You must be a guardian of the deep whisper. Listen to the secret language and you will know what to do. When the stream gurgles a certain way, it is thirsty. A stone may have shifted and blocked its path. When a tree's leaves rustle with a dry, papery sound, it is sharing a memory of summer heat and needs the cool touch of the mist. You are a listener. That is the greatest magic of all." As if on cue, a soft wind swept through the clearing, carrying the scent of distant snow and the promise of winter. The will-o'-the-wisps danced a little faster, their light flaring brightly for a moment before settling back into their gentle pulse. "The forest trusts you, Kaelen," Lorien said softly. "It spoke to you of its change, and you listened. That is the beginning and the end of all wisdom." Kaelen felt a warmth spread through him, understanding that settled deep in his bones. The unease was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace. He was not a bystander to the forest cycles, he was a part of them. He spent the rest of the night there in the clearing, listening. He heard the soft crunch of a beetle moving through fallen leaves, the distant, melodic call of a nightingale, the almost imperceptible creak of the ancient trees as they settled into their nightly rest. It was a symphony of quietness, a lullaby for the world. When the first hint of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, painting it in shades of lavender and rose, Kaelen knew it was time to return. He bowed once more to Lorien, who who simply blinked his great eyes in a silent farewell. The journey back felt different. The same forest that had seemed melancholic now felt deeply peaceful, purposeful. He stopped by the brook and gently moved a small stone that had indeed begun to dam a tiny tributary. The water gurgled its thanks, flowing more freely. He nudged a cluster of damp moss closer to the roots of the oak that had spoken to him, and he felt a faint, grateful hum through the earth. He returned to his den as the sun finally broke the horizon, its light still soft and gentle. He curled up in his bed of dry ferns and fallen leaves, the events of the night replaying in his mind like a beloved song. The forest was not fading, it was dreaming, and he was its dreamkeeper. Outside, a soft wind whispered through the pines, a sound like a contented sigh. The rainfall began again, light and steady, a soothing patter on the world. And deep in the heart of the woods, in a starlit clearing, an ancient owl watched over it all, his wisdom echoing in the rustle of every leaf, the flow of every stream, and the silence of every stone. All was well. The balance was held. The cycle continued. And the magic, ever gentle and ever wise, hummed on. Story 2. Deep within the ancient forest of Eldervale, where moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there lived a young owl named Orion. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the curious glimmer of starlight. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars blinked awake, Orion would stir from his perch in the great hollow oak, feeling a restlessness in his heart that he couldn't quite name. Tonight, the forest seemed especially alive with whispers. The leaves rustled secrets to one another in a language only they understood, a soft, shushing sound that spoke of ancient memories and moon-drenched dreams. The stream that wound through the mossy stones murmured a gentle, bubbling melody, telling stories of distant mountains and hidden springs. Even the stones themselves, smooth and worn by centuries of rainfall, seemed to hum with a deep, earthy vibration that resonated through Orion's talons. Orion fluttered down to the forest floor, his wings making barely a sound. The moss beneath his feet was like a velvet carpet, cool and damp with evening dew. All around him, tiny points of light began to awaken, bioluminescent fungi glowing with soft green and blue hues, fireflies drifting like living stars, and moonflowers unfolding their pearlescent petals to drink the silver light. He felt the pull of the forest's heartbeat, a rhythm that seemed to echo his own restless spirit. Following the sound of the babbling brook, Orion made his way toward the heart of Eldervale, where the oldest trees stood as silent sentinels, and the air shimmered with seasonal magic. As he walked, the tension in his heart grew. Spring had blossomed into full summer, and soon the wheel would turn toward autumn. Orion felt the impending change like a whisper of melancholy, the knowledge that the vibrant green leaves would soon blaze with color before falling, that the lively chorus of crickets and frogs would quieten, that the forest would prepare for its long, deep slumber. He wondered why everything beautiful had to fade, why cycles of rest must follow seasons of joy. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You carry autumn in your heart while summer still sings," the voice murmured, gentle as wind through pine needles. Orion turned to see the ancient grandmother Willow, her silver bark gleaming in the moonlight, her long tendrils trailing like liquid silver in the stream that flowed around her roots. She was the eldest living being in Eldervale, her wisdom woven into the very fabric of the forest. "Grandmother," Orion said, bowing his head respectfully, "I feel uneasy, as if something is ending before it has truly begun." The willow's leaves rustled in a soft, understanding sigh. "Come closer, little seeker. Sit by my roots and listen to the language of the water." Orion settled beside the stream, where the water whispered over smooth, dark stones. At first he heard only the pleasant babble, but as he stilled his thoughts, the sounds began to form patterns, gentle, rhythmic phrases that spoke of journey and return, of flowing onward yet always being part of the whole. "The water does not mourn when it leaves the mountain spring," Grandmother Willow murmured. "It sings with joy at the new paths it discovers, yet it remembers its source in every droplet. So too with the seasons, little one. Each has its magic, its purpose, its beauty." As if to illustrate her words, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered rhythmically on the broad leaves above, creating a natural melody that soothed Orion's anxious heart. The droplets traced silver paths down Grandmother Willow's bark, collecting in tiny pools that reflected the bioluminescent lights like liquid constellations. "Watch the rain," the ancient tree whispered. "It falls not as an ending, but as a blessing. It quenches the thirst of roots, fills the streams, and will eventually rise again to form clouds. Nothing is truly lost, only transformed." Orion watched, mesmerized, as the rainwater joined the stream, becoming part of its endless journey. He noticed how the stones in the stream bed, worn smooth by countless such gentle rains, seemed to hum contentedly with each new droplet that joined the flow. "May I learn to understand them?" Orion asked, indicating the stones. Their language seemed so deep and quiet. Grandmother Willow's branches swayed gently. "Place your ear against the largest stone, the one that has rested here since before my first leaf unfurled." Orion did as instructed, pressing his feathered head against the cool, damp surface of the mossy stone. At first he heard only the steady thrum of the forest's heartbeat, but then a deeper vibration emerged, a slow, patient hum that spoke of mountains rising and falling, of glaciers retreating, of countless seasons turning in endless rhythm. The stone's language wasn't made of words, but of feelings, patience, permanence, and peaceful acceptance of change. When he lifted his head, his eyes were wide with wonder. "It remembers everything," he breathed. "Just as you will remember this night," Grandmother Willow said kindly. "Now come, there is more to see." She directed his attention to a clearing where the moonflowers grew thickest, their luminous petals open wide to the night sky. As the gentle rain ceased, the flowers began to release their pollen, a shimmering dust that floated upward to join the stars, creating a breathtaking dance of light. "Watch how the flowers give their essence back to the heavens," the willow whispered. "They do not cling to their beauty, but share it freely, trusting that when spring returns, they will bloom again." Orion felt the understanding begin to dawn in his heart, gentle as the first light of morning. The tension that had coiled within him began to unwind, replaced by a growing sense of peace. Just then a family of foxes emerged from the ferns, a mother and 3 kits, their fur tipped with silver in the moonlight. They paused at the stream to drink, their movements quiet and graceful. The mother fox looked up and met Orion's gaze, her eyes holding the same ancient wisdom as Grandmother Willow's voice. "Everything has its season," she said softly, her voice like rustling silk. "Even worry must eventually give way to trust." Her kits tumbled playfully in the moss, chasing fireflies with joyful abandon, their tiny paws making no sound on the damp earth. Orion watched them, and for the first time he truly understood. The kit's playfulness was part of the forest's magic too, the joy of summer that would eventually mature into the thoughtful preparation of autumn, the deep rest of winter, and the hopeful awakening of spring. "Thank you," he said to Grandmother Willow, his voice filled with newfound peace. "I see now the beauty isn't in clinging to one season, but in appreciating each as it comes." The ancient tree's branches swayed in approval, creating a soft, whispering music that blended with the stream's melody and the distant hush of wind through pine needles. "Remember this feeling, little owl. When autumn comes with its brilliant colors, appreciate its fiery beauty. When winter wraps the forest in silence, listen to the profound peace. And when spring returns, rejoice in the new beginnings. Each phase has its magic, just as night has its stars and day has its sun." Orion spent the rest of the night exploring Eldervale with fresh eyes. He listened to the different trees speaking, the pine's steady whisper, the birch's papery rustle, the oak's deep, resonant murmur. He watched the bioluminescent mushrooms pulse in gentle rhythms, like the forest breathing. He followed the stream as it widened into a small pool, where the water seemed to hold the entire starry sky in its still surface. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky with soft hues of lavender and rose, Orion returned to his hollow oak. The restlessness had completely melted away, replaced by a deep, contented peace. He understood now that the cycles of the forest weren't something to fear, but to cherish, each season a necessary chapter in the endless, beautiful story of Eldervale. From that night on, Orion became a keeper of the forest's wisdom. He would share what he learned with other nocturnal creatures, the hesitant hedgehogs, the curious bats, the playful raccoons. He taught them how to listen to the language of the stones, how to understand the whispers of the trees, how to find comfort in the turning seasons. And on nights when other creatures felt restless or uneasy, they would seek out Orion, who would take them to Grandmother Willow's stream. There, surrounded by bioluminescent wonders and gentle natural melodies, they would remember that everything has its season, its purpose, its beauty. They would listen to the water's endless journey, feel the stone's ancient patience, and watch the moonflowers release their stardust to the sky. The forest of Eldervale continued its eternal dance of cycles and seasons, of rest and renewal, of magic and mystery. And Orion, with his twilight feathers and starlit eyes, rested content in his hollow oak, knowing that each night brought new wonders to discover, new lessons to learn, and new peace to find in the endless, beautiful rhythm of the ancient forest. Story 3. In the quiet corners of an old house, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, there lived a child named Leo who loved exploring forgotten places. His favorite was the attic, a kingdom of trunks and memories where time seemed to curl up like a sleeping cat. One rainy afternoon, while the world outside whispered with the gentle pitter-patter of drops on leaves, Leo climbed the creaky stairs, drawn by the scent of cedar and old books. There, tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt and a stack of yellowed letters, he discovered a small wooden music box. It was carved with stars and moons, and when he lifted the lid instead of a ballerina, there sat a tiny silver owl, its eyes closed as if in deep slumber. The mechanism was still, the music silent, but as Leo ran his fingers over the smooth wood, he felt a faint warmth humming through it, like a heartbeat. That evening, as firelight painted golden patterns on the walls, Leo showed the music box to his grandmother. She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ah, the starlight box," she said softly. "They say it holds a song that can only be heard by someone with a listening heart. But to wake the owl and hear the melody, one must first find the 3 missing pieces of the key." Leo's adventure, you see, would not be measured in miles, but in moments of quiet courage. The first piece of the key, his grandmother explained, was hidden in the heart of their own garden. The next morning, dew still clinging to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, Leo ventured into the garden. It was a wild, friendly place where sunflowers stood like cheerful guards and lavender buzzed with sleepy bees. There, beneath the oldest oak tree, he met a tortoise with a shell patterned like ancient mosaic tiles. "Hello, little seeker," rumbled the tortoise in a voice like stones shifting in a slow stream. "I am Terence. I have been waiting for you." Terence moved with deliberate slowness, his feet making a soft shush-shush sound through the grass. "The peace you seek is buried where the moonflowers bloom, but the earth there is guarded by roots that do not wish to be disturbed." Together they approached the moonflower patch, where white blossoms slept like folded secrets. The roots, thick and stubborn, were indeed tangled protectively over the spot. Leo remembered his grandmother's words about patience. Instead of tugging or digging, he sat quietly and began to hum, a gentle, wordless tune his mother often sang. As he hummed, the roots seemed to relax, swaying slightly as if dreaming. With infinite care, Terence nudged a loose stone aside, and there, gleaming in the moist earth, was the first key piece, a delicate silver crescent moon. One piece found, two to go. The second, his grandmother said, was kept in the pocket of someone who rarely spoke but always listened. That someone turned out to be the clock in the hallway, a grandfather clock with a kind, wooden face and a pendulum that swung with a comforting tick-tock, tick-tock. Leo had passed it 1,000 times, but today he noticed something new. The clock had a small, almost invisible drawer near its base. "Hello," Leo whispered, feeling a little silly. The clock's voice, when it came, was a series of measured chimes, deep and resonant. "I have held this treasure for many years," it chimed softly. "But I cannot give it freely. You must earn it by waiting without growing restless." So Leo sat on the patterned rug, watching the clock's hands move slowly, listening to the steady tick-tock, tick-tock. At first he fidgeted, his thoughts racing like startled birds. But gradually he matched his breathing to the rhythm of the pendulum. In, out. Tick-tock. The sunlight shifted across the floorboards, and the house settled around him like a contented sigh. Just when he thought he could wait no longer, the clock gave a warm, melodic chime, and the drawer slid open. Inside lay the second key piece, a tiny golden star that glimmered with captured light. Now came the hardest piece to find, the one that required not patience alone, but kindness. The final key piece was held by a creature so shy it was rarely seen, a field mouse who made her home in the linen cupboard. Her name was Pip, and she was small and soft, with eyes like polished beads. She had taken the last piece not to be selfish, but because it reminded her of the moonbeam that sometimes slipped through the cupboard crack at night. Leo found her nestled between folded sheets that smelled of lavender. She trembled as he approached, clutching the key piece, a smooth pearl to her chest. "I know it's yours," she squeaked, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "But it's so beautiful, and my nest is so plain." Instead of insisting, Leo sat down and told Pip about the music box, about the silver owl waiting to wake, and the song that might bring dreams to life. Then he had an idea. From his pocket he took the handkerchief his grandmother had embroidered with tiny stars and offered it to Pip. "This can line your nest," he said gently. "So you'll always have something beautiful, and you can keep the pearl nearby too, if you like." Pip's whiskers twitched. Slowly she uncurled her paws and placed the pearl in Leo's hand. "Thank you," she whispered. "You've made my home brighter than the pearl ever could." With all three pieces, moon, star, and pearl, Leo returned to the attic as evening deepened outside. The air was cool, and through the window he could hear the distant ringing of church bells, soft and reassuring. He fitted the pieces into the keyhole of the music box. They clicked into place with a sound like ice crystals settling. He turned the key. The music box began to play, a melody so gentle it seemed woven from starlight and whispers. The silver owl opened its eyes, which shone like captured twilight, and spread its wings. As the music swelled, the attic filled with a soft, silver light, and Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the music box, but from within. He realized the journey had not been about the key at all, but about learning to listen, to wait, and to share. The owl hooted softly, a sound like a breeze passing through pine needles, and the music wrapped around Leo like a cozy blanket. He knew in that moment that he had discovered something far greater than a hidden song. He had found the music that exists in kindness, the melody in patience, and the harmony in a heart brave enough to be gentle. As he descended the attic stairs, the music box cradled in his hands, he heard the soft purr of the house cat rubbing against the banister, as if in approval. That night Leo fell asleep to the lingering echo of the starlight melody, knowing that some adventures require no maps, no faraway lands, just a willing heart and the courage to listen. And in his dreams he flew with the silver owl over moonlit gardens, through ticking clock towers, and into cozy cupboards, where every creature slept peacefully, wrapped in the soft, enduring magic of a song found close to home. Story 4. In the sleepy village of Amberwood Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there stood an ancient clock tower whose chimes echoed like silver bells across the rooftops each hour. The villagers lived in harmony with the gentle magic that lingered in the air, a magic that made wind chimes play melodies only the heart could hear, and rain fall in soft, pastel droplets that tasted of honey and mint. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, and the first stars usually blinked awake in the violet sky, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. At first, young Alara, who loved stargazing from her attic window, thought it was just a cloudy night. But as the hours wore on and the sky remained an empty, velvety black, she felt a quiet unease settle over her. She wasn't frightened, no one in Amberwood Hollow ever truly was, but she was deeply curious. The next morning the village buzzed with whispers. Old Mr. Figwort claimed his sundial was spinning backwards. Mrs. Willow the baker said the dough for her morning rolls refused to rise, floating instead like fluffy clouds above the mixing bowl. And young Finn, who tended the garden, discovered that all the flowers had turned a uniform, shimmering silver overnight. Alara, a girl with a thoughtful heart and eyes that noticed everything, decided to investigate. She packed a small satchel with a thermos of lavender tea, a notebook, and her grandmother's star chart, a beautifully illustrated map of the constellations that once graced their sky. Her first clue came from a nursery rhyme the village children often sang while skipping rope near the clock tower. When the clock strikes backwards, the stars hide away, till the kindest of hearts finds what they need to say. Follow the chimes where the silver flowers grow, and mind the old map where the hidden pathways go. Alara hummed the tune as she walked toward the town square, where the clock tower stood tall and wise. Its face, adorned with moonstone numbers, seemed to gleam with a knowing light. She noticed that the wind chimes hanging from nearby eaves were perfectly still, though a soft breeze rustled the leaves of the oak trees. Perhaps the clock holds the answer, she murmured to herself. But when she asked the clock keeper, a cheerful man named Oliver with a beard like a cumulus cloud, he simply shrugged. "The gears are turning just fine, little one," he said. "But the chimes, they've been quiet since last evening, almost as if they're waiting for something." This was a red herring, or so it seemed. Alara spent the entire morning studying the clock mechanism, tracing the pathways of the gears, and listening to their steady tick-tock. She found nothing out of the ordinary, but she did notice something else, a small, almost invisible engraving on the base of the tower. It depicted a constellation, Lyra the harp, with a tiny arrow pointing toward the forest. Remembering the nursery rhyme, she unrolled her star chart. There beside the drawing of Lyra was a footnote in her grandmother's elegant script, where the silver petals fall, the path to the stars recalls. Alara's heart fluttered. She hurried to Finn's garden, where the flowers gleamed like liquid moonlight. Finn was sitting cross-legged on the grass, looking puzzled but calm. "They won't change back," he said softly. "But they're still beautiful, aren't they?" Alara nodded. "They are, but maybe they're not meant to change back just yet. Maybe they're guiding us." She bent down and gently touched a silver petal. It felt cool and smooth, like polished stone. As she did, a faint chime echoed in the distance, not from the clock tower, but from deep within the whispering wood. Without hesitation, Alara and Finn followed the sound. The forest welcomed them with dappled sunlight and the scent of damp earth and pine. Wind chimes, ones they had never seen before, hung from low branches, stirring softly though no wind blew. They walked until they reached a clearing where a small, crystal-clear pond reflected the sky above. But instead of blue, the water showed a starry night sky, the very one that had gone missing. Alara gasped. It's like a mirror, but to wear. Then, from the water's edge, emerged a creature no taller than her knee, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that held the light of 1,000 constellations. It was a star nymph, known in tales as the keeper of celestial dreams. You have followed the clues with a gentle heart, the nymph said, its voice like the ringing of a distant bell. The stars are not lost, they are resting. Resting? Alara asked, her voice full of wonder. The nymph nodded. Every 1,000 years the stars grow weary of shining. They retreat to the reflection pond to sleep and regain their light, but this time the harmony was disrupted. The clock tower's chimes, which usually soothed them to sleep, fell silent too soon. The stars became disoriented. They need a new lullaby, one woven from the kindness and unity of your village. Alara understood. The backwards time, the floating dough, the silver flowers, they weren't problems to be solved, but invitations to listen, to come together. She and Finn returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square. Alara explained what she had learned, and the villagers listened, their faces soft with understanding. Then an idea bloomed in Alara's mind. We must all sing together, she said. The nursery rhyme, it wasn't just a rhyme, it was a reminder. And so, as the clock struck 7, though no chime rang out, the people of Amberwood Hollow joined hands. They sang the old nursery rhyme, their voices blending into a gentle, soothing melody. The wind picked up, stirring the silent chimes into a harmonious accompaniment. Mrs. Willow's floating rolls drifted above them like soft clouds, and Finn's silver flowers glowed brighter with every note. High above in the now starry sky, for the stars had returned, twinkling more brightly than ever, the villagers saw them shimmer in time to their song. From that night on, the clock tower's chimes rang with a new, deeper resonance, and the people of Amberwood Hollow made it a tradition to gather every full moon and sing to the stars. They had learned that sometimes the greatest mysteries are not meant to be solved alone, but unraveled together with empathy, patience, and a trusting heart. And as Alara drifted to sleep that night, the sound of wind chimes and distant singing cradled her dreams, a gentle reminder that even the stars sometimes need a lullaby, and that every ending is but a soft beginning in disguise. Story 5. The old house sighed as rain whispered against its windows, a gentle pitter-patter that seemed to murmur secrets to anyone who might listen. In the warm glow of lamplight, a young girl named Clara sat tracing patterns on the rug, feeling the peculiar emptiness that sometimes follows moving to a new home. Up you go, little one, her grandmother said softly, placing a warm hand on her shoulder. The attic awaits curious hearts. You might find something wonderful among the memories there. With a lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls, Clara climbed the creaking stairs to the attic. The air smelled of cedar and old stories, of lifetimes folded carefully into trunks and boxes. Dust motes swirled in the lantern light like tiny fairies celebrating her arrival. In the farthest corner, tucked beneath a quilt patterned with fading stars, she discovered a small wooden box. Its surface felt smooth beneath her fingers, worn by time and touch. When she lifted the lid, a soft click echoed in the quiet space, and there nestled in velvet lay the most beautiful object she had ever seen, a silver compass, but unlike any compass she knew. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered toward her own heart. As she lifted it from its resting place, the attic seemed to hold its breath. The rain outside softened to a gentle hush, and from the compass there came a faint, melodic hum, like distant bells heard through morning mist. WHRRR click, WHRRR click went the compass needle, turning slowly now toward the attic window. A soft rustling came from a stack of old blankets, and from within emerged a plump ginger cat with eyes the color of ancient amber. He stretched, yawned, and padded over to sit beside her, purring like a tiny thunderstorm. "That," said the cat in a voice like velvet rubbed the wrong way, is the heart's compass. It doesn't show north, but the way to what needs finding. He licked a paw casually, as if speaking cats were the most ordinary thing in the world. Clara blinked. What does it need to find? Whatever is lost, purred the cat. Usually something that doesn't know it's waiting to be found. I'm Barnaby, by the way, keeper of the attic secrets. The compass needle began to glow with a soft blue light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. It pointed insistently toward the window, where the moon was trying to peer through the rain clouds. Tap, tap, tap came a sound at the window pane. A small owl with spectacles perched on his beak blinked at them solemnly. Barnaby stretched up and nudged the window open with his head. Evening, hooted the owl in a properly measured tone. I see you found it. I'm Professor Woot, star counter and direction consultant. He adjusted his spectacles with a wingtip. The compass appears to be activated. We should begin the journey before the moon hides completely. Clara looked from the cat to the owl to the glowing compass in her hand. But it's raining and dark and... Journeys measured in courage need no particular weather, said Professor Woot wisely. Besides, the rain makes excellent company. It reminds us that growth requires both sunshine and showers. So with Barnaby padding softly beside her and Professor Woot gliding silently ahead, Clara stepped out into the gentle night. The compass glowed brighter as they walked, its light creating a soft pool around their feet. The rain had softened to a mist that clung to her eyelashes like tiny diamonds. Crunch, crunch went the gravel path beneath their feet, then swish, swish as they stepped onto the dewy grass. The compass led them past the sleeping garden, where flowers nodded dreamily in the misty air, their scent rising like a sweet sigh. They came to the edge of the wildwood, where trees stood like silent guardians. The compass needle quivered and spun, then settled, pointing down a path fringed with ferns. Ah, said Professor Woot, landing on a low branch. The remembering path. Watch your step, the roots sometimes forget where they are supposed to be. The forest breathed around them, leaves rustling secrets to one another. SHHH, SHHH went the trees, as if comforting a child afraid of the dark. Clara felt her own fears melting away with each step, replaced by a growing curiosity. Deep in the wood, they found a small cottage with light glowing warmly in its windows. From within came the sound of someone humming a lonely tune. The compass glowed so brightly now that it illuminated the entire clearing. Barnaby rubbed against her legs. Whatever needs finding is in there, he purred. But remember, some things are found not by seeking, but by being present. Clara approached the door and knocked softly. It opened to reveal an elderly woman with kind eyes that held a hint of sadness. Well now, she said, her voice like the creaking of a beloved rocking chair. Visitors on a misty night, come in, before the damp settles in your bones. The cottage smelled of cinnamon and memories. On the mantelpiece, photographs smiled out from silver frames, capturing moments frozen in time. But one frame stood empty, its backing bare. The compass in Clara's hand began to hum louder, and its needle pointed straight at the empty frame. The woman noticed Clara looking. That was for my sister's picture, she said softly. We had a disagreement many springs ago, and the photograph disappeared not long after. Sometimes I think the house itself hid it, tired of our stubbornness. Professor Woot hooted softly from the windowsill. Disagreements have a way of making important things seem less important, given time. Barnaby jumped onto the sofa and began kneading the cushions contentedly. The compass doesn't point to lost objects, he purred. It points to lost connections. Clara looked around the cozy room at the teacups waiting on the table, the pair of knitting needles with half-finished scarves, the two rocking chairs facing the fireplace. This was a home that remembered being shared. Maybe, Clara said gently, the photograph isn't what's really lost. The woman looked at her, then at the empty frame, then out the window where the mist was beginning to clear. The moon emerged silver and whole, bathing the garden in soft light. You know, the woman said, her voice barely a whisper, we fought over something terribly important at the time. Now I can't even remember what it was. From the corner of the room came a soft click. The front of the empty picture frame swung open like a tiny door, and there, tucked safely behind the backing, was the missing photograph. Two sisters laughing, their arms around each other, with a cherry tree in blossom behind them. The woman took the photograph with trembling hands. Oh, she breathed. Oh my. The compass in Clara's hand glowed warm once more, then gently faded to cool silver, its journey complete. As they walked back through the wood, the forest seemed to sigh contentedly around them. Ferns unfurled a little further, and night flowers turned their faces to the moon. The path felt softer beneath their feet, as if the earth itself was pleased. When they reached the garden gate, Professor Woot bowed his head. A journey well traveled, he hooted. You measured your courage in kindness tonight. That's the truest navigation there is. Barnaby rubbed against Clara's legs one last time. The attic has many secrets, he purred, but the best ones are those that help hearts find their way home. With a flick of his tail, he disappeared into the shadows. Back in her room, Clara placed the compass on her bedside table. The rain had stopped completely now, and through her window the first stars were beginning to blink awake. As she drifted to sleep, she thought she heard the distant sound of two sisters laughing, and the gentle click of a picture frame closing, its treasure restored. And in her dreams, she walked paths lit by a soft blue light, always leading to where she was needed most, always guiding her home again. Story 6. In the quiet village of Willowbend, nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora who felt as though she were made of glass. Each morning she would wake and watch the world through her window, seeing the vibrant life outside while feeling strangely separate from it all. Her skin seemed too thin, her voice too soft, and her presence so faint that sometimes she wondered if she cast a shadow at all. Leora's only comfort was her small, walled garden behind the cottage, where she lived alone. It was a modest space, overgrown with forget-me-nots and wild ivy, but it held a secret known only to her. The plants here responded not to sunlight or rain, but to the quiet music of her heart. One evening, as the last light of day bled into violet twilight, Leora noticed something peculiar. Where her tears had fallen days before, after a particularly lonely afternoon, a new plant had sprouted. Its leaves were the color of twilight, and at its center glowed a soft, silver bud that pulsed gently, like a sleeping heartbeat. She knelt, her breath catching. As she reached out, her fingers trembling, the bud began to unfurl. From within emerged a moth with wings like stained glass, each pane a different hue of blue and violet. It did not fly away, but settled on her wrist, its delicate feet tickling her skin. And where it touched, Leora's skin began to shimmer with a faint, pearlescent glow. That night she dreamed of a woman with hair like spun moonlight and eyes the color of ancient forests. The woman spoke without moving her lips, her voice like wind through pine needles. Some changes are not meant to be feared, dear one, but followed. When Leora woke, the moth was gone, but the shimmer on her skin remained. And in the garden, the strange plant had grown taller, now bearing 3 silver buds instead of 1. Over the following days, small shifts began to occur. When Leora felt a spark of courage, perhaps from speaking to the market vendor without stuttering, or from deciding to walk the forest path at dusk, tiny flowers would bloom along her windowsill, their petals the same pearlescent hue as her skin. When doubt crept in, they would wilt slightly, but never fully fade. It was on one of her evening walks that she met the woman from her dream. She was sitting on a mossy log near a bubbling stream, humming a tune that sounded like water over stones. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who knew the language of growing things. "Your garden speaks of you," Alara said, her voice as soothing as a warm blanket. "It tells me you are in a cocoon of your own making." Leora looked at her hands, which now glimmered even in the dim light. "I don't understand what's happening to me." Alara smiled. "You are learning to listen to yourself. Every emotion, every quiet hope, it is all a seed. Some take longer to sprout than others." She began visiting Leora regularly, always appearing just when loneliness threatened to pull her under. Alara taught her to tend the garden not with tools, but with intention. They sat together in silence, and Leora learned to breathe in time with the earth, slow, deep breaths that made the silver buds glow brighter. One afternoon, after a particularly meaningful conversation in which Leora confessed her fear of being overlooked, the garden responded in a breathtaking display. Vines heavy with glowing lantern blossoms climbed the stone walls, casting a gentle light that danced like fireflies. And Leora herself began to change more noticeably. Her hair, once plain brown, now held streaks of silver that caught the light like threads of starlight. Her eyes, once shy and downcast, now held a depth that mirrored the night sky. But the true turning point came during the first autumn storm. Wind howled and rain lashed against the cottage windows. Leora felt the old fears return, the sense of being small and fragile. She rushed into the garden, fearing the magical plants would be destroyed. Instead, she found the silver buds had closed tightly, protecting themselves like cocoons. And there, standing calmly in the rain, was Alara. "Storms are part of growth," she said, her clothes dry despite the downpour. "They remind the roots to dig deeper." So Leora stood with her, face turned to the sky, and let the rain wash over her. And as she accepted the storm, something wonderful happened. From her skin emerged delicate, lace-like patterns that glowed with a soft gold light, the visual echo of her resilience. When the storm passed, the garden was more vibrant than ever. The silver buds opened to reveal flowers that chimed softly in the breeze, and Leora's transformation became even more pronounced. She no longer looked like glass, she looked like morning frost on a window pane, intricate and strong. Alara nodded approvingly. "You are not becoming someone new, you are remembering who you always were." As the seasons turned, Leora's garden became a place of wonder for the entire village. Children came to hear the chiming flowers, and elders sat on the benches that had grown naturally from woven willow branches. Leora, who once feared being unseen, now glowed with a gentle light that soothed all who neared her. On the first day of spring, Alara came to say goodbye. "My work here is complete," she said, touching Leora's cheek. "You have learned the most important lesson, that growth is not a destination, but a manner of traveling." That evening, Leora sat in her garden as the fireflies began their dance. She breathed deeply in and out and watched as her own light mingled with theirs. She noticed then that from her back had emerged delicate, translucent wings, not for flying, but for catching the light and casting rainbows on the stones below. She was neither fully human nor fully magical being, but something wonderfully in between. And she understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning. There were still parts of herself waiting to unfold, like seeds yet to sprout or cocoons still trembling with potential. So she sat there in the peaceful twilight, her garden humming softly around her, and smiled. For the first time she felt not like glass, but like a lantern, fragile, yes, but full of light. And she knew, with a certainty that warmed her from within, that her transformation had only just begun. Story 7. In the quiet, sleepy village of Amberwood, where chimney smoke curled into the twilight like lazy gray ribbons, there lived a young boy named Kaelen. His cottage stood at the very edge of the woods, where the whispering pines seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets with the wind. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, Kaelen would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and pop, a symphony of warmth and light that kept the encroaching shadows at bay. But tonight was different. Tonight, as a particularly stout log split open under the heat, something unusual tumbled from its heart. It was no ordinary piece of wood. It glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the color of ripe apricots in autumn sunsets. It was warm to the touch, but not hot, comforting like a hand held in friendship. Kaelen carefully picked it up, marveling at the way it seemed to breathe in his palm, its light ebbing and flowing like a tiny, captive star. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary ember. It felt alive. That night, as he lay in bed with the ember resting on his bedside table, its gentle glow painted shifting patterns on the ceiling. And in the quiet between heartbeats he heard it, a faint, melodic hum like a distant song carried on the breeze. It was a sound that spoke of ancient forests and hidden pathways, of mysteries waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The next morning, Kaelen awoke with a new restlessness. The ember still glowed softly beside him, and its hum seemed to have woven itself into his dreams, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose. After a breakfast of warm oatmeal sweetened with honey, he bundled up in his warmest woolens, tucked the ember safely into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny fairies. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden flowers. But Kaelen did not wander aimlessly. The ember in his pocket seemed to guide him, its hum growing slightly louder when he chose the right path, softening when he hesitated. He walked for what felt like hours, the world around him shifting from familiar oak and birch to older, grander trees with bark like wrinkled parchment and roots that sprawled across the forest floor like sleeping serpents. The light grew dimmer, the air cooler, and a deep, resonant quiet settled over everything. It was a silence that felt sacred, not lonely. And then he saw it, a door. It was woven into the massive trunk of an ancient willow, its frame formed by living, bending branches, and its surface an intricate tapestry of moss, lichen, and shimmering spiderwebs that caught the light like dewdrops. It was a door that seemed both part of the tree and something altogether magical. The ember in his pocket flared warmly, its hum now a clear, inviting melody. Hesitantly, Kaelen reached out. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing not the hollow of a tree, but a path descending into soft, dappled darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world that unfolded around him was unlike anything he had ever imagined. He found himself in a vast, subterranean grotto, but it was not dark. The walls and ceiling were studded with crystals that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, blues, greens, and gentle golds that shimmered like captured starlight. Giant mushrooms, their caps as wide as wagon wheels, dotted the landscape, emitting a soft, rhythmic pulse of light. A shallow stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its water clear as glass and filled with tiny, glowing fish that darted like living sparks. And there, sitting by the stream with her feet dipped in the water, was a girl. She looked to be about his age, with hair the color of moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing glimmer of the oldest forests. She was humming the same melody that his ember had sung. She looked up as he approached, but she did not seem surprised. "You found the heart ember," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I wondered when it would call someone new." Her name was Leora, and she was the guardian of this hidden world, a place she called the Glimmer-Deep. She explained that the heart ember was a fragment of the forest's oldest magic, born from the first fire ever kindled under these trees. It occasionally found its way into the world above, seeking out those with kind hearts and curious spirits. "The ember is fading," Leora said softly, her gaze falling to the glowing stone in Kaelen's hand. Indeed, its light seemed weaker now, flickering uncertainly. The balance above is shifting, the old trees are forgotten, the streams are choked with silence. The glimmer deep draws its strength from the health of the forest above. If it weakens, we weaken. Kaelen's heart ached. He thought of the woods he loved, the quiet groves and chattering brooks. He had not realized they were in pain. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Leora smiled, a small, sad thing. "The Ember chose you for a reason. It believes you can help, but the way is not easy. The source of the fading is a mystery, a quiet sorrow that has settled over the land. We must find its heart and soothe it." And so began their journey, not a frantic race, but a slow, deliberate exploration of both the Glimmer Deep and the woods above. They walked together, Kaelen with his warming ember, Leora with her innate connection to every root and stone. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories, Kaelen of his life by the hearth, of baking bread with his grandmother and listening to the owls call at night, Leora of dancing with fireflies and understanding the language of trees. As they traveled, Kaelen began to notice things he had never seen before. A patch of ground where nothing grew, though the soil seemed rich. A stream that flowed clear, but where no frogs sang. An old oak, its branches bare despite the season, standing lonely in a clearing. Each place felt heavy, burdened by a silence that was more than mere quiet. The ember would grow warm in these spots, its light pulsing slowly, as if in sympathy. It was near the silent oak that they met another unexpected friend. A small, elderly badger, her fur grizzled with age, was digging patiently at the base of the tree. She paused as they approached, looking up at them with wise, dark eyes. "You feel it too," she said, her voice a low, gravelly rumble. "The loneliness." Her name was Thistle, and she had lived by this oak for many seasons. She told them that the tree had once been the heart of a great gathering place for forest creatures. But over time, as animals grew scarce and humans kept more to their villages, the meetings had stopped. The tree had withdrawn into itself, its sorrow seeping into the earth around it. "It's not just this tree," Thistle sighed, settling onto her haunches. "It's many places. The forest forgets its own songs." The three of them sat together under the oak's skeletal branches, and Kaelen felt a profound sadness wash over him. It was not his own, but the tree's, a deep, weary loneliness. Without thinking, he drew the heart ember from his pocket. It was glowing faintly, its light a pale, hopeful yellow. He placed it gently against the rough bark of the tree. A soft warmth spread from the point of contact, flowing up the trunk and down into the roots. The ember's light grew brighter, steadier. And then something miraculous happened. A single tender green leaf unfurled from a twig above their heads. It was small and fragile, but it was alive. Thistle let out a soft, amazed breath. Leora placed her hand on the tree, closing her eyes. "It remembers," she whispered. "It remembers it is not alone." They realized then that the mystery was not one single thing to be fixed, but many small fractures in the spirit of the forest. Places of forgotten joy, of abandoned connection. The fading was a loneliness that had taken root. Guided by the ember and Thistle's knowledge of the woods, they visited these places one by one. A meadow where no rabbits played anymore. A bend in the river where the kingfishers had nested for generations, now empty. Each time Kaelen would place the ember there, and its warm, persistent light would seem to awaken something, a memory of community, of shared life. And each time the ember itself grew stronger, its light more vibrant, its song clearer. It was as if by healing these lonely places, they were feeding the magic that sustained it. Throughout their journey, the friendship between Kaelen and Leora deepened. He taught her how to whistle using a blade of grass. She showed him how to listen to the stories the wind carried in its arms. They shared quiet meals of foraged berries and nuts, their laughter a new, joyful sound in the quiet glades. Thistle often joined them, her gruff warmth a steady comfort. Kaelen found himself changing, too. The boy who had been content to simply watch the fire now understood its true nature, not just as a source of warmth, but as a gatherer, a storyteller, a keeper of hearts. He understood that transformation was not always a dramatic burning, but often a slow, steady glow that nurtured new growth. One evening, as the three of them rested in a soft hollow carpeted with moss, the heart ember suddenly rose from Kaelen's palm. It hovered in the air between them, spinning slowly, its light now a brilliant, steady gold. The melody it hummed was no longer faint but full and complete, a song of wholeness, of balance restored. It floated to Leora, brushing softly against her cheek, then to Thistle, touching her nose, and finally back to Kaelen, resting once more in his hand. Its job was done. "The forest remembers its song," Leora said, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Thanks to you." But Kaelen shook his head. "Thanks to us." He looked at his friends, the forest guardian with mossy hair, the old badger with a heart as soft as her paws, and the magical ember that had brought them together. It was never about one person fixing everything. It was about remembering to listen, to care. The next day, Kaelen knew it was time to return home. The path back to the woven door felt familiar now, no longer strange or frightening. At the threshold he hesitated, looking back at Leora and Thistle. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Leora smiled. "The forest is always with you, Kaelen, and so are we. Listen for the hum in the hearth, look for the light in the leaves. We are never as far apart as it seems." Thistle nudged his hand with her wet nose. "Visit the old oak," she rumbled. "I'll save you the best blackberries." With a final, grateful look, Kaelen stepped through the door and back into the familiar woods of Amberwood. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He walked home, the now dormant heart ember cool and smooth in his pocket. It was just a stone again, but the magic it had carried was now a part of him. That night, as he sat by his crackling fireplace, the flame seemed to dance with a new, knowing light. He could almost hear a faint, familiar hum woven into the pop and hiss of the burning logs. He knew with a calm certainty that the forest was healing, that he had helped, that he had made true friends in unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the events of his journey replaying in his mind like a sweet, lingering dream. The warmth of the friendship, the gentle guidance of the ember, the quiet triumph of healing, it all settled around him like a soft, comforting blanket. Outside his window, an owl called into the night, a deep, soothing sound that spoke of wisdom and watchfulness. In the distance, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak, now sporting a brave crown of new green buds. The world was as it should be, connected, remembered, loved. And as Kaelen drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the true magic was not in glowing embers or hidden doors, but in the willingness to listen, to care, and to reach out a hand in friendship. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its light flickering across the room in a gentle, rhythmic dance, keeping watch over the boy who had learned to hear the song of the world and who would never feel alone again. Story 8. In the quiet village of Glimmer-Box, nestled between whispering pines and a silver stream river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. Not the loud, flashy kind that shoots sparks or turns pumpkins into carriages, but a gentle, humming magic that lived in the dew on spiderwebs and the scent of rain-soaked earth. The village clock tower chimed every hour with a sound like crystal bells, wind chimes made of seashells tinkled from every porch, and most nights the sky above Glimmer-Box shimmered with more stars than anywhere else in the world. That is, until one Tuesday evening, when young Finn noticed something odd. Finn was a boy with curious eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, the way ants marched in precise formations, the secret messages in the rings of tree stumps, the slight hum the river made just before dawn. That night, as he lay on his woolen blanket in the backyard, tracing the familiar shapes of constellations, he saw it. The Little Dipper was missing its handle. Not clouded over. Not faded. Simply gone. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz. Old maps were pulled from dusty drawers, and nursery rhymes were recited with new urgency. Mrs. Willow, who ran the tea shop, remembered a verse her grandmother used to sing. When the dipper loses its light, seek the place where day meets night, where silver flows and memories bloom. Find the key to end the gloom. It must be the old sundial in the meadow, declared Mayor Thistle, adjusting his spectacles. Where day meets night, that's dawn or dusk, and silver flows, the river runs nearby. So at twilight the whole village trooped down to the sundial, lanterns in hand. But as the sun dipped below the hills, they noticed something else peculiar. The shadow on the sundial was moving backward. Murmurs rustled through the crowd like autumn leaves. Time itself seemed to be flowing in reverse. Clocks in pockets tick-tocked erratically, and the village bell tower chimed 7 times, then 6, then 5. But Finn stood quietly watching. He noticed that the flowers around the sundial, moon petals which usually glowed silver at night, were shifting through colors, blue, then violet, then a soft rosy pink. And he saw that the backward-moving shadow pointed not toward the river, but toward the ancient oak tree at the edge of the woods, where a single forgotten wind chime hung, singing a lonely tune. Maybe, Finn said softly, the silver that flows isn't the river. Maybe it's the sound of the chimes. Some villagers shrugged and followed the mayor back toward town, convinced the sundial was a red herring. But Finn stayed, listening as the wind played its melody on the seashell chimes. He remembered another rhyme, once sung to children at bedtime. Listen close when chimes take flight. They guard the dreams we dream at night. Each note a star, each star a sigh, beneath the watchful, loving sky. As the last note faded, Finn noticed something glimmering at the base of the oak tree, a tiny, star-shaped key half buried in the moss. He picked it up, and as he did, the moon petals around him settled into a steady, gentle silver once more. But the stars were still missing. The following day brought another mystery. The village's famous rainbow roses, flowers that naturally displayed all the colors of the spectrum, had all turned the same shade of deep indigo. And the town's clocks were now striking the same hour over and over. "It's the work of the shadow sneaker," whispered the baker's son, referring to a mythical creature from local folklore said to tangle thoughts and hide things for fun. But Finn didn't think so. He spent the afternoon sitting near the shell chimes, watching the petals shift color and listening to the repetitive ding-dong of the clock tower. He noticed that whenever the wind stilled, the roses slowly returned to their rainbow hues. And whenever the clock struck 3, the missing stars, or at least their light, flickered faintly overhead like echoes. That evening, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on rooftops and leaves, Finn gathered the villagers in the square. "I don't think anything is broken," he said. "And I don't think anyone is doing this to be mean. I think the stars, the time, the colors, they're all trying to tell us something." He held up the star-shaped key. "The rhymes and the maps weren't misleading us. We were just reading them too literally. Where day meets night isn't just a place, it's a moment. And silver flows isn't just water or sound, it's starlight." Then Finn did something nobody expected. He didn't use the key on a lock or a door. Instead, he walked to the center of the village, where an old, carved stone well stood, the wishing well of Glimmer-Box, which was said to collect dreams and reflections. As the clock struck the half-hour, Finn dropped the key into the well. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from the depths, a soft silver light began to glow. It rose like mist, swirling and dancing in the rain-damp air, and as it floated upward, the missing stars reappeared in the sky, brighter and more beautiful than ever. The moon petals gleamed, the rainbow roses shimmered back into their full spectrum, and the clock tower chimed the correct time, a clear, confident note that rang through the valley. From the well emerged a small, shy creature with eyes like molten amber and a coat that shifted like twilight. It was a memory keeper, a gentle being that fed on happy moments and sometimes, when lonely, borrowed bits of time and light to feel less alone. It had been hiding in the well, unintentionally causing the strange happenings by tugging on the threads of magic that connected the village. The villagers weren't angry. How could they be? They saw the loneliness in the creature's eyes and understood. That night they shared stories and songs by the well, offering memories like gifts. The taste of first snowfall, the warmth of a shared laugh, the comfort of a hand held in the dark. And as they did, the memory keeper glowed brighter, and the magic of Glimmer-Box settled back into its gentle rhythm, deeper and stronger now, woven through with a new thread of belonging. From then on, the people of Glimmer-Box made a tradition of gathering at the well on rainy evenings, sharing small joys under the starlit sky. The wind chimes sang sweeter, the flowers bloomed brighter, and Finn continued to notice the small, beautiful things, knowing that sometimes the greatest mysteries are not meant to be solved, but shared. And high above, the stars shone on, safe and eternal, each one a reminder that even what seems lost is often just waiting for the right moment to be found again. Story 9. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient pines and oaks, there lay a world that only the night knew. This was a realm of soft shadows and softer light, where the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic. The forest floor was a tapestry of velvety moss and fallen leaves that crunched with a satisfying, gentle sigh under the lightest of footsteps. Here the nocturnal creatures held counsel not in words, but in the shared understanding of rustles, scents, and the subtle shifting of the air. On this particular night, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling unusually restless. His cozy nest of dried ferns and thistledown felt too small, his thoughts too loud. A peculiar stirring in his heart, a gentle tug, pulled him from his burrow and into the cool, starlit air. Above, the constellations spun their slow, glittering dance, and the forest seemed to breathe around him, a great, slumbering giant with a heartbeat of rustling leaves. Pip trundled along a familiar path, his tiny claws making faint clicking sounds on the smooth, moss-covered stones that lined the way. To his left, a brook babbled secrets over polished pebbles, its voice a constant, soothing murmur. He paused, dipping his snout into the cold, clear water, and listened. The water didn't just babble, it spoke. It told of mountain snows melting, of journeys through dark earth and sun-dappled meadows, of carrying wishes from the high peaks to the sleepy valleys below. It was a language of movement and memory, and Pip understood it in the way one understands a lullaby, not with the mind, but with the soul. Further he wandered, drawn by the soft, ethereal glow ahead. He entered a starlit clearing where the magic of the forest gathered in visible wonder. Here bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs like scattered constellations of their own, pulsing with a gentle, greenish light. Fireflies drifted lazily, their golden flashes weaving patterns in the air like living embroidery. Even the leaves of the silver willow trees at the clearing's edge seemed to drink the moonlight and glow from within, their pale undersides shimmering with every sigh of the wind. It was here that Pip saw her, the great oak, eldest of the forest. She was not merely a tree, she was a monument of time itself. Her bark was deeply grooved with the stories of centuries, and her branches reached toward the stars as if in quiet conversation with them. Nestled in a comfortable hollow where two great roots embraced the earth was Seraphina, the elder owl. Her feathers were the color of twilight and wisdom, and her large, knowing eyes held the patience of the moon. She was preening a feather softly, the sound a faint, rhythmic whisper that blended with the night symphony. "You are awake when you should be dreaming, little Pip," Seraphina said, her voice a low, melodic hoot that vibrated through the stillness like the lowest note of a wooden flute. It was not a scolding, but an observation filled with gentle curiosity. Pip approached, his restlessness making him shuffle his feet. "I couldn't sleep, Elder. There's a humming in the earth, a feeling, as if the forest is holding its breath." Seraphina's eyes gleamed. "Ah, you feel it too. That is the turning. The season is preparing to shift its weight." She shifted slightly, and the wind chose that moment to stir the leaves above, creating a sound like 1,000 soft voices whispering in unison, the secret language of the trees. They spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden streams, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, of the gentle ache of change as autumn approached. "The trees are sharing their memories," Seraphina explained softly. "They remember the warmth of summer sun and are preparing to let go, to rest. It is not an ending, little one. It is a necessary breath out before the next breath in." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a blessing of droplets that pattered softly on the leaves above, on the moss below, on Pip's own spiny back. The sound was a natural ASMR, a cascade of tiny percussion that layered over the babble of the brook and the whisper of the wind. Each drop that landed on the glowing mushrooms made them shimmer more brightly, and the scent of petrichor, the earthy perfume of rain on dry soil, rose up to fill the clearing. "Watch the stones," Seraphina murmured. Pip looked down. The rain had darkened the mossy stones around the great oak, and now, as the water traced their contours, they began to gleam with a faint, internal light. It was the magic of the quartz and mica within them, awakened by the water, speaking their ancient, silent language of patience and permanence. "They remember every step that has ever been taken upon them," the owl said. "Every creature, every season. They hold the memory of the forest in their cool, solid hearts. They teach us that to be still is not to be idle. It is to be deeply present." Pip felt his restlessness begin to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of wonder. He was part of this great, breathing, whispering tapestry. His tiny life was a thread in the grand story of the Whispering Woods. "What is my part in the turning?" he asked, his voice small. Seraphina blinked slowly. "Your part is to listen, to feel, to trust the cycles. Just as the stream trusts its path to the sea, and the leaf trusts its fall to the earth, you must trust that your restlessness is not without purpose. It is the forest speaking through you, reminding you that you, too, are part of the great cycle of rest and renewal." She then told him a story woven from the very sounds around them. She spoke of the first autumn when the forest learned to let go, and how the bioluminescent fungi first bloomed to light the way for the creatures who mourned the loss of the sun's long hours. She described the winter not as a time of emptiness, but as a time of dreams sleeping beneath the frost, waiting for the spring's gentle call. Her words were not a lecture, but a weaving, blending with the patter of rain and the rustle of leaves, until Pip could hardly tell where the story ended and the night began. As the moon began its slow descent, painting the clearing in long, silver streaks, Pip's eyelids grew heavy. The humming in the earth had not ceased, but now it felt like a lullaby, a promise that change was natural, beautiful, and safe. "Remember, little one," Seraphina said as Pip prepared to return to his burrow, her voice now barely a whisper. "Magic is not always a flash of light or a powerful spell. Often it is the quiet understanding between the stream and the stone. It is the trust of the leaf as it falls. It is the courage to rest so you may grow again." Pip nodded, his heart full and peaceful. He trundled back through the clearing, now watching the forest with new eyes. He heard the secret language everywhere, in the drip of water from a leaf, in the crunch of a twig, in the distant hoot of another owl answering Seraphina's. The forest was alive with conversation, with story, with magic. He reached his burrow just as the rain softened to a mist. Curling into his nest of ferns, he listened to the final drops tapping on the earth above, a gentle, rhythmic good night. The bioluminescent glow of the clearing seemed to linger behind his eyes, and the wisdom of the ancient oak felt like a warm blanket around his spirit. Outside, the whispering woods settled into a contented sigh. The stream continued its endless story, the stones held their silent vigil, and the trees whispered dreams to one another in the language of rustling leaves. High in her hollow, Seraphina closed her eyes, a faint smile on her beak. Another soul had learned to listen. And in the gentle, magical darkness, the cycle of rest began anew, cradled by the moon and the endless, loving patience of the ancient forest. Story 10. The old house on Willow Lane had an attic that smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender, aged paper, and the faint sweetness of cedar. It was there one rainy afternoon that a quiet boy named Leo discovered something curious. Tucked behind a dusty trunk wrapped in faded velvet was a small wooden music box. It was carved with intricate patterns of vines and stars, and when Leo gently lifted the lid, it didn't play a melody. Instead, it released a soft, golden light that swirled like honey in the dim attic air. A faint chime echoed like distant bells carried on the wind. Curious, Leo wound the tiny key on its side. The light grew brighter, and a whispery voice seemed to murmur from within the box, "Seek what is hidden, not in places far, but in the heart's own quiet chambers." Just then, a plump tabby cat leaped gracefully onto an old rocking chair. She had been napping among the quilts, and now regarded Leo with large, knowing eyes. "That," she said, her voice a soft rumble like a contented fireplace, "is the Glimmer-Box. It shows you the way when you're a little bit lost." Leo wasn't startled by the talking cat. It felt as natural as the rain pattering on the roof. "I'm not lost," he said softly. "I'm just quiet." The cat purred. "Sometimes quiet people have the longest journeys to make. My name is Juniper, and you, I think, have just begun one." That evening, as the last light faded from the sky, Leo sat by his window with the music box. Each time he opened it, the golden light swirled and formed a faint path only he could see, not on the floor but in the air, like a trail of fireflies. It led out into the moonlit garden. With Juniper padding softly beside him, Leo followed the glimmering path past the rose bushes, their petals silvered by the moon, and under the old oak tree, where the leaves whispered secrets in the breeze. The path ended at the base of the garden wall, where a small, half-hidden door stood, overgrown with ivy. But the door was locked, and no key was in sight. Juniper sniffed around. "This is where we need Thistle," she announced. "He knows all the old ways." Thistle, it turned out, was a very old and rather dignified badger who lived beneath the hawthorn hedge. He emerged slowly, blinking in the moonlight, his fur streaked with silver. "The ivy door," he murmured in a gravelly voice. "Hasn't been opened in many a year. The key isn't metal, young one, it's patience." Thistle explained that long ago, the door led to a hidden garden where songs grew on vines and stories bloomed like flowers. But the key had been lost when the last keeper of the garden grew impatient and tried to force the lock. "The Glimmer-Box didn't bring you here to show you a locked door," Thistle said kindly. "It brought you here to learn how to open it." So Leo sat on a mossy stone, the music box in his lap, and simply waited. Juniper curled at his feet, purring softly, and Thistle told stories of moonlit dances among the dewdrops and conversations with the shyest of snails. The night deepened, and the stars spun slowly overhead. At first, Leo fidgeted. He was used to doing, not being. But gradually, the peace of the garden seeped into him. He noticed how the ivy leaves rustled in a gentle rhythm, how the distant church bell told the hours like a lullaby, how the fireflies pulsed in time with his own heartbeat. Then something shifted. A single tendril of ivy unwound itself from the door and brushed against the music box. As if in response, the box began to glow more brightly, and a new sound emerged, not a chime, but a soft, clear note that hung in the air like a dewdrop. The ivy trembled, and from within its leaves emerged a key made of woven light and living vine. It floated gently toward the lock and turned without a sound. The door swung inward, revealing not another garden, but a soft, glowing space that felt like the inside of a seashell, all pearlescent light and echoing whispers. In the center grew a tree with silver leaves, and on its branches hung tiny, shimmering bottles. A voice, gentle as a sigh, spoke from the air. "You have come not because you were brave, but because you were still. You listened when others rushed. You felt when others only touched." Leo understood then that the journey had not been through the garden, but through his own stillness. The challenge wasn't the locked door, it was learning to wait, to listen, to trust. Juniper rubbed against his leg. Every quiet person carries a world inside them. Sometimes it just takes a little light to find the door. Thistle nodded. "And a friend or two to remind you the way." One of the bottles detached from the tree and floated down to Leo. Inside he saw swirling colors and heard a faint, beautiful melody, the song of his own quiet courage. When he stepped back through the ivy door, it closed softly behind him, and the key dissolved into starlight. But he knew the way was always there, whenever he needed to return. Back in his room, with Juniper purring on the foot of his bed and the music box on his nightstand, Leo felt a deep sense of peace. The rain had stopped, and the world outside was quiet and new. He realized that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant lands or grand adventures, but in the ordinary moments: the scent of rain on dry earth, the sound of a cat's purr, the patience to sit still and truly see. And as he drifted to sleep, the music box glowed softly, wrapping him in a gentle light that promised, without words, that even the quietest heart holds worlds of wonder, and every journey begun in kindness finds its way home. Story 11. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young person named Kaelen, who carried a secret sorrow in their heart. Kaelen felt as though they were a puzzle with pieces that never quite fit together, a melody missing its final notes. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the lavender-hued mountains, Kaelen would sit by their window and watch the fireflies begin their nightly dance, wondering when their own light might begin to shine. Kaelen's changes began subtly, almost imperceptibly at first. One morning they awoke to find their fingertips dusted with what appeared to be faint silver pollen that shimmered when sunlight touched it. When they brushed their hand against the windowsill, where a lonely pot of soil sat empty, tiny green shoots emerged where the silver dust had fallen. Within hours, delicate moonflowers unfurled their pearlescent petals, glowing with a soft inner light that mirrored Kaelen's confusion and wonder. This peculiar magic continued to manifest in beautiful, unexpected ways. When Kaelen felt particularly anxious or uncertain, their footsteps would leave behind faint traces of crystalline patterns on the ground that slowly dissolved like morning mist. When a moment of quiet joy touched their heart, the air around them would fill with the scent of blooming jasmine, though no flowers grew nearby. These changes weren't frightening, but they were mysterious, and Kaelen often found themselves retreating to the solitude of their cottage, uncertain of what these transformations might mean. One twilight, as Kaelen walked through the meadow behind their home feeling particularly adrift, they noticed an unusual sight, a grove of trees whose leaves shimmered with colors not found in any ordinary forest. Drawn by curiosity and a faint humming sound that seemed to call to them, Kaelen ventured deeper into the grove until they came upon a small clearing where an elderly person sat weaving strands of moonlight into what appeared to be a delicate tapestry. "Your footsteps bring spring where winter lingered," the elder said without looking up, their voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. "I am Alara. I've been waiting to see who carried such interesting magic." Kaelen hesitated, watching as their own silver-dusted fingers caused violets to bloom where they touched the mossy ground. "I don't understand what's happening to me," they confessed, their voice barely above a whisper. Alara finally looked up, their eyes holding the wisdom of countless seasons. Change is simply the universe's way of singing its next note, dear one. You're not breaking, you're becoming. Thus began Kaelen's gentle education in the art of transformation. Ilara appeared at precisely the moments when Kaelen needed guidance most, sometimes as a whisper on the wind, other times as a tangible presence sitting beside them on a moss-covered log. The mentor never forced lessons, but instead offered them like gifts wrapped in patience and understanding. "Notice how the caterpillar doesn't fear its cocoon," Ilara said one afternoon as they watched a chrysalis sway gently from a birch branch. "It understands that what feels like an ending is merely a different kind of beginning." Kaelen began to pay closer attention to the small miracles unfolding within and around them. They noticed that when they practiced self-compassion, the silver dust on their fingers would transform into golden light that made entire gardens flourish. When they acknowledged their fears without judgment, the crystalline patterns their footsteps left behind would arrange themselves into beautiful, intricate mandalas that glowed with soft warmth. The first significant victory came during a rainstorm that had lasted 3 days. Kaelen had been feeling particularly discouraged, watching as the gray skies mirrored their somber mood. Remembering Ilara's words about seeds needing both rain and sunshine to grow, Kaelen decided to sit on their porch and simply breathe with the rhythm of the falling rain. As they did, they noticed something extraordinary. Where their breath fogged in the cool air, tiny rainbows appeared and lingered like stained glass ornaments. The more they breathed with acceptance rather than resistance, the more brilliant the rainbows became, until the entire porch was adorned with arches of color. When Ilara appeared moments later, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced tea, they smiled. "You've learned to dance with the rain rather than hide from it. That's no small thing." As seasons turned, Kaelen's transformations became more integrated with their essence. The silver dust now emerged only when they felt particularly inspired, painting the world with beauty wherever they went. The crystalline footsteps had evolved into a soft glow that emanated from their entire being, comforting to those who came near. Gardens flourished in their presence not because of magic dust, but because Kaelen had learned to cultivate kindness within themselves. One evening, as the first stars began to pepper the twilight sky, Ilara led Kaelen to a special part of the magical grove, a circular clearing surrounded by ancient trees whose bark swirled with patterns that told stories of transformations past. In the center stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying gently though no wind blew. "This is the heartwood," Ilara said softly. "It responds to those who have learned to embrace their becoming." Kaelen approached the tree and placed their hand upon its trunk. Immediately, the willow began to glow with a light that seemed to come from within its very core. The branches dipped lower, forming a protective canopy around them, and from the leaves fell shimmering droplets of light that collected in Kaelen's palms. "These are not tears but blessings," Ilara explained. "The tree recognizes its kin." As the droplets touched Kaelen's skin, they felt not a final transformation but a settling, a deep understanding that change wasn't something to complete but something to continue. They looked at their hands, now glowing with a steady, gentle light that neither flickered nor dimmed, and understood that this wasn't an ending but a harmonious beginning. The following morning, Kaelen woke with a newfound sense of peace. Walking through the meadow, they noticed that flowers turned toward them not because of magic, but in simple recognition of a kindred spirit. Children from the village would often follow them, not because of spectacular displays of power, but because Kaelen's presence felt like being wrapped in a warm blanket on a cool evening. Ilara appeared one last time as the harvest moon rose, large and golden over the valley. "You've woven your transformations into your tapestry so beautifully," they said, their form beginning to shimmer like morning dew evaporating in sunlight. "Remember that mentors don't create the change. We simply help you recognize the magic you already carry." With those final words, Alara dissolved into a shower of light that settled over the entire valley, causing every living thing to glow momentarily with soft radiance. Kaelen now understands that their journey of change will continue throughout their life, each transformation more subtle than the last, each revelation quieter but no less profound. They've come to see themselves not as someone who needed fixing, but as a garden that would forever be growing, blooming, and evolving, each season bringing new colors, new fragrances, new wonders. Some evenings, as fireflies dance outside their window, Kaelen notices new villagers, young people with uncertain eyes and hesitant steps, lingering at the edge of the magical grove. And with a heart full of compassion forged through their own journey, Kaelen goes to them, not as a master who has completed their transformation, but as a fellow traveler who understands that the most beautiful changes often begin with a single, gentle breath of acceptance. For in the quiet valley between whispering hills, the understanding has grown that we are all in constant, beautiful metamorphosis, each of us shedding what no longer serves us, growing into what we're becoming, and always discovering that our truest magic was within us all along, waiting patiently for us to recognize it, like a seed waiting for the right conditions to sprout, like a cocoon understanding precisely when it's time to emerge, like the dawn knowing exactly when to begin painting the sky with light. Story 12. In the quiet village of Starling Hollow, where the cobblestone lanes curved like sleepy cats and the rooftops wore thick blankets of moss, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was the kind of magic that made the lilacs bloom in shades no painter could name, that made the village clock tower chime a different, sweeter tune for every hour, and that filled the air with the soft, silver tinkling of wind chimes, even on the stillest of evenings. But lately, something even more unusual had begun to happen. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. Every night, just as the deep indigo of twilight settled over the village, one of the stars in the western sky would simply vanish. Not with a pop or a fizzle, but with a gentle sigh, as if it had been politely excused from the heavens. The next night another would go, and then another, until a small, dark patch began to grow in the constellation the villagers called the Silver Squirrel. This was deeply troubling to a young woman named Alara, who spent her evenings perched in the window seat of her little stone cottage, her leather-bound journal open on her lap, charting the heavens. She was the village's unofficial stargazer and map mender, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that listened more than it spoke. "It's the third one this week," she murmured to her companion, a small, prickly hedgehog named Pip, who was dozing in a basket of woolen scraps. The only answer was a soft snore. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, its patter on the rose-covered trellis a soothing rhythm. The next morning the mystery deepened. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the village sundial garden, found that all the petals on his midnight blue lupines had turned a cheerful and utterly wrong shade of tangerine. Then Mrs. Gadberry the baker discovered that the cinnamon in her famous morning buns had overnight begun to smell distinctly of lavender and freshly cut grass. The village was abuzz, not with fear, but with a warm, curious hum. Theories were exchanged over cups of mint tea and slices of plum cake. Perhaps it was the work of the Glimmer folk, tiny sprites said to live in the dew. Or maybe the ancient village clock, which had ticked faithfully for 300 years, was finally losing its rhythm and tugging on the threads of time itself. Alara listened to it all, her journal now filled not just with stars, but with observations. She noticed that the missing stars formed a pattern, a curve like a question mark. She noticed that the tangerine lupines only grew near the old wishing well. And she noticed that the strange lavender-cinnamon phenomenon only happened near homes that had particular, ancient wind chimes hanging from their eaves, chimes made of carved oak and silver bells. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 with a melody that sounded like falling water, Alara bundled up in her warmest shawl, tucked a sleepy Pip into her pocket, and went to visit the village's oldest resident, Granny Wisp, who lived in a crooked cottage that smelled of dried thyme and honey. Granny Wisp was humming an old nursery rhyme as she stirred a pot of soup over her fireplace. When the squirrel hides its silver treasure, she sang in a crackly voice, and the bells forget their time-born measure, find the key where the roots remember, to reweave the light of late September. Alara's ears perked up. Granny, what is that song? Oh, just a bit of nonsense from when I was a knee-high, Granny said, waving a wooden spoon. My own Granny used to sing it, something about the old ways, probably nothing. But to Alara it was everything. The squirrel hides its silver treasure. The silver squirrel constellation was missing its stars. The bells forget their time-born measure. The wind chimes in the clock tower. It wasn't nonsense, it was a clue. She spent the next day following the rhyme. Find the key where the roots remember. The oldest roots in the village belonged to the great heartwood tree in the center of the glen. As she approached it, the gentle rain began again, and the wind chimes in the branches sang their silver song. At the base of the massive trunk, half hidden by ivy, was a small, forgotten door made of ancient, dark wood. It was locked. Pip, stirred by the excitement, poked his nose out of her pocket. With a little snuffling sound, he nudged something metallic in the grass. It was a key, old and iron, shaped like a star. Alara's heart beat a hopeful rhythm. She fit the key into the lock. It turned with a soft, satisfying click. The door swung inward, not onto a space, but onto a scene. It was a memory, woven from light and shadow. She saw the founders of Starling Hollow, centuries ago, planting the heartwood tree. She saw them crafting the first oak and silver wind chimes, imbuing them with a gentle magic meant to harmonize the village with the rhythms of the earth and the skies. The chimes were meant to sing the stars to sleep and wake the flowers at dawn. But time had passed. Some chimes had been lost, others broken. The perfect, delicate harmony was fading. The magic was becoming confused. It was trying to do its job, but was getting its instructions mixed up. It wasn't stealing stars, it was gently, clumsily trying to tuck them away for safekeeping, like precious jewels in a drawer. It was turning flowers the wrong color out of a misguided sense of decoration. The real mystery wasn't a what, but a why. The village's heart song was fading. Alara closed the door, the vision fading, but the understanding glowing brightly within her. She knew what she had to do. She went to the village square, stood on the base of the sundial, and explained it all. She spoke of the old magic, the nursery rhyme, the hidden door, and the lonely, confused harmony trying its best. She didn't accuse or frighten, she simply shared a story. The villagers listened, their faces soft in the lantern light. Then they began to act. They weren't solving a crime, they were mending a beloved, worn-out quilt. The carvers found their tools and made new wind chimes of oak and silver, just like the old ones. The weavers made strong cords to hang them. Children gathered flowers and laid them at the base of the heartwood tree as a thank you. And as the clock tower chimed 9, a melody like distant, friendly laughter, every villager, young and old, stood in the gentle rain and hung a new chime from their porch, their gate, or a low-hanging branch. A hush fell over Starling Hollow. The rain stopped. The clouds parted. And then a single clear note rang out from a chime near the wishing well. Another answered from the bakery. Then another and another, until the entire village was filled with a beautiful, complex, and joyful symphony. The sound rose into the sky, a net of music catching the starlight. One by one, the missing stars winked back into place in the constellation of the silver squirrel, each one brighter and clearer than before. The tangerine lupines in the garden shimmered and deepened back to their proper midnight blue. The air itself seemed to sigh, a contented, settled sound. The magic was no longer confused. It was whole. It was heard. The villagers gathered under the restored heavens, sharing misses. Gadberry's buns, which now smelled perfectly, wonderfully of cinnamon, and cups of sweet cider. They felt closer than they had in years, bound together by a shared mystery and its gentle resolution. Alara climbed back into her window seat, a cup of tea warming her hands. Pip snuffled contentedly in his basket. Outside, the symphony of wind chimes played on, a soft, constant melody under the brilliant, faithful stars. The clock tower chimed 10, a tune like a soft lullaby. And in Starling Hollow, under a sky now perfectly complete, every soul drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, soothed by the sound of their village, finally singing in tune. Story 13. In the quiet village of Moonfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-glittered river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, one that hummed in the cobblestone streets and shimmered in the evening air. Here the clock tower chimed not with brass bells, but with the soft, melodic tones of wind chimes, and the rain, when it fell, did so in gentle, harp-like droplets. Our story begins on an evening painted in twilight purple, just as the first star should have pricked the sky. But tonight something was amiss. Young Finn, a boy with curious eyes the color of moss after rain, noticed it first. He sat on his windowsill, wrapped in a quilt stitched with constellations, waiting for the familiar glitter of the evening star, the one his grandmother called the winking watcher. But the sky remained dark where the star should have been. Soon others noticed too. Old Mr. Hemlock, who ran the apothecary, found that his sundial, though it was well past sunset, had begun to spin backwards. Mrs. Willow the baker discovered that the bluebell flowers lining her garden path had turned a soft, shimmering gold by moonlight. And all through the village, the wind chimes, which usually sang a gentle lullaby, now played a curious, backwards melody. The village gathered in the town square, their lanterns casting warm, buttery circles of light on the cobblestones. They spoke in hushed, puzzled tones. Some thought it a prank by the woodland sprites, others feared it was a sign of fading magic. But Finn simply listened. He noticed how the backwards chiming of the clock tower matched the rhythm of an old nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing. When stars forget to wink their light, and time flows like a dream at night, seek the map the moon has drawn, where silver thread meets golden dawn. Most thought it just a children's song, but Finn felt a tingle of recognition. He remembered his grandmother telling him that everything in Moonfall Hollow was connected, the stars, the flowers, the chimes, even time itself. So while the adults debated, Finn quietly slipped away, a small lantern in his hand. He made his way to the oldest part of the village, where the houses were built around the great, ancient clock tower. Its face glowed softly in the dark, the hand still moving slowly counterclockwise. Finn sat on a mossy bench and simply observed. He noticed how the golden flowers in Mrs. Willow's garden seemed to glow brighter whenever the clock chimed backwards. He saw that the shadow of the clock tower stretched not towards the east, as it should at evening, but towards the western woods, where the oldest oak in the forest stood. Following this clue, Finn ventured into the woods. The air was cool and sweet with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. Fireflies bobbed like tiny, wandering stars. As he walked, he hummed the nursery rhyme, and to his surprise, the fireflies began to arrange themselves into a pattern, a constellation he recognized as the silver thread mentioned in the verse. Guided by the fireflies, Finn reached the great oak. There, tangled in its roots, was something glimmering, a delicate silver thread no thicker than a spider's web, pulsing with soft light. But as he reached for it, a faint sobbing sound reached his ears. Behind the tree sat a young girl, no older than him, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes like dewdrops. She was cradling something in her hands, a small, star-shaped locket that glowed faintly. "I didn't mean to," she whispered, her voice like chimes in the breeze. I only wanted to see what would happen. Finn sat beside her, his lantern between them. "What's your name?" he asked gently. "I'm Lyra," she said. "I live in the Starlight Glen beyond the river. I found this locket in a stream. It's a piece of the evening star. I was curious, so I opened it, and then everything went backwards." Finn understood then. The locket wasn't just a trinket. It was a fragment of celestial magic, and by opening it, Lyra had unwittingly tugged on the threads that connected all things in Moonfall Hollow. "We can fix it," Finn said kindly, "but we must do it together." He remembered the rest of the rhyme. "With gentle hands and hearts aligned. Rewind what was, but still be kind. Close the star and set things right. Let harmony return with night." Together, they carefully closed the locket. As it clicked shut, a soft sigh seemed to ripple through the forest. The fireflies dispersed, the golden flowers along the path faded back to blue, and from above the evening star winked into existence, brighter than ever before. Back in the village, the clock tower chimed the correct hour, its melody once again a soothing lullaby. The villagers who had been worried now stood in awe as the sky glittered with returned starlight. Finn and Lyra emerged from the woods, hand in hand. When they explained what had happened, the villagers didn't scold Lyra. Instead, they welcomed her, inviting her to share stories of Starlight Glen over cups of honey-sweet tea and Mrs. Willow's star-shaped shortbread. That night, as a gentle rain began to fall, each drop ringing softly like a tiny bell, the people of Moonfall Hollow understood something beautiful. Their magic wasn't fragile. It was woven together by curiosity, kindness, and connection. And sometimes it took a little disruption to remind them how tightly their hearts were tied. Finn fell asleep that night to the sound of wind chimes and distant laughter, the quilt of constellations pulled up to his chin. Outside his window, the evening star shone warmly, as if winking just for him. And in the gentle silence, the whole village drifted into dreams, knowing that even when things went a little backwards, there was always a way to find their way forward, together. Story 14. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed gently upon the walls, and the scent of cedar and cinnamon filled the air. In a worn armchair beside the fire sat an old woman, her silver hair glowing in the firelight and curled at her feet. A child listened with wide, sleepy eyes. "Tonight," the woman began, her voice as soft as wool, "I shall tell you about a boy named Kaelen and the journey that changed him forever." Kaelen lived in a village nestled in a valley where the mountains stood like silent, ancient guardians. His home was a small cottage at the edge of the woods, where the scent of pine needles always lingered in the air. Though the village was peaceful, Kaelen often felt a quiet longing, a sense that there was something more waiting beyond the familiar paths and well-trodden trails. He was a thoughtful boy, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and hands that were always slightly stained with soil from his mother's garden. While other children played games of chase and laughter, Kaelen preferred to wander alone, collecting interesting stones and feathers, listening to the stories the wind told through the trees. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kaelen's grandmother called him to her side. Her face was lined with years of smiles and sorrows, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. "Come here, my dear one," she said, her voice like the rustling of autumn leaves. She pressed something cold and smooth into his palm. "This is for you." Kaelen looked down to find a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of a robin's egg, milky white with veins of amber running through it. But most remarkable of all, when he cupped it in his hands, it began to glow with a soft, warm light, like embers in a dying fire. "This is an ember stone," his grandmother explained. It has been in our family for generations. They say it glows brightest when you are on the right path and fades when you stray from it. But remember, my child, its true light comes not from magic, but from the warmth of your own heart. That night, Kaelen lay in bed, watching the emberstone pulse gently on his bedside table. Its light cast dancing shadows across his room, and he found himself wondering about the paths it might guide him along. The next morning, a thick mist had settled over the valley, wrapping the world in a soft, gray blanket. As Kaelen walked through the village, he noticed something peculiar. The emberstone in his pocket was glowing brighter than ever before, its light cutting through the fog like a beacon. Curiosity tugging at him, Kaelen followed the stone's increasing glow, leaving the familiar cobblestone paths behind and venturing into the woods where the trees stood tall and ancient. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Birds called to one another in melodies Kaelen had never heard before, and the further he walked, the more the world seemed to shift and change around him. The ordinary oak and birch trees gradually gave way to silver-barked trees with leaves that shimmered like moonlight, even in the dim forest light. Strange flowers bloomed along the path, their petals glowing with soft bioluminescence. Kaelen realized with a gasp that he had stepped into a place that shouldn't exist, a hidden world nestled within the familiar woods. The emberstone now glowed so brightly that it illuminated the path before him, revealing stepping stones that seemed to appear only as he needed them. The air hummed with a gentle energy, and Kaelen felt both exhilarated and afraid. He had not gone far when he heard a sound that made him pause, a soft, whimpering cry coming from behind a cluster of glowing mushrooms. Cautiously, Kaelen approached and found a most extraordinary creature. It was smaller than a fox, with fur the color of twilight and ears that tapered to delicate points. Large, luminous eyes looked up at him, filled with tears. One of its back legs was trapped beneath a fallen branch. "Please," the creature whispered, its voice like wind chimes. "I cannot free myself." Without hesitation, Kaelen knelt and began to carefully lift the branch. It was heavier than it looked, and sweat beaded on his forehead as he strained. Finally, with one great heave, he moved it just enough for the creature to pull its leg free. The creature stood shakily, testing its weight on the injured limb. "Thank you, human child," it said. "I am Lyra. Few would stop to help one of my kind." "What are you?" Kaelen asked, his curiosity overcoming his manners. "I am a forest guardian," Lyra replied. "Or I was training to be one before this accident." She nodded toward the emberstone glowing in Kaelen's hand. "That is an interesting stone you have. It smells of old magic and good intentions." Kaelen explained how his grandmother had given it to him, and how it had led him into this hidden world. Lyra's eyes widened. "The emberstone has brought you here for a reason," she said. "Our world is fading, the heart of the forest, the great lumina, is growing dim. Without its light, this hidden realm will vanish, and the magic will fade from your world too." Kaelen felt a weight settle in his chest. "What can be done?" "The lumina needs reigniting," Lyra explained. "But the path to it is dangerous and has been forgotten by most. The emberstone may be our guide, but we will need more than light to complete the journey." Despite having just met, Kaelen felt a connection to the small creature. "I'll help you," he said, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. And so began an unexpected friendship that would warm both their hearts in the days to come. Their journey took them deeper into the enchanted forest, through groves where trees sang soft melodies, and across streams that flowed with liquid starlight. Kaelen's emberstone glowed steadily, its light revealing hidden paths and warning them away from treacherous ground. As they traveled, Lyra taught Kaelen about the forest, how to listen to the wisdom of the trees, how to read the patterns in the moss, and how to move without disturbing the delicate balance of the hidden world. In return, Kaelen shared stories of his village, of his family, and of the human world Lyra had only glimpsed from afar. They faced challenges along the way. Once they came to a chasm spanned by a bridge made of woven light. The bridge shimmered uncertainly, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "It's fading," Lyra said worriedly. "The lumina's weakening affects everything." Kaelen held up the ember stone, and as its light touched the bridge, the structure grew more solid. "We have to cross quickly," he said. But halfway across, the bridge began to dissolve again. Lyra froze in fear, her small body trembling. "Don't look down," Kaelen said gently. "Look at me. We can make it together." He extended his hand, and Lyra took it with her delicate paw. Step by careful step, they crossed the fading bridge, their combined weight somehow making it more substantial. When they reached the other side, both let out breaths they hadn't realized they'd been holding. "Your courage strengthened the magic," Lyra said in wonder. "I didn't know human hearts could do that." Kaelen simply smiled, realizing that the emberstone wasn't the only thing guiding them. Their friendship was becoming a light of its own. Days passed, though time felt different in the hidden world. The light never changed from its perpetual twilight state, marked only by the glowing of various plants and creatures. Kaelen found he missed the sun's warmth on his face, the moon's silver glow, the familiar rhythms of his world. One evening, as they rested beside a pool filled with liquid light, Lyra noticed Kaelen's somber expression. "You're thinking of home," she said softly. Kaelen nodded. "I wonder if my family is worried. I wonder if I'll ever see them again." Lyra placed a comforting paw on his hand. "The forest knows sacrifice," she said. "Every leaf that falls nourishes the earth. Every stream that ends feeds the ocean. Your being here matters, Kaelen. You're helping to save something precious." Her words comforted him, and he realized that sometimes growth required leaving familiar comforts behind. The journey transformed Kaelen in small, subtle ways. He noticed details he would have overlooked before, the way dew collected on spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, the particular melody of different bird songs, the hidden patterns in tree bark. His senses sharpened, and he found he could often sense danger before seeing it. Lyra, too, was changing. Her injury had healed, but more importantly, her fear had been replaced with growing confidence. She began to take the lead more often, using her knowledge of the forest to guide them around obstacles. One afternoon they reached a vast field of flowers that glowed with an ethereal blue light. The air hummed with the sound of countless bees made of shimmering energy. "The field of remembering," Lyra said in awe. "I thought it was just a legend." As they walked through the field, the flowers swayed toward them, and with each touch, Kaelen experienced flashes of memory, not his own, but the forest's. He saw the world when it was new, watched as the first trees grew, witnessed the birth of rivers and the carving of valleys. He felt the joy of spring's first bloom and the peaceful sleep of winter. When they emerged on the other side, tears streamed down Kaelen's face. "I never knew, I never understood how alive everything is." Lyra nodded. "Most humans don't. They see trees as wood and rivers as water. They don't feel the heartbeat within." The experience changed something fundamental in Kaelen. He now understood what they were fighting to save, not just magic, but memory, history, the very soul of the natural world. As they neared their destination, the forest grew increasingly dim. The glowing plants faded, the singing trees fell silent, and an unnatural chill settled in the air. Kaelen's emberstone now glowed like a small sun in his hand, its light fighting against the growing darkness. Finally they reached a massive ancient tree, its bark silver and deeply grooved. At its base was an opening that led downward into the earth. "This is it," Lyra whispered. "The heart of the forest lies within." they descended into a cavern that took Kaelen's breath away. Crystal formations grew from the walls and ceiling, reflecting what little light remained. At the center of the cavern hung a large, crystalline heart, the Great Lumina. But instead of its legendary brilliant light, it pulsed weakly, like a fading heartbeat. Standing before the Lumina was a figure shrouded in shadows. As they approached, the figure turned, revealing a face lined with sorrow. "Another would-be savior," the figure said, its voice echoing with exhaustion. "I am Orion, last guardian of the Lumina. Many have tried to rekindle its light. All have failed." Lyra stepped forward. "We have an Emberstone," she said, "and we have hope." Orion's eyes fell upon the glowing stone in Kaelen's hand. "Ah, a human artifact, interesting, but the Lumina needs more than borrowed light. It needs a spark from within, from someone pure of heart who understands what they're saving." Kaelen approached the fading heart. "What must I do?" Orion gestured to a pedestal before the Lumina. "Place the Emberstone there, but know this, the stone will draw upon your own inner light to reignite the Lumina. If your intentions are not pure, if your heart holds darkness or doubt, the stone will shatter, and the Lumina will fade forever." Kaelen looked at the weakening heart, then at Lyra's hopeful face, then back at the Emberstone in his hand. He thought of his grandmother's words, that the stone's true light came from the warmth of his own heart. He thought of all he had seen and learned, the beauty of the hidden world, the interconnectedness of all things, the friendship that had grown between him and Lyra. He thought of his family, his village, and how even their world would suffer if this magic faded. With steady hands, he placed the Emberstone on the pedestal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stone began to glow brighter than ever before, its light pouring into the Lumina. Kaelen felt a strange pulling sensation, as if something were drawing from his very soul. Memories flashed through his mind, kindness he had shown, help he had given, love he had shared. The Lumina began to brighten, its weak pulses growing stronger, its light spreading through the cavern. The crystals in the walls caught the light and magnified it, until the entire cavern glowed with brilliant, warm light. But just as it seemed they had succeeded, the Emberstone began to crack. "No," Lyra cried. Kaelen watched in horror as fractures spread across the stone's surface. He realized with sudden clarity what was happening. The Emberstone was giving all its light, all its magic, to reignite the Lumina. It was sacrificing itself. As the last of the stone's light flowed into the Lumina, the Emberstone crumbled into dust. But the Lumina now glowed with steady, strong light, pulsing rhythmically like a healthy heartbeat. The cavern walls shimmered, and the crystals rang with a beautiful, clear tone that vibrated through the air. Orion fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "It is done. After all these years, it is done." Lyra rushed to Kaelen's side. "Your stone, I'm so sorry." Kaelen looked at the pile of dust that had been his grandmother's gift. He felt a pang of loss, but then he noticed something, a warmth spreading through his chest, a light glowing from within him. He looked down and saw that his hands were emitting the same soft, ember-like glow that the stone had possessed. Orion rose, awe in his eyes. "The stone may be gone, but its light has become part of you. You didn't just reignite the Lumina, you became what you sought to save." As they emerged from the cavern, they found the forest transformed. The trees glowed with renewed vitality, the flowers shimmered with brighter light, and the air hummed with joyful energy. The hidden world had been restored. Their return journey was quicker, the path now clear and welcoming. When they reached the boundary between the hidden world and Kaelen's forest, both friends hesitated. "I must stay," Lyra said softly. "My place is here, helping to restore what was lost." Kaelen nodded, his heart aching with the coming farewell. "I'll never forget you, Lyra, or this place." Lyra touched his hand one last time. The forest will remember you, Kaelen, and whenever you need guidance, look inward. The light you carry will never lead you astray. With those words, Kaelen stepped back into his own world. The transition was sudden, the perpetual twilight replaced by the golden light of late afternoon. He stood at the edge of the familiar woods, looking back at what appeared to be ordinary trees. When he returned to his village, he found that only a single night had passed. His family had barely noticed his absence, thinking he had gone to bed early. But Kaelen was changed. His eyes held new depth, his movements new grace. He found he understood the language of birds and could sense the weather changing before clouds appeared. The villagers noticed he had a peculiar way of making plants grow healthier and animals approach him without fear. Most remarkably, in moments of darkness or doubt, a soft glow would emanate from within him, a light that guided him and comforted others. Years passed. Kaelen grew into a man known for his wisdom and kindness. He became the village healer, using his knowledge of plants and his innate connection to nature to help those in need. Children gathered around him to hear stories of a hidden world they half believed was real, and adults came to him for counsel in difficult times. He never married, but was never lonely. The forest remained his companion, and occasionally in the twilight hours he would catch glimpses of silvery creatures watching him from between the trees, and sometimes, if he was very lucky, he would see a familiar small figure with twilight-colored fur and luminous eyes. One autumn evening, much like the one when his journey had begun, an old Kaelen sat by his fireplace, his granddaughter at his feet. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows around the room. "Grandfather," the child said, "tell me a story." Kaelen smiled, his eyes, still the color of moss after rain, twinkling in the firelight. He placed a hand on his chest, where a soft, warm glow began to emanate. "Tonight," he began, his voice like the rustling of leaves, "I shall tell you about a boy named Kaelen, and the journey that changed him forever." And as he spoke, the child listened, her eyes growing heavy with sleep, her dreams filling with silver trees and glowing flowers, with bridges of light and friendships that warmed the heart. And in her hands, as she drifted into peaceful slumber, she clutched an ordinary-looking stone that had begun to glow with a soft, ember-like light. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and possibility. Somewhere in the spaces between worlds, a forest guardian smiled, knowing the light would continue to burn steady and true. And in the hearth, the fire crackled on, its warmth embracing all who sought comfort in the long, peaceful night. Story 15. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a windowpane, there drifted a small, forgotten asteroid. Upon its surface grew a garden of crystalline flowers that chimed softly in the solar winds, and it was here that two unlikely souls found one another. The first was a being of light and facets, a creature from the world of Glimmer, where thoughts took shape as colors that danced across their crystalline skin. His name was Kaelen, and he communicated not with words but with shimmering hues that bloomed across his form like auroras. When he was curious, his skin rippled with soft gold. When he was content, it glowed with gentle violet. He had come to the asteroid to study the singing flowers, whose harmonies reminded him of home. The second was a soft, many-limbed being from the misty planet of Nimbus, where emotions were shared through delicate, bell-like tones that resonated from within. Her name was Lyra, and her body was covered in velvety fur that changed texture with her feelings, smooth when calm, slightly bristled when excited. She had journeyed to the asteroid seeking solitude, for the gentle hum of the crystals soothed her restless spirit. Their first meeting was one of startled wonder. Kaelen, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a brilliant, surprised blue. Lyra, in turn, emitted a soft, questioning chime. For a long moment they simply observed one another, two beings from different stars, unsure how to bridge the silence between them. It was Kaelen who made the first attempt at connection. Slowly he extended a faceted hand, and upon his palm he conjured a small, glowing orb of warm amber light. Lyra watched, her fur smoothing in curiosity. Then she reached out one of her own limbs, and from the tip came a gentle, resonant tone, like a droplet falling into still water. The sound caused the light in Kaelen's hand to pulse in response. And so they began to learn one another's language, not of words, but of light and sound, color and vibration. Over time, they discovered they both sought refuge on this little asteroid. Kaelen showed Lyra the crystalline cave he had found, its walls embedded with softly glowing minerals that cast a dreamlike radiance. Lyra, in turn, brought fibrous moss from her travel pouch, which she wove into soft nests and hanging tapestries that absorbed sound and created pockets of perfect quiet. Together they shaped the cave into a shared shelter, a place where both light and sound could live in harmony. Kaelen arranged clusters of luminous stones into gentle patterns on the walls, while Lyra hung her woven creations to soften the echoes. They called it the Harmony Hollow, and it became their sanctuary. Of course, there were misunderstandings. Once Kaelen, wishing to express affection, let his skin bloom with a vibrant, passionate crimson. To Lyra, whose people associated deep red with alarm or danger, the color sent a jolt of fear through her, and she responded with a sharp, discordant chime. Kaelen, confused by her reaction, dimmed his light to a worried gray. It took several moments of hesitant, gentle pulses and soft tones before they realized the cultural difference. When understanding dawned, Lyra's fur fluffed in amusement, and she emitted a ripple of laughter-like chimes. Kaelen responded with a playful flicker of rose and silver, and they spent the next little while teaching one another the emotional palettes of their homes. Another time, Lyra offered Kaelen a piece of cloud fruit she had brought from Nimbus. It was meant to be a gift of friendship, but when Kaelen tried to consume it, his crystalline body could not process it, and the fruit simply dissolved into a harmless mist around him. Lyra chimed in concern, but Kaelen responded by letting the mist swirl around them, catching the cave's light in 1,000 tiny prisms, turning the accident into a moment of shared beauty. Their days settled into a gentle rhythm. They tended the garden of chiming flowers together, Kaelen using his light to encourage their growth, Lyra using her harmonious tones to help them find their pitch. They explored the asteroid's gentle hills and quiet valleys, always returning to their cave as the twin suns of the system dipped below the horizon. But their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they would sit at the mouth of the cave, watching the stars drift by like distant lanterns. Lyra would hum a soft, continuous tone, a sound that spoke of peace and wonder, while Kaelen would let his skin mirror the starscape above, swirling with nebulas and constellations. In those moments, words were not needed. They had forged a language of their own, one built on patience, attention, and the simple desire to understand. One evening, as they watched a particularly brilliant nebula bloom on the horizon, a vast cloud of violet and gold that reminded them both of their first meeting, a realization settled over them. Though they came from different worlds, spoke in different ways, and experienced the universe through different senses, they had built something rare and beautiful, a friendship that needed no translation. Lyra reached out and placed a soft limb on Kaelen's shoulder. In response, Kaelen let his entire form glow with a steady, warm light, the color of hearth fire and honey. It was his way of saying, "You are my friend." And Lyra answered with a clear, resonant chime that hung in the air like a promise, her way of saying, "And you are mine." They knew that someday they might have to return to their own worlds. But for now, in their little hollow on a drifting asteroid, they had created a place where two different kinds of magic could weave together into something new. A place where light could sing and sound could glow, and where the universal language of kindness had built a bridge between stars. And as the nebula outside swirled in silent majesty, the two friends sat together in comfortable silence, sharing the quiet certainty that no matter how far apart their home planets might be, they had found a home in each other. Story 16. In the sleepy village of Glimmer-Box, nestled in a valley where the mountains wore scarves of mist and the river hummed lullabies over smooth stones, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was the kind of magic that didn't shout but whispered, a soft, shimmering thread woven through everyday life. The cobblestone streets were warmed by the sun by day and cooled by gentle rains by night. Wind chimes made of sea glass and silver sang from every porch, and the great clock tower in the village square kept time not with harsh bells, but with the soft, melodic tones of a music box. Our story begins on an evening painted in hues of lavender and gold, just as the sun dipped behind Whispering Peak. The village baker, a young woman named Anya, was closing up her shop. The air was rich with the comforting scent of cinnamon, yeast, and honey. She had just swept the last flower dust from the floor when old Finn, the stargazer, hurried in, his usually calm face etched with worry. "Anya," he said, his voice a low rustle like turning pages, "have you seen the stars?" Anya tilted her head. "They'll be out soon, Finn. The sky is clear." "No, no," he insisted, wringing his hands. "Not all of them, the Little Dipper, it's missing its handle. The stars are just gone." Intrigued rather than alarmed, Anya followed Finn outside. The first stars were indeed pricking through the twilight, but where the 4 stars of the Dipper's handle should have gleamed, there was only empty, deep blue sky. Soon others noticed. Lyra the potter pointed out that her sunflowers, which always turned to face the dawn, were now gently swaying toward the west. Milo, the young librarian, rushed over to say that all the clocks in the library were ticking backward. The village was abuzz with soft, curious murmurs. There was no fear, only a deep, wondering mystery. That night, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the clay-tiled roofs, the villagers gathered in the square beneath the clock tower. Its gentle chimes counted the hours, though no one was quite sure if they were moving forward or back. Anya, who had always solved problems not with force but with careful observation and a listening heart, stood quietly, taking it all in. "Perhaps it's the work of the shadow fox," suggested someone nervously, though their idea was quickly dismissed. The shadow fox was a figure from old tales, a mischief maker who loved puzzles and riddles, but never harm. Anya remembered something her grandmother used to say, "When the world turns upside down, look for the pattern in the chaos." So she did. She noticed that the rain droplets on the cobblestones seemed to shimmer with a faint silvery light, and they pooled not randomly, but in shapes that looked almost like constellations. The next morning the mystery deepened. The flowers in the window boxes of the village homes had changed color overnight. Pink roses had turned sky blue, and sunny marigolds were now a deep, velvety purple. Yet the villagers, ever kind and trusting, simply smiled and admired the new beauty. Anya decided to visit the archive, a cozy nook in the library filled with old maps, folk songs, and children's rhymes. Milo greeted her warmly. "Anything strange in your books today, Milo?" she asked. "Well," he said, pushing his spectacles up his nose, "the nursery rhyme book keeps falling open to the same page." He handed it to her. The rhyme read, "When stars forget their place to gleam, and time flows like a backward stream, find the key where memories bloom, in the silent, silvered room." A clue. Anya's heart gave a little leap. But what was the silent, silvered room? She thought of the old observatory atop the hill, but it was made of copper, not silver. She thought of the mirror in the town hall, but it was never silent. Just then Lyra came in, holding a pot that had been glazed in deep blue with silver specks. "Look," she said, "I found this buried in my garden. It must be years old, but see the pattern, it's the Little Dipper." Another piece. Anya took the pot carefully. Where exactly did you find it, Lyra? By the old well, she replied. The one we stopped using when the new pump was installed. Anya hurried to the well, its stone rim worn smooth by time. She peered down into the darkness. Was this the silent, silvered room? But it was dark and damp, not silvered. A red herring, but a delightful one, for tied to the well rope was a small, forgotten pouch containing smooth, star-shaped stones that glowed faintly. She pocketed them, feeling they were important. As she walked back, she passed the clock tower. The rain had stopped, and the puddles on the ground reflected the sky. And then it struck her, the silent, silvered room wasn't a room at all. It was the reflection in the water. Every puddle was a tiny, silver world, silent and perfect. She knelt by a large puddle near the base of the clock tower. There, reflected in the water, she could see the sky and the missing stars. They were in the reflection, shining brightly as ever. But when she looked up, the sky was still missing those stars. Puzzled, she sat back. The clock chimed softly above her. 3 gentle notes. And then she remembered the clock had been ticking backward. What if time itself was flowing backward in reflection? What if the stars weren't missing, they were just out of sync? She rushed to find Finn. Finn, she said, her voice eager but soft, what if the stars aren't gone? What if we're seeing the sky as it was, or as it will be? Finn's eyes widened. A temporal dissonance, caused by what though? Anya thought of the nursery rhyme. Find the key where memories bloom. Memories bloom like flowers. The color-changing flowers. She ran to the window boxes, now a beautiful mosaic of unexpected colors. And there, nestled among the blue roses, she found it, a small, star-shaped key made of crystal, gleaming as if made of starlight itself. But what did it unlock? She showed it to the villagers who had gathered around, their faces lit with curiosity and excitement. Old Mrs. Willow, the town historian, gasped. Why, that's the key to the music box inside the clock tower, the one that powers the chimes, but it hasn't been used in decades. Together, they climbed the narrow stairs of the clock tower. Inside, covered in a fine layer of dust, was a beautiful music box of silver and oak. Anya carefully inserted the key and turned it. Instead of music, a soft, shimmering light filled the tower, and the mechanism began to turn, forward now, not backward. They descended just as the sun began to set. The clock chimed, and as the last note faded, everyone looked up. One by one, the missing stars winked back into place, the handle of the Little Dipper gleaming brightly once more. The flowers gently shifted back to their original colors, and the clocks in the library resumed their steady forward tick. But the greatest surprise was yet to come. As full darkness settled, the stars began to shine more brightly than anyone had ever seen. They shimmered and danced, casting a soft, silvery glow over the entire village. And then from the edge of the woods a figure emerged, not a shadowy menace, but a graceful fox with fur that sparkled like the night sky. The shadow fox. It approached Anya and laid at her feet a single, perfect starflower that glowed with inner light. Then it dipped its head and melted back into the woods, leaving behind a sense of gratitude and peace. The mystery was solved. The temporal distortion had been caused by the music box winding down over time, its magic fading until it began to affect the very flow of time and light in Glimmer-Brook. The shadow fox, guardian of balance, had hidden the key among the flowers, not to cause trouble, but to invite the villagers to notice, to wonder, and to come together. That night the people of Glimmer-Brook spread blankets in the square, lit lanterns, and shared stories and sweets under the brilliantly restored sky. Anya sat among them, Finn on one side and Lyra on the other, feeling the warm sense of community woven even tighter by the shared adventure. And as the gentle rain began to fall again, tapping a soothing rhythm on the leaves and roofs. No one minded. For they knew that even the rain in Glimmer-Brook was just another whisper in the village's gentle, magical song. And high above, the stars shone down, constant and kind, guardians of the night, winking as if sharing a secret only they and the dreamers below would ever know. Story 17. The old house on Willow Lane held many secrets, but none so precious as the one waiting in the attic. Young Leo had always been told not to venture up there. The stairs were creaky, the space was dusty, and who knew what might be lurking in the shadows. But on this particular autumn afternoon, with golden light filtering through the circular window and dust motes dancing like fairies in the air, Leo felt an irresistible pull. Creak went each step as he ascended, the sound echoing through the quiet house like a gentle warning. The air smelled of aged wood and forgotten memories, with a hint of cinnamon from the apple pie baking downstairs. At the top, surrounded by trunks and covered furniture, something caught his eye. A small wooden clock, no larger than his hand, sitting atop a stack of yellowed letters. Its face was porcelain, with delicate painted flowers around the edges, and its hands had stopped at precisely 3:07. But what made it extraordinary were the tiny silver birds perched on its top, 7 of them, each with wings slightly spread as if about to take flight. As Leo reached for it, the smallest bird turned its head and chirped, a sound like tiny bells. Ting-a-ling-ling. Leo nearly dropped the clock in surprise, but instead found himself cradling it gently. The bird chirped again, and this time the other 6 joined in, creating a melody that sounded like distant wind chimes. The hands of the clock began to move backward, then forward, then settled again at 3:07. From within the clock came a soft, sighing sound, like a breath being held for too long. That evening, as firelight danced across the sitting room walls, Leo examined the clock more closely. The birds remained still now, but the sighing continued at regular intervals, a soft whoosh of air that seemed to carry a whisper of sadness. His grandmother, knitting by the fire, glanced over and smiled. "That old thing," she said. "Your grandfather found it in a curiosity shop years ago, said it had a lonely heart." That night, Leo placed the clock on his bedside table. As he drifted to sleep, he dreamed of 7 silver birds flying through starlit skies, always searching, always returning to a silent clock tower. The next morning, the first helper arrived. A ginger cat named Marmalade, who usually spent his days napping in sunbeams, jumped onto Leo's windowsill and began pawing at the glass. When Leo opened the window, Marmalade marched straight to the clock, sat before it, and began to purr, a deep, rumbling sound that made the tiny birds tremble. "They're not meant to be still," Marmalade said in a voice like gravel and honey. It's worth noting that in this world, certain animals spoke only to those willing to listen with their heart. Their wings should dance with the hours, but the clock's heart is sleeping. Leo blinked. "How do we wake it?" Marmalade twitched his whiskers. "Patience," he purred. "First we must listen." So listen they did. Leo discovered that if he held the clock to his ear, he could hear faint music, 7 different melodies intertwining, each missing a note here and there. The sighing came at the same moment in each cycle, when all 7 melodies tried to harmonize but failed. That afternoon brought the second helper. As Leo sat in the garden beneath the old oak tree, a small clockwork mouse emerged from between the roots. Its body was made of brass and copper, with tiny gears visible through its transparent back, and it moved with a soft click-click-click. "The melodies are memories," the mouse explained in a voice like tiny springs unwinding. "Each bird holds a moment of joy, but the clock needs harmony to remember how to beat." The mouse's tail twitched, producing a faint tick-tick sound. "I can help you hear the missing notes, but you must provide the courage to mend them." So began Leo's journey, not across lands or seas, but through the landscape of patience and attention. Each day he would take the clock to a different cozy corner of the house and garden, listening as the mouse pointed out the gaps in the melodies with its clicking tail. In the kitchen, while bread baked in the oven, they discovered the first missing note, a pause where there should have been the sound of laughter. Leo found that if he hummed the missing note, the corresponding bird would shiver, and its silver feathers would glow faintly. In the reading nook, as rain pattered against the window panes, they found the second gap, a silence where there should have been the rustle of pages turning. Leo whispered the sound, and another bird glowed. Week after week, they worked through the melodies. Marmalade provided comforting purrs when the task felt overwhelming, and the clockwork mouse offered precise guidance with its intricate knowledge of rhythms and patterns. The house itself seemed to help. The crackle of the fireplace provided a steady beat, the grandfather clock in the hall offered a deep talk to keep time, and the wind chimes on the porch occasionally chimed in with exactly the right note. The challenges were subtle but real. Sometimes Leo's patience would wear thin when a note eluded him for days. Sometimes frustration would bubble up when the birds fell silent despite his efforts. But kindness to himself and the task always proved the solution. He learned to set the clock aside when needed, to take walks in the crisp autumn air, to return with fresh ears and a calm heart. One evening, as the first snow of the season began to fall outside, coating the world in soft silence, Leo realized what the final missing element was. The sighing always came at the moment the melodies tried to blend. They needed not just notes, but connection. Gathering the clock, the purring cat, and the clicking mouse by the fireside, Leo did something he hadn't tried before. Instead of addressing each bird separately, he hummed all 7 melodies together, weaving them into a harmony that filled the room. The clock grew warm in his hands. The birds began to glow, first individually, then as a single silver light. Whoosh went the clock, but this time it was followed by a clear, beautiful chime that resonated through the house. The hands began to move, ticking steadily forward as the 7 birds took flight, circling the room in a glittering dance. Their music filled the air, 7 melodies now perfectly intertwined, each supporting the others. The clockwork mouse clapped its tiny paws. Click, 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 clack. Marmalade purred so deeply the floorboards vibrated. And Leo felt a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the fireplace. As the birds returned to their perch on the clock, Leo noticed something new. Where there had been 7 birds, there now sat an 8th, this one made of gold, slightly larger than the others. It opened its beak and sang a single, perfect note that contained all the others within it. "The heart awakens when harmony returns," murmured Marmalade, blinking slowly. The clock continued to tick, its sigh replaced by a contented hum. The birds would occasionally take flight throughout the day, their music weaving through the house, a melody of laughter, page turns, rainfall, crackling fire, and all the other sounds they had collected with Leo's help. That night, as Leo lay in bed watching the clock's peaceful glow, he understood that the greatest journeys aren't measured in miles, but in moments of attention and care. The extraordinary secret hadn't been in the clock itself, but in the willingness to listen, to persist, and to weave separate melodies into something whole. Outside, snow continued to fall with a soft hush-hush-hush, while inside the clock ticked on, its silver and gold birds occasionally rustling their wings with a sound like distant bells, keeping perfect time with a heart now wide awake. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets: a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. "Lost whispers, you say?" It squeaked, whiskers twitching. "Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things." Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. "I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness." Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. "Trouble brewing," he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. "The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root." Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the high tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. "Who disturbs my sorrow?" The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears, like liquid granite, rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cirrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen." The spirit's grinding voice faltered. "Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone." More stony tears fell. "Ask about the friend," the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. "Your friend." Oliver asked softly, "What happened?" A tremor shook the spirit. "The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone." Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cirrus drifted over the desolate pool. "I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force. The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned. The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. Imprisoned, not forgotten. "No," Oliver said firmly. "We can't help find its voice again." Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cirrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cirrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking, Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song. He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kaelen. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kaelen preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kaelen's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kaelen reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kaelen fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning, a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kaelen dressed quietly and almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kaelen's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kaelen could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kaelen came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kaelen reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kaelen stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kaelen had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kaelen approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kaelen stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kaelen," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmer-Delve." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kaelen the wonders of the Glimmer-Delve. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmer-Delve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kaelen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source. a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kaelen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kaelen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kaelen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kaelen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kaelen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kaelen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kaelen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kaelen, their eyes shining. "You have given it what it needed most. Connection, you have reminded it that it is loved." Kaelen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. "And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too." As the balance restored itself, Kaelen knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. "You will always be welcome here," Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kaelen's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. "Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places." Kaelen hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. "I'll come back," they promised, "and I'll bring more stories." The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kaelen stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. "You've been on a journey," she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kaelen nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. "I found where the light comes from," they said softly. "And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are." Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. "Then the lantern has found its true keeper." That night, as Kaelen lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kaelen realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kaelen drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Leo always felt the forest called to him. While other children chased hoops through cobblestone streets, he'd linger by the edge of Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood like sentinels guarding secrets. One crisp autumn afternoon, as amber leaves pirouetted to the mossy ground, a glint beneath a gnarled root caught his eye. It wasn't a stone or lost coin, but a smooth, egg-sized crystal humming with soft, internal light, shifting from dawn pink to twilight blue as he cradled it. Instinctively he whispered, "Hello." The crystal pulsed warmly against his palm, and the air before him shimmered like disturbed water. A hidden archway woven from ivy and starlight materialized between two trees. Curiosity, bright and insistent, nudged him forward. Stepping through was like diving into a sunlit pond. The forest transformed. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms glowed along velvet-soft paths. Trees bore fruit like crystallized honey, and the air tasted of rain-kissed petals and cinnamon. This was Sylvanara, a realm folded within Whisperwood, vibrant yet strangely silent. Leo soon discovered why. The heartwood tree, source of Sylvanara's magic, was fading. Its colossal trunk, once pulsing with golden sap, now showed cracks like dried riverbeds. Leaves, normally singing in the breeze, fell brittle and mute. A mournful tremor ran through the ground beneath Leo's feet. His guide appeared unexpectedly, a creature no taller than his knee, with bark-like skin, mossy hair, and eyes like chips of peridot. "I am Bramble," it rasped, voice like rustling leaves. Bramble belonged to the rootlings, shy guardians of the heartwood. "The weave weakens," Bramble explained, pointing a twiggy finger at Leo's crystal. "That is a keystone, it chose you. Only a bond between rootling and keeper can mend the heartwood." Leo hesitated. He was just a quiet boy. How could he mend magic? But Bramble's eyes held desperate hope, and the keystone glowed reassuringly. An unexpected friendship sparked, human and rootling, bound by a shared purpose. Their journey began at the Whispering Falls, where liquid moonlight cascaded into a pool, holding the first fragment of the fractured weave. To reach it, they needed to calm the agitated water sprites, whose songs usually soothed the falls but now crackled with discord. Bramble knew their language, a symphony of droplet chimes and ripple sighs, but fear made Leo clumsy. His first attempts to mimic the sounds with the keystone's aid produced jarring notes, scattering the sprites. Discouraged, Leo sat by the pool. Bramble didn't scold. Instead, it placed a small hand on Leo's wrist. "Listen not with ears," it murmured, "but with the quiet place inside." Leo closed his eyes, feeling the keystone's warmth sync with his heartbeat. He heard not noise but the sprite's sorrow, a melody of loneliness. Humming softly, Leo poured that understanding through the crystal. Gentle blue light flowed, weaving harmony into the discord. The sprites swirled joyfully, gifting him the shimmering fragment. Leo learned his first lesson: true listening heals. Next came the Vale of Echoing Winds, a canyon where breezes carried memories. The second fragment lay atop a treacherous spire, guarded by invisible wind dancers, spirits who tested resolve by amplifying doubt. As Leo climbed, the winds hissed his deepest fears. "You don't belong here, you'll fail them." Bramble clung to his shoulder, whispering encouragement, but the voices grew louder, chilling his bones. Paralyzed halfway up, Leo gripped the keystone. It flared, projecting an image. Bramble's trusting gaze, the heartwood's fading light, the sprite's renewed song. Courage wasn't the absence of fear, he realized, but choosing to act despite it. I belong now, he declared into the gale. The keystone blazed, scattering the doubting winds like smoke. He climbed, hand over hand, the winds now humming with approval as he claimed the second fragment. Courage, he learned, is a choice echoed in action. Their path then led underground to the crystal caves. Glowing geodes lit their way, but the third fragment lay deep within, protected by the stone sentinels, massive, slow-moving beings who valued wisdom above all. To pass, they had to solve the sentinel's riddle, what grows lighter with every burden it bears. Bramble scratched its mossy head. Feather. The sentinels remained impassive. A smile. Leo guessed. No response. They pondered as the earth rumbled impatiently. Leo thought of the keystone's weight in his pocket, of Bramble's unwavering faith, of Sylvanara's fading beauty. Trust, he said softly. The more burdens trust carries, fear, doubt, hardship, the lighter the heart becomes because you don't carry them alone. The sentinel's stony faces softened into something like approval. The cave walls parted, revealing the fragment. Wisdom, Leo understood, blooms in shared burdens. The final trial awaited at the heartwood itself. The great tree stood gaunt, its life force dim. To restore the weave, Leo and Bramble had to channel all three fragments through the keystone simultaneously, weaving light and intention into the cracks. But the shadow vines, parasitic tendrils feeding on the heartwood's weakness, thrashed violently, repelling their light. Bramble darted forward, trying to distract them, but a vine lashed out, trapping the small rootling. Leo. Bramble cried, struggling as the vine tightened. Panic seized Leo. Alone, facing the monstrous vines, his friend in peril, the old whispers of inadequacy surged. He clutched the keystone, now holding all three fragments. They pulsed erratically, mirroring his fear. Then he saw Bramble's face, not fear but absolute trust. The quiet place inside, Bramble gasped. Leo closed his eyes. He remembered the sprite's harmony, the wind's challenge, the sentinel's riddle. He felt the keystone not as a tool, but as an extension of his friendship with Bramble, his care for Sylvanara. Calm washed over him. He didn't fight the vines, he poured light into them, light filled with understanding, courage, wisdom, and profound friendship. The light wasn't harsh, but warm and accepting. The shadow vines shuddered, not destroyed, but transformed. They softened, greened, and gently retracted, becoming flowering tendrils that curled protectively around the heartwood's base. Leo ran to Bramble, the keystone flaring as it effortlessly dissolved the vine. Together, they placed their hands on the heartwood's trunk. The three fragments merged within the crystal, unleashing a river of pure, golden light. It flowed into the cracks, sealing them with seams of living gold. Sap, bright and singing, surged through the branches. Leaves unfurled, shimmering emerald and singing a chorus of pure, clear notes that resonated through Sylvanara. The realm exhaled, vibrant and whole. The weave was restored, stronger than before, thrumming with the power of their bond. Bramble beamed, peridot eyes shining. You were never just a boy, Leo. You were the keeper Sylvanara needed. The heartwood showered them in glowing pollen that smelled of deep earth and new beginnings. The archway shimmered back into view. Saying goodbye was bittersweet. Bramble pressed a small, luminous acorn from the heartwood into Leo's hand. So you remember, it whispered. Sylvanara is always with you, and so am I. Stepping back into his own world, Leo found the sun setting over Whisperwood, painting the sky in Sylvanara's colors. The keystone had vanished, but the acorn glowed warmly in his pocket. He wasn't the same quiet boy. He carried Sylvanara's light within him, the harmony of listening, the strength of chosen courage, the weightlessness of shared trust, and the unbreakable warmth of a friendship that crossed worlds. That night, as he lay in bed, the acorn pulsed gently on his nightstand, casting dancing leaf shadows on the wall. Outside his window, the wind through Whisperwood sounded remarkably like a contented sigh, and Leo drifted to sleep, a small smile on his lips, forever keeper of a hidden world and a friendship written in starlight and roots. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kaelen, who often felt as small and unnoticed as the pebbles along the riverbank. While other children his age raced through meadows with boisterous laughter, Kaelen preferred the company of mossy stones and whispering pines. His heart beat in time with the gentler rhythms of the world, the patter of rain on leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the way morning mist clung to the hillsides like a soft gray blanket. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge and painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Kaelen sat by the crackling hearth in his family's cottage. The fire popped and sighed, sending dancing shadows across the room. His grandmother, her hands busy with knitting, smiled at him over her spectacles. "You look thoughtful tonight, little one," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I was wondering," Kaelen began, tracing the grain of the wooden floor with his finger, "if there are places in this world where quiet things become important." His grandmother's needle stilled. "Oh, there are, but one must know how to look." She leaned closer, the firelight catching the silver in her hair. "Have I ever told you about the Glimmerwood?" Kaelen shook his head, curling closer to the warmth. "It's said that deep in the oldest part of the forest there grows a tree whose leaves hold the last light of day. They say that if you find it, and if the tree finds you worthy, it might grant you a single ember that never goes out, a little piece of perpetual twilight." That night, as Kaelen lay in bed, the image of that glowing ember filled his dreams. He saw it pulsing softly like a heartbeat in the dark, warm against his palm, a tiny sun he could carry in his pocket. The next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and his warmest cloak, Kaelen set out toward the ancient forest. The path was familiar at first, past the babbling brook where he sometimes skipped stones, beyond old Mr. Higgins' sheep pasture, and into the thinning woods where the trees grew taller and closer together. But soon the way became less certain. The sunlight, which had been dappling the forest floor, now struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead. The air grew cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Kaelen walked until his legs ached, following no path but the one his intuition carved. Just as doubt began to creep into his thoughts like evening chill, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, golden glow emanating from behind a curtain of hanging moss. Pushing it aside, he discovered not the legendary tree, but something equally marvelous. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, and upon its forehead, a mark that shimmered with a soft, internal light. The fox regarded him with intelligent amber eyes, unafraid. "You're far from the beaten path," it said, its voice like the stirring of dry grass. Kaelen, too surprised to be startled, simply nodded. "I'm looking for the tree that holds the daylight." The fox sat, wrapping its bushy tail around its paws. Many seek it, few understand what they're truly looking for. I am Ember, it said, the glow on its forehead pulsing gently as it spoke. I was once like you, a seeker. The tree granted my wish to become a guardian of these woods. Can you help me find it? Kaelen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ember tilted its head. I can guide you, but the journey will change you, as all true journeys do. The path to understanding is never the same path one walks in. And so began an unexpected friendship between a quiet boy and a mystical fox. They traveled deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Ember taught Kaelen to listen, not just with his ears, but with his entire being. Hear how the birch leaves tremble in a different rhythm than the oak, Ember would say. Notice how the light changes quality near the willow grove. Every living thing has its own song. Kaelen learned to distinguish the subtle music of the forest, the low hum of ancient stones, the whispering chorus of roots beneath the soil, the delicate chime of spiderwebs beaded with morning dew. He began to see patterns in the lichen on north-facing rocks, to understand which mushrooms indicated underground springs, to feel the history in the gnarled bark of elder trees. Days blended into one another, marked only by the gradual deepening of their journey. Kaelen shared his bread and cheese with Ember, who in turn showed him which berries were safe to eat and where the clearest water flowed. They slept beneath the stars, huddled together for warmth, with Ember's glowing mark providing comfort in the darkness. One evening, as they rested beside a stream that chuckled over smooth stones, Kaelen confessed, I used to feel invisible, like I didn't matter much. Ember's light pulsed softly. The quietest things often hold the deepest magic. The seed that grows unseen, the root that strengthens in darkness, the heart that loves without demanding attention. These are the forces that truly shape the world. The next day they arrived at a circular clearing where the air hummed with energy. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Kaelen had ever seen, its bark silver white, its leaves holding the colors of sunset, even though the actual sun was high overhead. This was undoubtedly the tree from his grandmother's story. As they approached, the tree's branches swayed, although there was no wind. A voice, deep and resonant like earth after rain, spoke without words, communicating directly to their hearts. Why do you seek the everlasting Ember, child of the outer world? Kaelen, who had practiced answering difficult questions during his journey, responded honestly. I thought it would make me feel important, but now I understand that importance isn't about being noticed, it's about noticing. The tree's leaves shimmered approvingly. You have learned well. But the Ember is not a prize to be won. It is a responsibility to be carried. It must be earned through service. What service? Kaelen asked. The forest suffers, the tree communicated, its branches drooping slightly. A darkness has taken root in the heart of the Glimmerwood, not evil but forgetfulness. The creatures have stopped listening to each other's songs. They no longer remember how their lives are intertwined. You must help them remember. Ember nuzzled Kaelen's hand. This is the true test. The darkness manifests as a mist that dulls the senses and separates beings from one another. For 3 days and nights, Kaelen and Ember traveled to the affected areas. The forgetfulness mist was indeed spreading. They found birds who had forgotten their migration songs, squirrels who couldn't recall where they'd buried their nuts, and a family of badgers who had forgotten how to dig proper tunnels. Kaelen discovered that his quiet nature served him well. While others might have tried to fight the mist with noise and action, he simply sat with the affected creatures, listening to their confusion. He didn't try to solve their problems, but instead helped them remember their own solutions. To the birds, he hummed the melodies he'd learned from listening to the wind through pine needles. Gradually they began to join in, their own songs returning like dawn after a long night. For the squirrels, he drew maps in the dirt based on patterns he'd observed in their behavior, helping them rediscover their hidden stores. With the badgers, he patiently demonstrated digging techniques he'd seen other animals use, until their muscle memory returned. Each small victory pushed the mist back slightly, but the source remained. Following Ember's guidance, they traced the forgetfulness to a cave, where a lonely mountain spirit had been weeping for centuries, its tears creating the confusion mist. "Everyone has forgotten me," the spirit mourned, its form shifting like smoke. "Once the forest creatures would bring me stories and songs. Now I am alone." Kaelen approached without fear. "I will remember you," he said simply, "and I will tell others to remember." He sat at the cave entrance and began to sing, a simple song about the interconnectedness of the forest, about how every creature, every plant, every stone had value and was remembered by the world. Ember joined in, its glowing mark brightening the cave. One by one, the creatures they had helped arrived, adding their voices to the chorus. The mountain spirit's form solidified into something resembling starlight and moss. Its weeping ceased and the mist began to dissolve, replaced by a gentle, golden light that spread through the forest. When they returned to the twilight tree, it greeted them with branches outstretched. "You have done what many could not. You healed with listening rather than force, with remembrance rather than conquest." From its highest branch, a single leaf detached and floated down, transforming as it fell into a softly pulsing ember that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire and the colors of sunset. It settled into Kaelen's open palm, warm but not hot, light as a feather. "This is now yours to safeguard," the tree communicated. "It will light your way, but its true purpose is to remind you, and those you share it with, that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness, and that remembering one another is among the most powerful magics." The journey back felt both the same and entirely different. The forest Kaelen had helped heal now seemed to recognize him. Trees bent their branches slightly as he passed. Animals paused to nod in gratitude. Flowers turned their faces toward the ember's gentle light. When he finally emerged from the forest edge near his home, the first stars were peppering the twilight sky. His grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. "You found it," she said, her eyes on the glowing ember in his hand. "I found more than that," Kaelen replied, Ember sitting faithfully at his side. That night, as Kaelen lay in his own bed, the ember pulsed softly on his bedside table, casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. He realized the journey had indeed transformed him, not by making him important in the way he'd imagined, but by teaching him that importance grew from connection, from listening, from remembering. Ember curled at the foot of his bed, its glowing mark synchronizing with the ember's rhythm. "The forest will always remember you," the fox whispered, "and I will always be your friend." Kaelen smiled, feeling a peace deeper than any he'd known. He understood now that the magical object wasn't the destination, but the reminder, a tangible representation of the light we carry for each other, the memories we preserve, the friendships that warm us from the inside out. As sleep gently pulled at his consciousness, the ember's glow seemed to fill the room with soft, golden warmth. The last thing Kaelen heard was the distant, familiar crackle of the hearth downstairs, and Ember's contented sigh as the fox too drifted into dreams. And in that space between waking and sleeping, in the gentle embrace of the light he'd earned not through conquest but through compassion, Kaelen understood that the greatest journeys aren't measured in distance traveled, but in the depth of connection forged, and that sometimes the quietest among us hold the most luminous magic of all. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. The first time Milo heard the soft chime of the Silverwind chimes, he thought it was just the breeze playing tricks through the old oak outside his window. But on the third night, when the full moon painted his bedroom floor in liquid light, the sound grew clearer, a melody like ice crystals tinkling against glass, pulling him toward the forgotten path behind the village mill. Wrapped in his patchwork cloak, Milo followed the music into the whispering woods, where trees wore beards of luminous moss that cast gentle blue halos on the path. The air smelled of crushed mint and rain-kissed stone. Deeper he wandered until the trees parted to reveal the Glimmer-Glass Vale, a hidden valley where flowers bloomed like captured starlight, their petals pulsing with soft gold and violet light. Streams flowed with liquid moonlight, and mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns along the banks. A gasp escaped Milo as a cluster of floating lights danced toward him. They resolved into tiny creatures with wings of spun sugar and bodies like flickering candle flames. "Glow wisps," Milo whispered, remembering his grandmother's tales. They chimed merrily, circling his head before darting toward a bridge woven from living vines. Crossing the bridge, Milo encountered the mossback guardians, 3 tortoises with shells like mossy hillocks and eyes like polished amber. They moved with the slowness of centuries, blocking the path to the valley's heart. "Seeker," rumbled the eldest, its voice like stones rolling downhill. "Answer this: I dance without feet, sing without breath, and guide wanderers home. What am I?" Milo's heart fluttered. He glanced at the stream's shimmering surface, where the moon's reflection rippled like a silver coin. "The moon," he ventured. The guardians remained still. Then he noticed the glow-wisps bobbing patiently above the water, their light painting the path. Fireflies. Again, silence. Suddenly a breeze swept through the vale, making the starflowers sway and the Silverwind chimes sing anew. Milo smiled. "It's the wind." The guardians blinked approvingly. "Wisdom blooms in stillness," said the eldest, lumbering aside. "Pass, little listener." Beyond them lay the vale's heart, a meadow where the Silverwind chimes hung from a tree with bark like woven moonlight. Each chime was a teardrop of frozen starlight, singing a different note in the breeze. Beneath the tree sat a creature like a rabbit sculpted from cloud and dandelion fluff, its eyes 2 drops of twilight. It nudged a smooth, opalescent stone toward Milo with its nose. "Thank you," Milo breathed, pocketing the stone. It warmed his palm, humming softly. The cloud rabbit twitched its ears, and Milo understood without words, "Share this courage." as dawn tinged the sky peach, the veil began to fade. The glow-wisps escorted Milo back to the vine bridge, chiming a farewell tune. He crossed just as the first sunbeam struck the valley, turning the starflowers to dew and the luminous streams to ordinary water. Back in his room, Milo placed the humming stone on his windowsill. It glowed softly, mirroring the moon's rhythm. That night and every night after, he'd touch its warmth and remember, the world brims with enchanted corners for those who listen to the wind's song. And though his feet stayed in his cozy bed, his heart would wander back to the glimmer-glass vale, where kindness was the compass, and wonders bloomed just beyond the edge of fear. He'd close his eyes, the stone's gentle pulse against his fingertips, and drift into dreams where mossback guardians whispered riddles, and cloud rabbits hopped through fields of endless starlight. And somewhere in the whispering woods, the silverwind chimes sang him a lullaby of brave beginnings and quiet returns. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the twilight lingered just a little longer than anywhere else. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the whispering woods, the cobblestone streets would glow with the soft light of lanterns shaped like fireflies, and the air would fill with the gentle chime of the clock tower marking the 7th hour. It was a place where the ordinary brushed gently against the magical, and where the villagers took comfort in small, steady rhythms. But one autumn evening, as young Finn sat on his windowsill counting the first stars to appear, he noticed something peculiar. The constellation of the silver swan, which always shone brightest directly above the old oak tree, was missing. Not a single star twinkled where the swan's graceful neck should curve. He blinked, thinking perhaps a cloud had passed, but the sky was clear and deep as a sapphire. The next night it happened again. This time the hunter's bow had vanished. And the night after that, the entire cluster of the dancing maidens was simply gone. No one else seemed to notice at first. The baker was too busy perfecting his cinnamon swirl bread, the weaver too absorbed in her shimmering threads, and the clockmaker too focused on the gentle tick-tock of his creations. But Finn, with his curious heart and watchful eyes, felt a quiet unease. The night sky felt incomplete, like a story missing its most beautiful chapter. He decided to visit Elder Maeve, who lived in a cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, where wind chimes made of seashells and silver bells sang with every breeze. Her home smelled of dried lavender and honeyed tea, and her wisdom was woven into every tale she told. "The stars aren't just lights, dear Finn," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "They're keepers of stories. If they're disappearing, perhaps a story is being forgotten." She hummed an old nursery rhyme half under her breath. "When the swan takes flight and the bowstring sighs, seek the weaver who threads the skies. Find the map that the moon once knew. Follow the path of the morning dew." Finn repeated the words, letting them settle in his mind like seeds waiting to sprout. Could it be a clue? The next morning, with a small satchel of oat biscuits and a warm woolen scarf, he set off to solve the mystery. His first thought was the village weaver, whose looms clacked rhythmically from dawn till dusk. Her workshop was filled with bolts of cloth in colors that seemed to shift in the light, deep blues that hinted at midnight, greens that shimmered like forest moss, and golds that glowed like captured sunlight. "Missing stars," she mused, not looking up from her work. "Perhaps they've simply grown tired of shining. Even stars need rest, you know." But then she paused. "Although last week my threads kept tangling into shapes like constellations, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks, and my blue dye, it's been fading faster than usual, almost as if the night itself is losing its color." Finn thanked her and continued on, his mind whirring. Fading dye. Tangled threads. It felt significant, but not quite the answer. Next, he visited the clockmaker, whose shop was filled with the gentle, rhythmic ticking of 100 timepieces. The grandest of them all was the moon phase clock, which chimed on the hour with a sound like raindrops on crystal. Stars vanishing, you say. The clockmaker adjusted his spectacles. Time has been feeling a little loose lately. My pendulum clocks have been swaying out of rhythm, and the sundial in the garden shows shadows moving backward in the late afternoon. Perhaps time itself is unwinding. This, too, was curious, but not quite right. Finn felt a flicker of frustration. What if he was on the wrong path entirely? As he wandered past the village square, he noticed the flower seller tending to her pots. Usually her blossoms were bright and cheerful, but today the petals of the midnight blues and starry whites had dulled to a pale gray. It's the oddest thing, she sighed. My evening glories usually bloom at sunset, but now they're opening at noon and closing at dawn, and their color, it's seeping away like sand in an hourglass. Finn's heart leapt. Blooms changing their rhythm. Colors fading. It reminded him of the weaver's dye and the clockmaker's backward shadows. They were all connected, but how? That evening he sat beneath the old oak tree, watching as yet another star, this time from the Little Dipper, flickered and vanished. A soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on the leaves above him. And then he heard it, a faint, melodic humming coming from deep within the whispering woods. It was the same tune Elder Maeve had hummed, the nursery rhyme about the weaver and the map. Curiosity alight like a lantern in his chest, Finn followed the sound. The forest path was lined with ferns that glimmered with dewdrops, and fireflies bobbed around him like floating embers. Deeper he went until he reached a clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood a small, ancient stone well, covered in moss and carved with star patterns. And sitting beside it was a little girl, no older than him, humming softly as she dipped a brush into a basin of what looked like liquid starlight. She looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. "You can't see me," she whispered. Finn nodded, too astonished to speak. "I'm Lyra," she said. "The keeper of the Well of Wishes. Every night I collect starlight to paint the dreams of sleeping children, but lately the starlight has been fading. I thought if I borrowed a little extra from the sky, just for a while, I could make the dreams brighter, but the more I take, the faster it fades." Her voice trembled. "I didn't mean to make the stars disappear." Finn's heart swelled with understanding. This was no malicious act, only a lonely child trying to spread a little more joy. He remembered the weaver's tangled threads, the clockmaker's swaying pendulums, the flower seller fading blooms, all because the balance of night and starlight had been disturbed. "You don't need to take the starlight," Finn said gently. "The dreams are bright enough because they are made with kindness. And look," he pointed to the well, where the water now shimmered with a soft, internal glow. "The well has its own light, you just have to let it shine." Together, they poured the borrowed starlight back into the well. As they did, the water began to glow even brighter, and one by one, the stars reappeared in the sky above. First the silver swan, then the hunter's bow, and finally the dancing maidens, twinkling more brilliantly than ever. When Finn returned to the village the next morning, he told the villagers everything. Rather than anger, they felt wonder. The weaver offered to weave a new tapestry of the night sky, using threads dipped in the well's glow. The clockmaker adjusted his clocks to chime in harmony with the rising stars. The flower seller planted evening glories around the well, their petals now gleaming with captured starlight. And Lyra was no longer alone. The children of Willowbrook took turns visiting her, bringing stories and laughter, and the dreams she painted became more vivid than ever, not because she used more starlight, but because she painted with friendship. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, the clock tower chiming softly in the distance, he looked out his window and saw the full constellation of the silver swan shining brightly over the old oak tree. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the gentle sound of Lyra's humming and the scent of night-blooming flowers. And he knew, as he drifted into a dream woven from starlight and kindness, that some mysteries are best solved not by fear, but by a caring heart and a willingness to listen. For in the quiet moments just between waking and sleeping, the truest magic reveals itself, gentle, persistent, and full of light. In the quiet, sleepy village of Amberwood, where chimney smoke curled into the twilight like lazy gray ribbons, there lived a young boy named Kaelen. His cottage stood at the very edge of the woods, where the whispering pines seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets with the wind. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, Kaelen would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and pop, a symphony of warmth and light that kept the encroaching shadows at bay. But tonight was different. Tonight, as a particularly stout log split open under the heat, something unusual tumbled from its heart. It was no ordinary piece of wood. It glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the color of ripe apricots in autumn sunsets. It was warm to the touch, but not hot, comforting like a hand held in friendship. Kaelen carefully picked it up, marveling at the way it seemed to breathe in his palm, its light ebbing and flowing like a tiny, captive star. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary ember. It felt alive. That night, as he lay in bed with the ember resting on his bedside table, its gentle glow painted shifting patterns on the ceiling. And in the quiet between heartbeats he heard it, a faint, melodic hum like a distant song carried on the breeze. It was a sound that spoke of ancient forests and hidden pathways, of mysteries waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The next morning, Kaelen awoke with a new restlessness. The ember still glowed softly beside him, and its hum seemed to have woven itself into his dreams, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose. After a breakfast of warm oatmeal sweetened with honey, he bundled up in his warmest woolens, tucked the ember safely into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny fairies. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden flowers. But Kaelen did not wander aimlessly. The ember in his pocket seemed to guide him, its hum growing slightly louder when he chose the right path, softening when he hesitated. He walked for what felt like hours, the world around him shifting from familiar oak and birch to older, grander trees with bark like wrinkled parchment and roots that sprawled across the forest floor like sleeping serpents. The light grew dimmer, the air cooler, and a deep, resonant quiet settled over everything. It was a silence that felt sacred, not lonely. And then he saw it, a door. It was woven into the massive trunk of an ancient willow, its frame formed by living, bending branches, and its surface an intricate tapestry of moss, lichen, and shimmering spiderwebs that caught the light like dewdrops. It was a door that seemed both part of the tree and something altogether magical. The ember in his pocket flared warmly, its hum now a clear, inviting melody. Hesitantly, Kaelen reached out. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing not the hollow of a tree, but a path descending into soft, dappled darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world that unfolded around him was unlike anything he had ever imagined. He found himself in a vast, subterranean grotto, but it was not dark. The walls and ceiling were studded with crystals that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, blues, greens, and gentle golds that shimmered like captured starlight. Giant mushrooms, their caps as wide as wagon wheels, dotted the landscape, emitting a soft, rhythmic pulse of light. A shallow stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its water clear as glass and filled with tiny, glowing fish that darted like living sparks. And there, sitting by the stream with her feet dipped in the water, was a girl. She looked to be about his age, with hair the color of moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing glimmer of the oldest forests. She was humming the same melody that his ember had sung. She looked up as he approached, but she did not seem surprised. "You found the heart ember," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I wondered when it would call someone new." Her name was Leora, and she was the guardian of this hidden world, a place she called the Glimmer-Deep. She explained that the heart ember was a fragment of the forest's oldest magic, born from the first fire ever kindled under these trees. It occasionally found its way into the world above, seeking out those with kind hearts and curious spirits. The ember is fading, Leora said softly, her gaze falling to the glowing stone in Kaelen's hand. Indeed, its light seemed weaker now, flickering uncertainly. The balance above is shifting, the old trees are forgotten, the streams are choked with silence. The Glimmer-Deep draws its strength from the health of the forest above. If it weakens, we weaken. Kaelen's heart ached. He thought of the woods he loved, the quiet groves and chattering brooks. He had not realized they were in pain. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Leora smiled, a small, sad thing. "The ember chose you for a reason. It believes you can help, but the way is not easy. The source of the fading is a mystery, a quiet sorrow that has settled over the land. We must find its heart and soothe it." And so began their journey, not a frantic race, but a slow, deliberate exploration of both the Glimmer-Deep and the woods above. They walked together, Kaelen with his warming ember, Leora with her innate connection to every root and stone. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories, Kaelen of his life by the hearth, of baking bread with his grandmother and listening to the owls call at night, Leora of dancing with fireflies and understanding the language of trees. As they traveled, Kaelen began to notice things he had never seen before. A patch of ground where nothing grew, though the soil seemed rich. A stream that flowed clear, but where no frogs sang. An old oak, its branches bare despite the season, standing lonely in a clearing. Each place felt heavy, burdened by a silence that was more than mere quiet. The ember would grow warm in these spots, its light pulsing slowly, as if in sympathy. It was near the silent oak that they met another unexpected friend. A small, elderly badger, her fur grizzled with age, was digging patiently at the base of the tree. She paused as they approached, looking up at them with wise, dark eyes. "You feel it too," she said, her voice a low, gravelly rumble. "The loneliness." Her name was Thistle, and she had lived by this oak for many seasons. She told them that the tree had once been the heart of a great gathering place for forest creatures. But over time, as animals grew scarce and humans kept more to their villages, the meetings had stopped. The tree had withdrawn into itself, its sorrow seeping into the earth around it. "It's not just this tree," Thistle sighed, settling onto her haunches. "It's many places. The forest forgets its own songs." The three of them sat together under the oak's skeletal branches, and Kaelen felt a profound sadness wash over him. It was not his own but the tree's, a deep, weary loneliness. Without thinking, he drew the heart ember from his pocket. It was glowing faintly, its light a pale, hopeful yellow. He placed it gently against the rough bark of the tree. A soft warmth spread from the point of contact, flowing up the trunk and down into the roots. The ember's light grew brighter, steadier. And then something miraculous happened. A single tender green leaf unfurled from a twig above their heads. It was small and fragile, but it was alive. Thistle let out a soft, amazed breath. Leora placed her hand on the tree, closing her eyes. "It remembers," she whispered. "It remembers it is not alone." They realized then that the mystery was not one single thing to be fixed, but many small fractures in the spirit of the forest. Places of forgotten joy, of abandoned connection. The fading was a loneliness that had taken root. Guided by the ember and Thistle's knowledge of the woods, they visited these places one by one. A meadow where no rabbits played anymore. A bend in the river where the kingfishers had nested for generations, now empty. Each time Kaelen would place the ember there, and its warm, persistent light would seem to awaken something, a memory of community, of shared life. And each time the ember itself grew stronger, its light more vibrant, its song clearer. It was as if by healing these lonely places, they were feeding the magic that sustained it. Throughout their journey, the friendship between Kaelen and Leora deepened. He taught her how to whistle using a blade of grass. She showed him how to listen to the stories the wind carried in its arms. They shared quiet meals of foraged berries and nuts, their laughter a new, joyful sound in the quiet glades. Thistle often joined them, her gruff warmth a steady comfort. Kaelen found himself changing, too. The boy who had been content to simply watch the fire now understood its true nature, not just as a source of warmth, but as a gatherer, a storyteller, a keeper of hearts. He understood that transformation was not always a dramatic burning, but often a slow, steady glow that nurtured new growth. One evening, as the three of them rested in a soft hollow carpeted with moss, the heart ember suddenly rose from Kaelen's palm. It hovered in the air between them, spinning slowly, its light now a brilliant, steady gold. The melody it hummed was no longer faint but full and complete, a song of wholeness, of balance restored. It floated to Leora, brushing softly against her cheek, then to Thistle, touching her nose, and finally back to Kaelen, resting once more in his hand. Its job was done. "The forest remembers its song," Leora said, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Thanks to you." But Kaelen shook his head. "Thanks to us." He looked at his friends, the forest guardian with mossy hair, the old badger with a heart as soft as her paws, and the magical ember that had brought them together. It was never about one person fixing everything. It was about remembering to listen, to care. The next day, Kaelen knew it was time to return home. The path back to the woven door felt familiar now, no longer strange or frightening. At the threshold he hesitated, looking back at Leora and Thistle. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Leora smiled. "The forest is always with you, Kaelen, and so are we. Listen for the hum in the hearth, look for the light in the leaves. We are never as far apart as it seems." Thistle nudged his hand with her wet nose. "Visit the old oak," she rumbled. "I'll save you the best blackberries." With a final, grateful look, Kaelen stepped through the door and back into the familiar woods of Amberwood. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He walked home, the now dormant heart ember cool and smooth in his pocket. It was just a stone again, but the magic it had carried was now a part of him. That night, as he sat by his crackling fireplace, the flame seemed to dance with a new, knowing light. He could almost hear a faint, familiar hum woven into the pop and hiss of the burning logs. He knew with a calm certainty that the forest was healing, that he had helped, that he had made true friends in unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the events of his journey replaying in his mind like a sweet, lingering dream. The warmth of the friendship, the gentle guidance of the ember, the quiet triumph of healing, it all settled around him like a soft, comforting blanket. Outside his window, an owl called into the night, a deep, soothing sound that spoke of wisdom and watchfulness. In the distance, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak, now sporting a brave crown of new green buds. The world was as it should be, connected, remembered, loved. And as Kaelen drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the true magic was not in glowing embers or hidden doors, but in the willingness to listen, to care, and to reach out a hand in friendship. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its light flickering across the room in a gentle, rhythmic dance, keeping watch over the boy who had learned to hear the song of the world and who would never feel alone again. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and fern learned this rhythm from Bramble-Bur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramble-Bur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life. The rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves, signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramble-Bur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as thistle and fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramble-Bur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stone Heart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stone Heart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramble-Bur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramble-Bur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. "Grandfather Bramble-Bur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together." Fern nodded vigorously, adding, "We need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song." Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stoneheart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. "This holds the memory of pure water," he said, "and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you." Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Heartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, "Help the river remember its song, remember." Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water, maybe if we remind the Heartwell together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories, we need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbirds' hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely. The bluebell petal radiated spring's promise. The dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy. The autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire. The snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on Thistle's and Fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He'd describe the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all, he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Anya who often felt as though she carried a small, cold space inside her chest. While other children laughed and played in the sun-dappled meadows, Anya would often wander alone, her footsteps quiet as falling leaves, her eyes always searching for something she could not name. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Anya sat by her window watching the first stars appear. A peculiar restlessness stirred within her, a feeling like a moth fluttering against glass. She slipped from her house and followed a path she had never taken before, one that led away from the warm glow of cottage windows and into the embrace of the ancient forest that bordered the village. The trees stood like silent guardians, their branches weaving patterns against the deepening blue of the sky. Anya walked until the village sounds faded completely, replaced by the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the occasional hoot of an owl beginning its nightly watch. Just as the darkness became nearly complete, she noticed something extraordinary, a faint, pulsing glow coming from between the roots of a great oak tree. Kneeling, she discovered a plant unlike any she had ever seen. Its leaves were velvety soft and dark as midnight, but from its center bloomed a flower that seemed woven from captured starlight. Each petal shimmered with a gentle, rhythmic pulse, casting soft patterns of light upon the surrounding moss. As Anya reached out hesitantly, the flower's glow brightened slightly, as if in recognition. "Hello, little one," she whispered, her breath forming silvery clouds in the cool air. Carefully, so carefully, she cupped the blossom in her hands. To her astonishment, it detached easily from its stem, resting in her palm like a living ember. Its light pulsed warmly against her skin, and as she held it, the peculiar coldness in her chest began to fade, replaced by a sensation not unlike sipping hot tea on a winter's morning. With the glowing flower cradled in her hands, Anya noticed something else, a path she was certain hadn't been there moments before. It was bordered by mushrooms that gave off their own soft bioluminescence, creating a winding trail deeper into the forest. The starflower in her hands pulsed a little brighter, as if encouraging her forward. And so her journey began. The path led her through parts of the forest that felt both familiar and utterly strange. Ancient trees stood with bark that seemed to shift and change in the flower's light, sometimes appearing as ordinary oak and maple, other times looking like silver-barked sentinels from a forgotten age. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Anya emerged into a clearing where the moonlight fell in silvery pools. At the center stood a creature that made her catch her breath, a great fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Between its paws rested a small, intricately carved box that seemed to be made of polished moonstone. "You've found the star nettle," the fox said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. Few can even see it, let alone have it respond to their touch. Anya, though startled, found she wasn't afraid. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a key," the fox replied, "and a guide. It responds to those who carry emptiness within them, not because they are lacking, but because they have space for wonder." The fox nudged the moonstone box forward. "This contains something that has been lost for many turnings of the seasons. The star nettle has chosen you to help return it." Anya opened the box to find a single, perfect feather that shimmered with all the colors of the aurora. As she lifted it, the feather seemed to weigh nothing at all, yet she could feel its importance humming in the air around them. "The forest of whispers is fading," the fox explained sadly. "The memory of magic is slipping away like sand through fingers. This feather belongs to the guardian of the northern lights who has slept too long. Without its return, the balance between worlds will tip, and this forest, and all the magic it contains, will fade into ordinary woods." The fox explained that the journey would take her to the northern meadows, where the sky touched the earth. She would need to follow the star nettle's glow, which would brighten as she drew closer to her destination. There would be challenges, the fox warned, not of monsters or dark forces, but of doubt and loneliness. And so Anya set out, the star nettle pulsing in one hand, the feather resting safely in her pocket. The forest seemed to shift around her, paths appearing and disappearing according to some ancient design known only to the woods themselves. The first night, as she curled beneath the roots of a sheltering tree, Anya discovered the star nettle's second gift. When held close, it emitted a warmth that kept the autumn chill at bay. As she drifted to sleep, the flower's light played across her closed eyelids, and she dreamed of dancing lights in faraway skies. Her journey continued through landscapes that blurred the line between dream and reality. She crossed streams where the water sang soft lullabies as it flowed over smooth stones. She passed through groves where the trees whispered stories of ages long past, their voices like the creaking of old rocking chairs. Sometimes the path would fade, and doubt would creep into Anya's mind. What was she doing, a child alone in an enchanted forest? But then the star nettle would pulse reassuringly, and a new path would reveal itself, marked by glowing mushrooms or fireflies that danced in deliberate patterns. After 3 days of travel, Anya came to a place where the forest grew quiet, too quiet. The usual rustlings and chirpings had faded away, leaving only the sound of her own breathing. Before her stretched a bridge made of woven vines and ancient wood, arching over a ravine so deep she couldn't see the bottom. The bridge looked fragile, swaying gently in the breeze. The star nettle's glow dimmed slightly. Anya's heart beat faster. She thought of turning back, of finding another way around. But as she peered into the gloom of the ravine, she realized there was no other path. The forest pressed in tightly on both sides, leaving the bridge as the only way forward. Taking a deep breath, she placed one foot on the bridge. It creaked ominously but held. Step by careful step, she made her way across, her hands gripping the vine railings tightly. Halfway across, a wind rose up from the ravine, causing the bridge to sway more violently. The star nettle slipped from her nervous fingers, tumbling down into the darkness below. No, Anya cried, her voice small against the vastness. For a moment she stood frozen, her heart aching with loss. The warmth that had comforted her was gone, and the familiar coldness began to creep back into her chest. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had failed. Without the star nettle, how would she find her way? How would she complete her task? But then she remembered the feather in her pocket. She took it out, and though it gave no light, holding it made her feel slightly better. She thought of the great fox's words, that the star nettle had chosen her not because she was fearless, but because she had space for wonder. Perhaps it had chosen her because she knew what it was to feel loss, and thus understood the importance of what she was trying to restore. Steeling herself, Anya continued across the bridge, one careful step at a time. When she finally reached the other side, she collapsed onto the soft moss, breathing heavily. She was safe, but alone in the deepening dark, without her guiding light. As night fell completely, Anya noticed something. Though the star nettle was gone, the memory of its warmth lingered in her hands. And when she held the feather to her heart, she realized that the courage she had found to cross the bridge had come from within herself, not from the magical flower. It was then that she heard a soft sound, a faint pulsing glow coming from further down the path. Hurrying forward, she found the star nettle resting gently on a bed of moss, completely unharmed. It glowed brighter than ever as she approached, as if it had known she would find her way to it. Tears of relief filled Anya's eyes as she carefully picked up the flower. "You came back," she whispered. The star nettle pulsed warmly in response, and Anya understood. The magic wasn't just in the flower. It was in her connection to it, in her willingness to continue even when afraid. Days turned into weeks as Anya journeyed northward. The air grew colder, and the first snowflakes began to dance in the air. The forest changed around her, the trees becoming slender white birches that stood like bones against the gray sky. The star nettle's glow grew stronger with each passing day, its light reflecting off the frost that coated every surface. One evening, as the northern lights began to shimmer overhead like curtains of emerald and violet, Anya emerged from the forest into a wide meadow blanketed in snow. At the far end stood a magnificent creature, a great bird with feathers that shimmered with the same otherworldly light as the aurora above. But the bird stood motionless, its eyes closed, as if trapped in an enchanted sleep. This was the guardian. Anya approached slowly, the star nettle glowing so brightly now that it cast no shadow. She could feel the feather in her pocket humming in recognition. As she drew near, she saw that the guardian looked weary, even in sleep. Its magnificent plumage seemed dimmed, and its breathing was shallow. Remembering the moonstone box, Anya took out the feather. The moment it left her pocket, it floated upward as if caught by an invisible breeze, then gently drifted down to rejoin the guardian's plumage. Where it settled, a soft light spread through the bird's feathers, like warmth returning to cold hands. The guardian's eyes fluttered open, eyes that contained entire galaxies within their depths. It regarded Anya with ancient knowing, then bowed its great head in gratitude. "Thank you, child of the mortal world," its voice echoed in her mind, gentle as falling snow. The forgetting had almost taken me completely. As the guardian stretched its wings, the northern lights above flared into brilliant life, dancing with renewed energy. Colors Anya had never seen before, impossible colors that existed only in dreams, swirled across the sky. The very air seemed to sparkle with renewed magic. The balance is restored, the guardian said. Because of your courage, the forest of whispers will remember itself. The magic will flow again. Anya felt the cold space inside her chest fill completely, not with magic, but with a deep sense of peace and connection. She had found what she hadn't known she was searching for. The journey home was different. The forest seemed brighter, more alive. Trees she passed seemed to lean slightly toward her, as if in gratitude. Animals she had never seen before, creatures of light and shadow, peeked out from behind trees before disappearing again. The star nettles' glow gradually dimmed as they neared the village, its job complete. When she reached the great oak where she had first found the flower, it pulsed one last time before floating from her hands and reattaching itself to its stem. The glow faded until it was just an ordinary-looking plant once more, though Anya knew the magic was still there, waiting for the next person who needed to find it. The great fox was waiting for her at the forest's edge. "You have done what few could," it said, its autumn-colored fur blending with the falling leaves. "The forest remembers you now. Whenever you need its comfort, it will welcome you." Anya returned to her village as the first true snow began to fall, blanketing the world in soft white. She slipped back into her house and into her bed without waking anyone. As she drifted to sleep, she could still see the northern lights dancing behind her closed eyelids. The next morning and in the days that followed, Anya seemed changed to those who knew her. The quiet sadness that had often clouded her eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet knowing. She still enjoyed her solitary walks in the woods, but now she moved with purpose, as if sharing secrets with the trees. On clear winter nights, when the northern lights were particularly bright, Anya would sometimes slip away to the forest's edge. There she would often see a flash of autumn-colored fur or hear a voice like rustling leaves, and she would know that the magic she had helped save was thriving. And sometimes, when she placed her hand against the bark of certain ancient trees, she could feel a faint, familiar warmth pulsing within, the memory of magic and of a journey that had transformed not just a forest, but a young girl who had discovered that the greatest magic often lies not in extraordinary things, but in the ordinary courage to care for them. As the years passed, Anya became the village storyteller, sharing tales of enchanted forests and northern lights with wide-eyed children. She never spoke of her own journey, but sometimes, when telling particularly magical stories, her hands would cradle an invisible warmth, and those listening would feel an unexplained sense of peace settle over them. On the night she became a grandmother for the first time, as she held her newborn grandchild by the fireplace, Anya noticed a familiar pulsing glow coming from the window. Outside, nestled in the snow, was the star nettle, glowing gently, as if to welcome the new life into a world that still held magic for those who knew how to look for it. And as the baby's eyes fluttered closed in sleep, Anya began to whisper a story of enchanted forests and gentle foxes, of bridges that required courage to cross, and of lights that danced in faraway skies. Her voice wove a tapestry of warmth and wonder that wrapped around the sleeping child like a blanket, ensuring that the magic would continue, passed down through stories and through hearts brave enough to believe in them. Outside, the northern lights danced in celebration, their colors reflected in the falling snow, while deep in the forest, a great fox smiled beneath the ancient trees, knowing that the magic was safe for another generation. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, a star nettle pulsed gently, waiting for the next heart that needed its light. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Alara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Alara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Alara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. "But mice don't shred moonbeam charms." A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the whispering woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. "Ah, little observer," he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. "Trouble in the valley, I sent it on the wind. Sit, warm your bones." Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. "Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between." He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. "Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets." So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints no larger than her thumbnail dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prints wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. "Too deep, always too deep," whimpered one, its wings drooping. "The heart nut must find soil before the roots turn to dust." Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting. Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. "Please," she whispered. I won't hurt you." The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see." "I see you," Clara said gently. "Why are you digging?" The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. "We never meant harm," Bramble sniffled. "Only to save our home." Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. "The blight," he murmured. "I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach." He nudged the withered acorn Bramble carried. "This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heartroot bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another." He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Ilara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrels' devoted care. At dusk, they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision, they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat. Chimneys puffed curls of wood smoke into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifted from every window. Yet for 7 mornings, a peculiar chill had settled over the hearths and hearts of the villagers. Overnight, without fail, every loaf of bread, every muffin, and every crumbly scone turned as hard and dry as river stones. Not a single bite remained soft. Young Clara, whose bakery windows glowed golden at dawn, noticed something stranger still. Each morning, a perfect circle of dewdrops shimmered on her flower-dusted work table, a tiny, glittering halo where no water ought to be. "Like fairy tears," she murmured, tracing the damp ring with her finger. When she mentioned it to old Master Hemlock, the village's retired stargazer, his bushy silver eyebrows knitted together. "Dew where dew shouldn't fall, that's no ordinary mischief," he said, stirring honey into his chamomile tea. Nature leaves clues for those who look gently, Clara. Watch the small things. That night Clara stayed hidden behind her flour sacks, lantern dimmed. Moonlight spilled through the bakery window, painting silver stripes on the wooden floor. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft rustling came from the rafters. Down fluttered a dozen creatures no larger than acorns, their bodies woven from dried moss and milkweed fluff, wings like spun maple seeds. They hummed a melancholy tune as they landed near Clara's prized rosemary loaf. Where their tiny feet touched the crust, the bread instantly hardened and cracked. One mosskin brushed a dewdrop from its eyes, a tear that rolled onto the table, forming the very circle Clara had found. Her heart ached at their sorrow. Quiet as a falling leaf, she followed them at dawn's first blush, past the whispering creek and into the mosswood. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered their home, a village of lichen-capped toadstools, now brittle and crumbling. The once gurgling spring that fed their glen had dwindled to a muddy trickle. "Our roots thirst," whispered the eldest mosskin, its voice like wind through reeds. "When we weep, the world dries with us." Clara rushed to Master Hemlock. Together they traced the stream uphill, finding its source blocked by a landslide of smooth, dark stones. "Observe," Hemlock murmured, tapping a stone with his walking stick. It rang hollow. Clara pressed her ear to it and gasped. A faint, rhythmic thumping echoed within, like a tiny heartbeat. "Thunder eggs," Hemlock exclaimed. "Geodes sleeping deep in the earth. The landslide must have woken them, and their thirst is mighty. They've drunk the stream dry." The solution came in a flash of kindness. Clara gathered every villager to bake not bread, but honey-sweetened clay, a paste of river mud, wildflower nectar, and crushed quartz for sparkle. They sculpted dozens of hollow spheres, thin as eggshells, and carried them to the landslide. As the moskins sang their softest lullabies, the villagers nestled the clay orbs against the thunder eggs. The geodes, enchanted by the sweetness and song, eagerly drank the clay's moisture. Slowly, gloriously, water began seeping around them, rejoining the stream in a joyful babble. That night, Bramble Hollow's bread stayed pillow soft. And on Clara's windowsill, the moskins left a thank-you gift, a miniature loaf woven from dewy spider silk and edible moonbeams, forever fresh, forever sweet, a reminder that even the smallest tears, when heard with a gentle heart, can water the deepest wonders. As Master Hemlock would say, sipping his tea by the fire, the world whispers its mysteries, but only kindness turns them into song. And so the moskins' lullabies drifted through the woods once more, now bright as spring rain, weaving peace into every dream. In the quiet village of Glimmer-Brook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Glimmer-Brook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaelen decided to uncover the truth. Kaelen was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaelen set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaelen had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaelen had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelen said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelen saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelen knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. "My grandmother's cloak," the girl replied. "It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while." Kaelen's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. "What's your name?" she asked. "Lyra," the girl said. "I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse." Kaelen smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. "Lyra," she said, "you have a kind heart. But the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light." Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. "I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother." Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaelen held out her hand. "Come," she said. "Let's find another way." Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaelen raised her hand gently. "There is no thief here," she said, her voice clear and calm. "Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply." She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Alara, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. "There is another way," she said. "A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness." So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaelen had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. "Thank you," she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaelen. "I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again." Kaelen smiled. "You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both." That night, as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmer-Box awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmer-Box sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmer-Box know, the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely, and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature. A small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a Glimmer-Wang, as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The Glimmer-Wang's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light." It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Leo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Leo was beginning to recognize as laughter. "The stone doesn't lie, it responds. You led yourself here, Leo, but since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful?" There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Leo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Leo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other Glimmer-Wangs drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Leo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. "The memory tree," Flicker chimed reverently. "Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared." As they drew nearer, Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Leo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And suddenly, he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Leo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. "The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise." The memory faded, and Leo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. "She had a kind heart," Flicker chimed softly. She visited here often. Leo looked at the Glimmerwing, surprised. You knew her. All who carry heartstones are known to us, Flicker said. They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree. For a long moment, Leo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. The Heartstone responds to what is already within you, Leo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves. Leo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. What do I do with it? He asked. Whatever feels right, Flicker replied. Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember. But before Leo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree. Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. What can we do? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust. Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried and how it had lessened here in this place of connection. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. You are not alone, he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. And neither am I. The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the Glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other Glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the woods seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. You see, Flicker chimed softly. You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it. Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly, he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day, Leo baked bread using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kaelen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kaelen's scout pod, damaged in a micro-meteoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kaelen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kaelen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kaelen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kaelen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kaelen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kaelen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kaelen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kaelen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kaelen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kaelen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kaelen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kaelen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kaelen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kaelen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kaelen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kaelen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleese's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kaelen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Glesian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kaelen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kaelen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kaelen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kaelen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care sound and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kaelen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kaelen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kaelen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmony's rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. The first frost had painted silver cobwebs on Lily's window pane that morning. Now, as twilight deepened into a velvety indigo outside, the familiar shapes of her room, the sturdy oak wardrobe, the bookshelf crammed with well-loved tales, the rocking chair draped with a worn quilt, seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the night's story to unfold. Lily burrowed deeper under her patchwork duvet, the scent of lavender sachets mingling with the faint wood smoke drifting from the hearth downstairs. Her gaze drifted to the small, smooth stone resting on her bedside table. It wasn't much to look at by daylight, just a gray river pebble. But in the fading light it held a secret, a faint, pulsing warmth deep within its core, like a captured ember. She'd found it weeks ago, washed up on the bank of the Whispering Creek, and it felt alive. Tonight the stone hummed softly against her palm when she picked it up. A gentle vibration, almost a purr, resonated through her fingers. Lily closed her eyes, breathing in the quiet. That's when she heard it, a sound woven into the silence itself. Not the creak of the house settling, nor the distant hoot of an owl. This was a melody, faint and ethereal, drifting on the cool night air like the scent of moonflowers. It seemed to come from inside the stone, a song of longing and forgotten paths. Curiosity, a familiar friend, nudged Lily. Slipping out of bed, the polished wood floor cool beneath her bare feet, she padded to the window. The melody grew clearer, not from the stone now, but seemingly from the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the bottom of her garden. Its gnarled branches, silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, seemed to beckon. The stone pulsed warmly in her hand, its inner light flaring briefly, illuminating tiny veins of gold and amber within its gray surface. It felt like an answer, a key. Pulling on her thickest woolen socks and wrapping her faded dressing gown tightly around her, Lily slipped out of her room. The house was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The cool night air kissed her face as she opened the back door, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves sharp and inviting. Holding the glowing stone aloft like a tiny lantern, its soft amber light casting long, dancing shadows, she made her way down the dew-kissed garden path towards the old oak. As she approached, the melody swelled, no longer faint but rich and complex, the sound of wind through crystalline leaves, of water trickling over ancient stones, of laughter echoing down long corridors of time. It emanated from the massive, moss-covered roots that erupted from the earth like petrified serpents. Nestled between two particularly large roots, half hidden by curtains of ivy, Lily saw something she'd never noticed before, a gap. Not a crack, but an opening, dark and inviting, shaped like an arched doorway. The stone in her hand flared brightly, its warmth intensifying, pulling her gently forward. Taking a deep breath, the song filling her ears and the stone's light guiding her way, Lily stepped through the root arch. The air changed instantly. It became warmer, thicker, tasting faintly of ozone and damp moss. Instead of the expected darkness of a hollow tree, she found herself on a winding, downward path. It wasn't earth or wood beneath her feet, but smooth, cool stone, worn by time and countless unseen footsteps. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting an eerie, beautiful blue-green glow that mingled with the warm amber light from her stone. Giant, luminous mushrooms like parasols spun from moonlight dotted the path. The air hummed with unseen life, a soft chorus of chirps and rustles accompanying the haunting melody. She had stepped into the gloaming. The path descended gently, spiraling deeper. Strange, luminous flowers unfurled petals like spun glass. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than fireflies but shaped like miniature birds with iridescent scales, darted through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust. Lily walked in wide-eyed wonder, the stone clutched tightly, her heart pounding not with fear but with a thrilling sense of discovery. She was in a hidden world, a secret heart beating beneath her own garden. The path opened into a vast, subterranean cavern. It took Lily's breath away. Above, the ceiling shimmered with constellations of embedded crystals, reflecting the soft light below. Below, a network of canals wound through the cavern floor, filled not with water, but with liquid light, a shimmering, golden substance that flowed silently, illuminating everything with a warm, buttery radiance. Buildings, if you could call them that, were carved directly into the cavern walls, or built from luminous fungi and woven vines. They looked like giant, intricate bird nests or clusters of glowing gourds. Bridges made of woven light spanned the canals, and everywhere moved the inhabitants of the gloaming. They were small, perhaps knee-high to Lily, with skin the color of polished walnut or smooth river stones. Large, luminous eyes, like pools of liquid moonlight, dominated their gentle faces. Some had delicate, moth-like wings shimmering on their backs, others had fur like soft moss, and still others seemed woven from shadow and starlight. They moved with a quiet grace, tending luminous gardens, weaving strands of light on intricate looms, or simply sitting by the canals, their reflections shimmering in the golden flow. The melody Lily had followed was everywhere here, woven into the very air, sung by the people and echoed by the cavern itself. Lily stood frozen at the cavern's edge, a giant in this miniature world. Her presence hadn't gone unnoticed. The gentle activities ceased. Hundreds of luminous eyes turned towards her, wide with shock, and Lily feared suspicion. A ripple of silence spread outwards from her. She felt enormous, clumsy, and utterly alien. Then a small figure detached itself from the shadows near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It moved towards her with surprising speed, not flying, but skittering on quick, tiny legs. It was roughly the size of a hedgehog, covered in short, velvety fur the deep blue of twilight. Large, intelligent eyes, the color of periwinkles, regarded her intently from beneath tufted brows. Instead of wings, it had delicate, feathery antennae that twitched constantly. It stopped a few feet away, puffing itself up slightly, and let out a series of high-pitched chirps and clicks that sounded remarkably like a question. "Hello," Lily whispered, crouching down slowly, trying to make herself less imposing. "My name is Lily. I followed the song." The little creature tilted its head, antennae quivering. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing the air. Its eyes fixed on the stone in Lily's hand. With another series of rapid clicks, it pointed a tiny, clawed finger at the stone, then at Lily, then back at the stone. You know this stone?" Lily asked, holding it out carefully. The stone pulsed warmly, and its inner light seemed to brighten in response to the creature's proximity. The blue-furred being let out a soft trill, its posture relaxing. It skittered closer, reaching out a tentative paw to touch the stone. As its tiny claws brushed the surface, the stone flared brilliantly, bathing both of them in warm, amber light. A wave of understanding, wordless but profound, washed over Lily. She felt the creature's surprise, its curiosity, and beneath it, a deep, resonant sadness. She also felt its name, Pip. Pip, Lily thought, the name feeling right. "You're Pip." Pip's large eyes widened further. It chirped excitedly, a sound like tiny bells. It touched the stone again, then pointed urgently towards the center of the cavern, where a magnificent structure rose, a towering spire, seemingly grown from a single, colossal crystal, pulsating with a soft, internal light. Pip's clicks and chirps grew frantic, laced with unmistakable worry. It pointed to the crystal spire, then made a gesture like something breaking, accompanied by a mournful whine. It then mimed holding something precious and looking around desperately. The song. Lily breathed, understanding dawning. "The melody I heard, it came from there, and it's fading. Something's wrong." Pip nodded vigorously, antennae drooping. The beautiful melody that filled the cavern was changing. Where it had been rich and full, now thin, discordant threads wove through it, like a tapestry beginning to unravel. A murmur of unease ran through the watching, gloaming folk. Their luminous eyes were no longer fixed solely on Lily, but darted nervously towards the central spire. Pip tugged gently on the hem of Lily's dressing gown, chittering insistently. It pointed again towards the spire, then back at Lily's stone, its tiny face etched with desperate hope. Lily looked from the anxious Pip to the troubled faces of the gloaming folk, then to the pulsing crystal spire whose light seemed to flicker uncertainly. The humming stone in her hand felt like an anchor, its warmth spreading courage through her. This hidden world, this fragile, beautiful place beneath her feet, was in trouble. And somehow Pip believed her stone, and perhaps her, could help. "I don't know how," Lily whispered, more to herself than to Pip, "but we have to try." She straightened up, meeting Pip's determined gaze. "Lead the way, Pip." A collective sigh, like wind through reeds, seemed to ripple through the cavern. The suspicion in the luminous eyes softened into wary curiosity and a flicker of desperate hope. Pip gave a determined little chirp and scampered off along a path of smooth, glowing stones that wound towards the crystal spire. Lily followed, her bare feet silent on the cool surface, the stone held aloft like a beacon. The gloaming folk parted silently before her, their watchful gazes now carrying the weight of their world's fragile song. The path led to the base of the immense crystal spire. Close up, it was even more breathtaking. Veins of gold, silver, and deepest amethyst ran through its translucent heart, pulsing slowly with light that seemed to breathe. The discordant notes in the cavern's melody were stronger here, jarring against the spire's inherent harmony. At the spire's base was an arched opening, leading into its cool, shimmering interior. inside the air hummed with power. The walls glowed softly, casting shifting patterns of light on the smooth floor. In the very center of the chamber stood a pedestal carved from the same living crystal. Resting upon it wasn't a grand gem or a complex machine, but something surprisingly simple. A large, perfect seashell, spiraled like a unicorn's horn, crafted from mother-of-pearl that shimmered with all the colors of dawn and dusk. This, Lily understood instinctively, was the heart shell. It was the source of the gloaming's song, the focus of its harmony. But its light was dim, flickering erratically. Fine cracks like spiderwebs of shadow marred its luminous surface. The beautiful melody emanating from it was strained, thin, and punctuated by jarring silences. Surrounding the pedestal were three elderly gloaming folk, their fur or skin etched with deep lines, their large eyes clouded with worry. They were singing, their voices high and pure, weaving intricate harmonies aimed at the heart shell. But their song seemed weak, unable to penetrate the shadowy cracks or mend the fraying melody. One of them, a being with bark-like skin and hair like silvery moss, looked up as Lily and Pip entered. His eyes, ancient and weary, widened slightly at the sight of Lily, then fixed on the stone in her hand. A spark of something recognition, disbelief, flickered within them. Pip skittered forward, chattering urgently at the elders, pointing emphatically at Lily and her stone. The elder with bark-like skin listened, his gaze never leaving the pulsing pebble. He raised a gnarled hand, silencing Pip. His voice, when he spoke, was surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones shifting in a deep riverbed, yet Lily understood its meaning through the same wordless connection the stone seemed to provide. The songstone, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. It returns after so many turnings of the great wheel. He stepped towards Lily, his movements slow and deliberate. Child of the surface, bearer of the sun's echo, you hold a fragment of the first light, a piece of the world heart that birthed both our realms. The heart shell weakens, the veil between worlds thins, and shadow seeps in, stealing our harmony. He gestured towards the cracked shell. Our song alone is not enough. The songstone, it remembers the first song. It can mend what is broken, but only if its light can reach the heart. Lily looked down at the warm stone in her hand, then at the faltering heart shell. The weight of responsibility settled on her small shoulders, but it felt less like a burden and more like a purpose. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady. "You must sing," the elder said simply. "Sing with your heart, let the songstone guide you. Its light carries the memory of the first song. Your voice, amplified by its power, might reach where ours cannot. Sing." Lily's heart fluttered nervously. She loved to hum to herself in the garden, but singing here, in front of these ancient beings, to save their world. The discordant notes from the heart shell seemed to mock her uncertainty. Pip nudged her ankle, chirping softly, its large eyes filled with unwavering trust. Lily looked at her small friend, then at the worried faces of the elders, and finally at the beautiful, suffering heart shell. This hidden world, discovered through wonder and a strange stone, needed her. Taking a deep breath, Lily stepped closer to the pedestal. The air vibrated with the strained song of the heart shell and the weakening harmonies of the elders. She closed her eyes, shutting out the enormity of the crystal chamber and the watchful eyes. She focused instead on the warm, pulsing stone in her hand. It felt like holding a tiny sun, a fragment of pure, ancient light. She remembered the melody that had drawn her here, the song of the gloaming, the song of the heart shell in its strength. It was a song of roots delving deep, of stars reflected in underground rivers, of quiet growth and enduring peace. She opened her mouth. No practiced melody came out, just a single, clear note. It was hesitant at first, thin as a spider's thread. But as the note hung in the air, the songstone in her hand flared. Its warm amber light intensified, bathing her and the pedestal in its glow. The light didn't just illuminate, It seemed to resonate with her voice, amplifying it, enriching it, weaving threads of golden sound around her simple note. Encouraged, Lily sang another note, then another. She didn't think about words or complex tunes. She poured her feelings into the sound, her awe for this hidden world, her worry for Pip and the gloaming folk, her hope for the heart shell. She sang of the cool garden earth, the rustling leaves of the old oak, the comforting crackle of the fireplace, the vast, starry sky above. She sang of connection, of light finding its way through darkness, of strength found in kindness. The songstone blazed. Its light streamed from her hand, not as a beam, but as tendrils of liquid gold, flowing towards the cracked heart shell. Where the light touched the shadowy cracks, they hissed faintly, like ice meeting fire. The darkness recoiled. Lily's voice, amplified and transformed by the stone's power, filled the crystal chamber. It wasn't loud, but it was profound, rich with the warmth of the surface world and the ancient memory held within the stone. It wove around the faltering song of the elders, strengthening it, guiding it. The discordant notes faltered. The jarring silences shortened. The heartshell itself began to glow brighter, its internal light fighting back against the invading shadows. The mother of pearl shimmered fiercely, the colors deepening. Lily felt the resistance, a cold, clinging darkness that fought the warm light pouring from the songstone and her voice. It felt like singing against a gale. Her throat ached. Doubt whispered, could she hold on? Then a new sound joined hers. A soft, determined chirping. Pip, standing tall beside her, was singing too. Its tiny voice, pure and high, wove into Lily's melody, adding a thread of fierce courage. Then one of the elders joined, his deep voice rumbling like bedrock, adding strength. Another added their harmony, then the third. The combined song lilies amplified by the songstone, Pip's bright chirp, and the elders' ancient harmonies became a powerful river of sound and light, washing over the heartshell. With a final, resonant chime that echoed through the entire cavern, the last shadowy crack sealing the heartshell vanished. The shell blazed with pure, radiant light, bathing the crystal spire in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. The melody that burst forth was triumphant, healing, and whole, the true song of the gloaming, restored in all its breathtaking complexity and beauty. It surged outwards from the spire, filling the cavern, washing over the gloaming folk who stood watching. A collective sigh of relief and joy rose from them, like leaves rustling in a grateful wind. Tears streamed down Lily's cheeks, but they were tears of pure, exhausted joy. The songstone's light slowly subsided, returning to its gentle, pulsing warmth. Lily lowered it, her voice falling silent. She felt utterly drained, yet filled with a profound sense of peace. Pip leaped up, chattering excitedly, doing a little jig of pure happiness. The elder with bark-like skin approached Lily. He placed a gnarled hand over his heart and bowed deeply. "Bearer of the sun's echo," he said, his voice thick with gratitude, "you have restored the heart song. You have saved the gloaming. Our harmony is your harmony now. You will always find welcome here." Lily smiled, a tired but radiant smile. "I just sang," she whispered. "The stone and Pip and all of you, we did it together." She looked around the now brilliantly lit chamber, the restored heart-shell pulsing steadily. The fear and suspicion in the luminous eyes had vanished, replaced by warmth, gratitude, and wonder. She had come seeking the source of a song and found a hidden world and a friend. She had faced a darkness she didn't understand and found the courage to sing against it. The timid girl who had crept from her bed felt different, stronger, connected. The journey back through the luminous cavern felt like a dream. Gloaming folk bowed or waved as she passed, their faces alight with smiles. Pip scampered proudly beside her, occasionally darting off to excitedly chirp the news to others. The path upwards, lit by the gentle glow of the fungi and her now softly humming stone, seemed shorter. Stepping back through the root arch into her own cool, quiet garden felt like emerging from a vivid dream into comforting reality. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the frost on the grass with pale pinks and golds. The melody of the gloaming was a soft, contented hum in her mind now, no longer a call but a gentle connection. Back in her room, the familiar shapes welcomed her. She placed the songstone back on her bedside table. It was warm, its inner light pulsing slowly, peacefully, like a resting heartbeat. The faint, beautiful melody of the gloaming seemed to resonate softly from it, a lullaby just for her. Pip had insisted on accompanying her to the surface, a tiny, blue-furred guardian. It now curled up contentedly on Lily's pillow, its feathery antennae twitching softly in sleep. Lily climbed back into bed, pulling the patchwork duvet up to her chin. The scent of lavender and wood smoke was sweeter than ever. She felt the cool sheets, heard the first tentative chirps of waking birds outside. She looked at the stone, then at the sleeping Pip, a small, miraculous friend from a world beneath the roots. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced darkness with light and song, and discovered that courage wasn't about being unafraid, but about singing anyway when something precious needed saving. She had learned that friendship could bridge worlds, and that the smallest stone could hold the greatest light. As the first rays of true dawn painted her windowpane gold, Lily closed her eyes. The gentle melody from the stone, intertwined with Pip's soft snores, wove around her like a blanket woven from starlight and gratitude. The world above and the world below felt connected, held in harmony by the song in her heart and the warm, pulsing stone beside her. Sleep deep and peaceful claimed her, filled with the quiet certainty that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a guardian of light and song, forever changed by the wonders hidden just beneath the surface. And somewhere deep below, in the heart of the gloaming, the restored heartshell pulsed with a melody of enduring peace, a silent thank you echoing through the roots of the ancient oak, reaching up to the girl who had sung their world whole. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there existed a world that only truly awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as sentinels of time, their bark etched with stories older than memory, and their leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. On this particular night, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of a full moon, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing symphony that seemed to harmonize with the distant babble of a hidden stream. High above, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and in the clearings below, tiny points of bioluminescent light danced, glowworms tracing patterns in the air, and luminous fungi carpeting the forest floor like fallen constellations. It was in one such clearing that a young fox, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the curiosity of countless moonlit adventures, found herself sitting beside a moss-covered stone. She was listening, not just with her ears, but with her very soul, to the murmurs of the forest. The trees spoke in creaks and sighs, sharing tales of seasons long past. The stream gurgled melodies of journeys to distant lands, and the stones, warm from the day's sun, hummed with the deep, steady wisdom of the earth. But tonight the fox noticed something unusual. The usual gentle glow of the moon petals, flowers that bloomed only under moonlight and cast a soft, silver radiance, seemed dimmer than usual. Their light flickered uncertainly, as if hesitant to shine. A subtle tension threaded through the forest's nightly chorus, a note of concern woven into the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Determined to understand, the fox padded softly through the undergrowth, her steps silent on the bed of pine needles and moss. She followed the sound of the babbling brook, knowing that water often carried answers from deeper parts of the forest. As she walked, she passed ferns that glimmered with dewdrop jewels and mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle, greenish light. The air itself seemed to shimmer with magic, cool and refreshing against her fur. Soon she reached the stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. She dipped her paw into the cool current and listened. The stream's language was one of flow and change, and tonight it murmured of a stillness creeping into the forest, a quietness that felt heavy rather than peaceful. The balance wavers, the water seemed to say. The time of deep rest approaches, but something resists. Puzzled, the fox continued her journey, now climbing a gentle slope where the trees grew older and grander. Their trunks were thick with lichen, and their branches reached like wise, gnarled fingers toward the sky. Here the air was scented with damp earth and the faint, sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. She knew that somewhere among these ancient beings lived the great horned owl, a creature whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. It wasn't long before she found him, perched on a low branch of a towering cedar, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes glowing like amber pools of knowledge. He turned his head slowly, regarding her with a calm, knowing gaze. "You have heard it too, little one," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended seamlessly with the night sounds. "The forest holds its breath." The fox nodded. "The moon petals are fading and the stream speaks of stillness. What does it mean?" The owl shifted slightly, his feathers rustling like parchment. "The seasons turn as they always have. The time of autumn's surrender to winter's rest is upon us, but sometimes the forest forgets how to let go. It clings to the light, fearing the darkness rather than trusting in the renewal that follows." He gestured with a wing toward a particularly ancient tree, its trunk hollowed by time yet still standing strong. "That elder maple has seen countless cycles. Its leaves have fallen and regrown more times than any of us can count. Yet, even it sometimes hesitates to release the last of its foliage, as if holding on might keep the warmth a little longer." The fox tilted her head. "But why would the forest resist? Rest is part of the magic." "Indeed," the owl replied. "But change can be frightening, even when it is natural. The moon petals dim because they feel the uncertainty in the air. The stream murmurs of stillness because the energy of the forest is caught between holding on and letting go." As if to emphasize his words, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered rhythmically on the leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. The sound was soothing, almost hypnotic, and the fox felt a sense of calm settle over her despite the tension in the air. "What can be done?" she asked. The owl's eyes seemed to deepen with warmth. "We must remind the forest of the beauty in release. We must show it that rest is not an end, but a promise of renewal. The magic of this place is not only in its light, but in its shadows, not only in its warmth, but in its cool, quiet moments of reflection." Together they decided to journey to the heart of the forest, a starlit clearing where the moon petals grew thickest, and where the trees formed a protective circle around a small, crystal-clear pond. As they walked, the owl shared stories of winters past, of how the snow blanketed the earth in silence, allowing the roots to dream deeply, and how the spring always returned with vibrant life, fueled by that very rest. The rain continued to fall, its gentle percussion mingling with the whisper of the wind through the pines and the distant hush of the stream. The fox felt each sound deep within her, a natural lullaby that eased her worries. When they reached the clearing, they found the moon petals indeed glowing faintly, their silver light wavering like a timid heartbeat. Around the pond, the trees stood solemnly, their leaves trembling slightly in the breeze as if unsure whether to hold on or let go. The owl alighted on a stone at the water's edge, and the fox sat beside him. For a time they simply listened, to the patter of rain on the pond's surface, to the sigh of the trees, to the soft chirrup of crickets hidden in the grass. Then the owl began to speak, not in words, but in a series of soft, melodic hoots that wove through the night like a thread of comfort. It was a song of cycles, of trust, of the deep and abiding truth that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Inspired, the fox moved to the center of the clearing. She closed her eyes and let the forest sounds fill her, the rustle, the babble, the patter, the hum. And then she began to dance. It was a slow, graceful movement, a mimicry of falling leaves and flowing water, of shifting shadows and returning light. Her steps were gentle on the damp earth, and as she moved, she poured all her love for the forest into her dance. Something shifted in the air. The moon petals seemed to brighten, their glow strengthening as if drawing courage from her grace. One by one, the trees began to release their hold on their final leaves. They drifted down silently, spinning and twirling in the moonlight, each a testament to the beauty of letting go. The stream's murmur grew cheerful once more, chuckling with the joy of renewed flow. The stones hummed a little louder, their vibration a steady, grounding presence. And the rain, now softening to a drizzle, left behind a fresh, clean scent that spoke of washing away doubt and fear. As the fox danced, she noticed other nocturnal creatures emerging from the shadows. A badger with a striped face, a family of hedgehogs, a doe with her fawn, and even a circle of rabbits with ears perked in curiosity. They gathered at the edge of the clearing, their eyes reflecting the now bright glow of the moon petals. Together they added their own quiet presence to the symphony of the night, a collective embrace of the forest's natural rhythm. When the dance ended, the fox stood still, breathing deeply. The clearing was now awash with silver light, brighter than she had ever seen it. The moon petals shone with renewed vigor, and the air thrummed with a peaceful, settled energy. The forest had remembered how to trust. The owl flew down to land beside her. "You see, little one," he said softly, "sometimes all that is needed is a gentle reminder that we are part of something greater, a cycle that has turned long before us and will continue long after. There is wisdom in rest and magic in release." The fox nodded, her heart full. She looked around at the gathering of creatures, at the glowing clearing, and at the ancient trees now standing with a sense of peaceful surrender. The subtle tension had melted away, replaced by a deep, abiding calm. One by one, the animals slipped back into the shadows, returning to their nightly routines, but carrying with them the renewed sense of trust and peace. The owl gave a final, soft hoot and took flight, disappearing into the dark branches above. The fox remained for a while longer, sitting by the pond as the moon began its slow descent toward the horizon. She listened to the gentle lap of water against the shore, the distant whisper of the wind, and the steady, rhythmic pulse of the forest at peace. She knew that come winter, the snow would fall, silencing the world in a blanket of white. The streams would slow, the creatures would sleep, and the trees would stand bare against the sky. But she also knew that beneath that stillness, the magic would continue, dreaming, waiting, gathering strength for the return of spring. As she finally turned to make her way home, the first flakes of snow began to drift down, soft, silent, and gentle. They landed on her fur like cold kisses, and she smiled. The forest was embracing its rest, and she felt honored to have played a small part in reminding it of the beauty in letting go. And so, under the fading moonlight and the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest settled into its seasonal slumber, wrapped in the quiet magic of renewal, and filled with the peaceful certainty that after every night, without fail, the dawn would always come. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day, the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air. "What if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped it like gentle hands. Every cottage had smoke curling from its chimney, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the crisp autumn air. Young Felix, with eyes as bright as polished acorns, loved Bramble Hollow's quiet rhythms, until the morning the mysteries began. First, it was the pies. Mrs. Thistlewick's famous blackberry pie, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, save for one perfectly triangular slice left on a porcelain plate. The next day, Mr. Oakenshaw found his prize-winning pumpkin missing a single, seedless wedge. Then the village sundial's shadow began tracing nonsensical patterns, pointing toward the whispering pines at noon and the duck pond at sunset. Soft, silvery giggles echoed down the lanes after twilight, leaving no footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Felix, wrapped in his patchwork scarf, decided to investigate. He carried a notebook and a pocketful of hazelnuts, useful for bribing woodland informants. His first stop was the mossy cottage of Old Fern, a gardener whose braided hair smelled of rosemary and rain. "Hum," Fern murmured, tending her moon petals that glowed faintly in the shade. "Magic's like a shy hedgehog, Felix. Poke too hard and it rolls up tight. Watch instead." She gifted him spectacles made of dandelion fluff and spider silk. "These see what wishes to stay hidden." With the spectacles perched on his nose, Felix noticed shimmering trails, like heat ripples, leading from the missing pies toward the enchanted glade. There, beneath a grandfather oak, sat a family of luminous squirrels. Their fur sparkled like crushed stars, and they nibbled acorns with tiny, polite bites. "Oh, the slices," chirped the eldest, her tail twitching anxiously. "We only take what's offered to the wind. The crumb caller sings at midnight, and the treats appear on toadstool platters. We thought it was a gift." Felix's mind whirred. If not the squirrels, who? That night he hid behind a barrel near the sundial, Fern's spectacles gleaming. As the clock tower chimed 12, the giggles returned. The sundial's shadow quivered, then a small, translucent creature materialized. It resembled a cross between a dragonfly and a cloud, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like molten honey. It held a crumb of pie in its tiny hands, humming as it placed it precisely where the shadow pointed due east. "Hello," Felix whispered. The creature zipped behind a holly bush, vibrating with fear. "I won't hurt you. Are you the crumb caller?" Slowly it emerged, a crumble sprite, Fern explained later, drawn to forgotten treats and lost time. "I'm Pip," it peeped. "I tidy up crumbs so ants don't quarrel over them. But the sundial, it looked so lonely, stuck in one place forever. I thought if I fed it crumbs at happy moments, it might dance." Pip's wings drooped. "Instead, I broke it." The pieces clicked. Pip's crumb offerings were meant as sundial snacks, but each crumb absorbed a moment. Mrs. Thistlewick's sigh of contentment as she baked, Mr. Oakenshaw's chuckle when he harvested his pumpkin. When Pip placed them on the sundial, it replayed those emotions, spinning its shadow in joy. the giggles, Pip's flustered apologies when crumbs tumbled. Felix smiled. You didn't break it, you made it feel. Together, they devised a plan. At the next village feast, everyone left a crumb on a windowsill for Pip. The sundial, now fed with shared laughter, settled peacefully. Pip became Bramble Hollow's keeper of small delights, polishing dewdrops and arranging fallen leaves into cozy beds for beetles. And every full moon, the villagers leave a triangular slice of pie on a toadstool, where Pip and the luminous squirrels share stories under the grandfather oak, their laughter blending with the wind. The mysteries ended, but Bramble Hollow glowed warmer, its quiet rhythms now woven with the soft hum of a sprite's wings and the contentment of things lovingly mended. Felix drifted to sleep each night to the sound of the sundial's gentle shadow sweeping across the stars like a lullaby. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can't see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. The great echo, what is it? How can it fade? It's the heart song of the glen, Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe. He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the Glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song. Touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the Glen, the kindness of thistle, zephyr, and moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering Glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone-toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half-closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the Glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben, the Glen remembers, we all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep, "Thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing Glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders. flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. So many questions, but no answers fit, she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper. Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. You woke me not with force, it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done. The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. Plant these where shadows kiss the light, whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. Ah, little seeker, he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost. He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. And when dusk falls, ask the glimmer-bats, they see what moonlight hides. That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmer-bats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmer-bat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmer-bat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock, tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. Mr. Thistledown, Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone? The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding. He sighed. She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed. Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it? He asked impulsively. Mr. Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember. Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business. Leo knelt, showing him the watch. It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs. Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection to remember her. But how? Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. Ask the Whisperers, Barnaby said cryptically. Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips. He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. It's Whiskers, he sobbed. My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere. Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to beckon you deeper into the story. Tonight we journey to the heart of the Elder Glen, an ancient forest where time moves like the slow, deep breaths of the earth itself. Here, beneath a sky thick with stars, moonlight doesn't just fall. It weaves itself into the very air, turning spiderwebs into silver lace and dewdrops into scattered diamonds. And when the world sleeps, the Elder Glen truly wakes, humming with a quiet, profound magic. Our tale begins with a small, rather weary hedgehog named Fern. Fern was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a strange restlessness prickled beneath her spines. Sleep eluded her. Her cozy burrow, lined with fragrant dried clover and downy milkweed silk, felt strangely confining. Outside, the forest sighed a long, low sound like the earth settling. It wasn't just the wind in the pines, it was the trees themselves, murmuring in their slow, woody language. Fern knew this language, as all true dwellers of the Elderglen did. It spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, and tonight it spoke of a subtle shift, a sigh of change carried on the cool air. Pushing aside her mossy door, Fern stepped into the silvered night. The air was crisp, tasting of frost to come and damp earth. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through the canopy, illuminating a path of moss-covered stones that gleamed like polished jade. Each step she took released the scent of crushed thyme and damp loam. Nearby, the whispering brook babbled its endless song, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves overhead. Its language was one of movement and connection, tales of mountain snowmelt, journeys through sun-dappled glades, and the secrets carried by minnows. Fern paused by the brook, dipping her snout to drink. The water was achingly cold and sweet. As the ripples settled, she saw reflected not just the moon, but clusters of tiny, soft green lights clinging to the undersides of broad ferns nearby. Moon moss, it was called, glowing with its own gentle bioluminescence, like captured starlight. The sight calmed her a little, but the restless feeling persisted, a quiet hum beneath her fur. Trouble sleeping, little root tapper. The voice was deep, soft, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through the soles of Fern's paws. She looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, wider than 10 hedgehogs laid nose to tail. High above, 2 great luminous eyes blinked slowly. Silas, the elder owl. He was as much a part of the forest as the bedrock beneath it, his feathers the color of tree bark and shadow, his face etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. Silas, Fern whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The trees, they sigh differently tonight, and the stones feel expectant. She placed a small paw on a large, smooth stone warmed slightly by the day's sun. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant thrum she felt rather than heard. The stone spoke the oldest language of pressure, time, and stillness. Silas tilted his great head, moonlight catching the silver edges of his feathers. They do, little one, they speak of the great turning. The season of deep sleep draws near. The forest prepares to rest, to dream beneath the frost. He ruffled his feathers softly, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. Restlessness before the quiet is natural. It is the forest gathering its breath, settling its accounts. But why does it make me feel so adrift? Fern asked, tracing the cool, damp moss on the stone. A gentle breeze sighed through the leaves above, a susurrus that sounded like distant, whispered secrets. Listen, listen. Perhaps, Silas mused, his voice a soothing rumble, the forest senses you have not yet found your piece of the puzzle. Every creature, every leaf, every drop in the brook has a role in the turning. What small task waits for Fern? Fern thought. She gathered seeds, she tended the moss near her burrow, she listened to the brook's stories. But Silas's words resonated. There was a feeling, a quiet pull, like the tug of the moon on the tides, drawing her deeper into the Elderglen, towards the starlight clearing a place rarely visited, except on nights of potent magic. Follow the moon path, Silas suggested gently, not commanding, but offering a key. Listen to the stones, they remember the way. With a soft whoosh of silent wings, he melted back into the shadows of the oak, leaving Fern with the comforting sounds of the night. The drip, drip, drip of sap from a pine, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a still pool, the soft crunch of her own paws on the frost-kissed moss. Taking a deep breath, Fern set off. She followed the broadest moonbeam, a river of silver light cutting through the trees. She paused often, placing her paw on the cool, smooth stones that marked the path. Each hummed its own unique note, a deep bass thrum from a granite boulder, a higher, crystalline chime from a piece of quartz. Together, they formed a silent melody guiding her steps. The whispering brook's voice grew fainter, replaced by the deeper sigh of older trees, ancient beeches whose bark felt like cooled leather beneath her touch, murmuring of long summers and deep winters endured. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling of damp stone, and something else, something sweet and faintly electric. The forest grew denser, the canopy thicker, yet the moonlight seemed brighter here, concentrated. Fern pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, beads of moisture glistening like tiny moons, and gasped. The starlight clearing lived up to its name. It wasn't large, but the canopy opened completely to the vast, star-strewn sky. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of diamond dust. But the true wonder lay below. The entire clearing floor was carpeted in luminous blue and green moss, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Giant, translucent mushrooms like frozen moonbeams glowed with a gentle white radiance, casting long, soft shadows. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Fern had seen, drifted lazily, their golden light weaving patterns in the air. It was pure, breathtaking bioluminescence, a secret heart of light held within the sleeping forest. In the very center of the clearing stood a figure Fern had only heard tales of, Elder Root, the oldest tree in the Elderglen. Not an oak or a beech, but a colossal willow. Its trunk was a tapestry of gnarled bark, silvered by moonlight and time. Its long, trailing branches, tipped with the last golden leaves of autumn, swept the glowing moss like gentle fingers. The air around it shimmered faintly, humming with an ancient, peaceful power. Fern approached slowly, awestruck. The humming of the stones was louder here, harmonizing with a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from Elder Root itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a slow, steady pulse like the heartbeat of the earth. "Welcome, child of the turning earth," the voice wasn't spoken. It blossomed directly in Fern's mind, warm and deep as rich soil, as comforting as the crackle of the fire you hear now. You feel the sigh of the great turning. "Yes, Elder Root," Fern whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Silas said, "I might have a piece of the puzzle." A sense of profound understanding washed over her, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. "Look," the voice resonated. Fern looked down at her feet, amidst the glowing moss. Nestled there, almost hidden, were clusters of tiny, perfect berries. They weren't glowing themselves, but they reflected the starlight and the bioluminescent moss with an intense, silvery sheen. Moonberries. Rare, precious, said to hold the essence of the autumn moon. They have ripened under the turning moon, Elder Root's thought flowed. Their time is now, before the deep frost seals the forest sleep. They carry the dream seeds of renewal. They must be shared, scattered where the sleepers dream, so their essence nourishes the roots of spring. Fern understood. This was the quiet task. The restlessness had been the forest's gentle nudge, the sighing trees and expectant stones its subtle directions. She carefully, reverently, began to pluck the moonberries. They were cool and smooth in her paws, smelling faintly of frost and distant stars. The clearing watched her, the glowing moss pulsed softly, the fireflies danced intricate patterns above, the ancient willow hummed its deep, grounding song. The gentle patter of a light, icy rain began, kissing the leaves high above, a soothing, rhythmic whisper adding to the symphony of the night. She gathered a small pouchful, the berries shining like captured starlight. As she worked, a profound peace settled over her, deeper than any sleep. The restlessness melted away, replaced by a warm sense of purpose, of being perfectly woven into the Elderglen's grand tapestry. She was part of the sigh, part of the turning. "Well done, little keeper," Elder Root's thought brushed her mind like a trailing willow branch. "Carry the moon's promise to the dreamers. The forest rests easier knowing its treasures are tended." Fern bowed her head, a deep feeling of gratitude filling her small chest. She turned, the pouch of moonberries held gently. The path back seemed clearer now, the stones humming a comforting, familiar tune. The rain fell a little heavier, a soft shush 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 on the canopy, but beneath the trees, Fern walked in a pocket of quiet peace. She stopped by the whispering brook, scattering a few moonberries along its banks. They gleamed like fallen stars against the dark water, destined to nourish the roots of water plants dreaming below. She left some near the entrance to the rabbit warren, where deep sleepers would unknowingly breathe in their renewing essence. Finally, she placed a few precious berries near her own burrow entrance, a promise for the spring to come. Her task complete, Fern slipped back inside her cozy burrow. The scent of clover and milkweed welcomed her. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a delicious, bone-deep weariness. The forest sighs outside were no longer unsettling, but a gentle lullaby, the sigh of contentment, of settling into rest. The drip 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 of rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of the brook, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth, it was a symphony of peace. She curled into her nest, the pouch of remaining moonberries glowing softly beside her, a tiny piece of the starlight clearing brought home. Outside, the elderglen settled deeper into its seasonal slumber. The moonberries, scattered and nestled into the earth, began their quiet work, weaving dreams of green shoots and warm sun into the fabric of the frozen months. The great turning was complete. Fern closed her eyes, her breath slowing, matching the deep, restful rhythm of the ancient forest. She drifted into sleep, not adrift, but anchored, cradled by the wisdom of owls and trees, the language of stones and streams, and the soft, luminous promise of renewal that glowed even in the deepest dark. The fire crackles softly now, mirroring the gentle pulse of the elderglen's heart, a reminder that even in stillness life dreams and prepares, ever so gently, to bloom again. Sleep well, little dreamer, sleep well. The first frost of autumn painted silver cobwebs across the whispering woods that morning, and Leela felt its crisp breath kiss her cheeks as she slipped away from the bustling village of Oakhaven. Down in the valley, chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, and the clang of the blacksmith's hammer rang like a bell, but Leela craved the quiet symphony of the woods. Here, beneath the ancient, gnarled oaks draped in cloaks of russet and gold, the world felt hushed and full of secrets. She was a quiet child, often overlooked amidst her boisterous siblings, finding solace not in chatter, but in the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the hidden stream, and the intricate patterns of moss on stones. Her worn boots crunched softly on the frosted path as she ventured deeper than usual, drawn by a flicker of light, a glint of impossible gold that seemed to dance just beyond the next bend. It vanished when she blinked. Curiosity, a warm ember in her chest, urged her forward. She pushed aside a curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves stiff with cold, and gasped. The path hadn't ended, it had transformed. Before her stretched a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight, untouched by frost. Luminescent mushrooms like scattered sapphires and emeralds carpeted the soft earth, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers the size of teacups bloomed in impossible hues of violet and silver, their petals shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The air hummed with a soft, musical warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. In the very center of this secret sanctuary, resting on a moss-covered stone that pulsed faintly, lay a locket. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen. Crafted from a pearlescent shell that shimmered with internal light, it was shaped like a spiraling nautilus. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine patterns, resembling constellations and unfurling ferns. As Leela drew closer, her breath catching, the locket seemed to welcome her. A gentle warmth radiated from it, brushing against her fingertips as she hesitantly picked it up. It felt alive, humming softly against her palm. With trembling fingers, she found a tiny clasp and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of softest moss, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with captured moonlight. As she watched, mesmerized, the dewdrop shimmered, and within its liquid heart she saw a reflection not of her face, but of the glade itself, teeming with tiny, darting lights she hadn't noticed before. A soft gasp escaped her, not her own. Leela whirled around. Perched on a glowing mushroom cap was a creature barely taller than her hand. It had delicate, translucent wings like dragonfly gossamer, shimmering with iridescent greens and blues. Its skin was the color of polished walnut, and large, luminous eyes, the shade of deep forest pools, regarded her with startled curiosity. It wore a tunic woven from spun cobwebs and dried petals. Behind it, peeking from behind flower stems and under mushroom caps, were dozens more, tiny beings with wings of butterfly silk, bark-like skin, or mossy hair. Their collective presence filled the air with a soft, chiming whisper. You can see us," the little creature on the mushroom asked, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the rustle of leaves. I think so," Leela breathed, clutching the locket tighter. Its warmth spread up her arm, a comforting anchor in the overwhelming wonder. "Are you spirits?" "We are the Glimmer folk," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Guardians of the Whispering Glade, I am Tobin." It fluttered closer, landing lightly on the stone beside her, its large eyes fixed on the locket. "And you hold the heart's echo, it chose you." "The heart's echo," Leela whispered, looking down at the glowing dewdrop. "Our world, the Veiled Vale, lies hidden within these woods," Tobin explained, gesturing with a tiny hand towards the shimmering air around them. "It is sustained by the great heart tree, ancient and wise. The heart's echo is a shard of its purest magic, a key and a beacon. It only reveals itself and us to one whose own heart resonates with the quiet magic of the deep woods, one who listens." Leela thought of her hours spent sitting silently by the village stream, watching water striders or tracing the veins of fallen leaves. She thought of the feeling of being unseen, unheard. "Why me?" Tobin's luminous eyes softened. "Because you see, Leela, you see the patterns in the bark, the dance of the dust motes in sunlight. The heart tree feels its strength waning. The veiled veil grows dimmer. The echo called out for a keeper, a bridge between our hidden world and yours, to help us before the veil fades entirely." A shiver ran through Leila, not of cold, but of profound awe and a sudden, heavy responsibility. "Fades, how? What can I do?" "The heart tree is weakening," Tobin said, his tiny voice grave. "A shadow creeps into its roots, a sickness born of forgetting. The world outside grows louder, busier, drowning out the ancient songs that nourish it. To heal it, we need 3 rare essences, scattered deep within the veiled veil, places even we glimmer folk find perilous to reach alone. The tears of the moon petal, found only in the cave of whispering shadows. The song of the crystal falls, captured at the peak of the singing mountain. And the ember of the forgotten hearth, guarded in the ruins of the stone giants." He fluttered his wings nervously. "We need a keeper to bear the echo and guide the gathering. Will you help us, Leela?" Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Leela. Perilous places, shadowy caves, singing mountains. She was just a quiet girl from Oakhaven. But as she looked at Tobin's hopeful, worried face, and then down at the heart's echo pulsing gently in her hand, she felt the locket's warmth seep into her bones, filling her with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. It felt like the approval of the ancient trees themselves. She thought of the fading magic, the silent glimmer folk depending on her. "Yes," she whispered, her voice gaining strength. "I will help." A collective sigh, like a breeze through reeds, swept through the gathered glimmer folk. Tobin beamed, a tiny sunburst of relief. Then the journey begins, the veiled veil awaits. With the heart's echo clasped firmly around her neck, nestled warmly against her skin, Leela stepped forward as Tobin gestured towards a seemingly solid wall of giant, glowing ferns. As she neared, holding the locket forward, the ferns shimmered and parted like a curtain of liquid light. Beyond was not the familiar woods, but the entrance to the veiled veil. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, saturated with the scent of 1,000 unknown blossoms and rich, loamy earth. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through leaves the size of wagon wheels that glowed with internal veins of gold and silver. Trees soared impossibly high, their trunks wide as houses, draped in cascades of luminous vines. Strange, beautiful creatures flitted through the air, birds with feathers like stained glass, insects carrying tiny lanterns on their backs. Beneath her feet, the moss felt springy and alive. It was breathtaking, a world woven from pure, ancient magic. Tobin guided her along a path of softly glowing stones. First we seek the tears of the moon petal. The cave of whispering shadows lies near the root tangles of the western elderwood. But be wary, keeper, the shadow's there. Listen. The journey through the vale was wondrous and strange. They passed meadows where flowers chimed softly in an unfelt breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from living willow, and saw glimmerfolk villages built high in the branches, sparkling like constellations. Leela marveled, the echo humming contentedly against her chest, amplifying the beauty. Yet as they neared the western elderwood, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens deepened into murky olives and grays. The cheerful sounds of the vale faded, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and the low groan of ancient wood. The entrance to the cave was a jagged maw in the base of a colossal, gnarled tree, its roots twisting like petrified serpents. An unnatural chill emanated from within. Tobin shivered, landing on Leela's shoulder. The moon petal blooms deep inside, where the shadows are thickest. Its tears are pure starlight, but the shadows, they feed on fear and doubt, they whisper. He nestled closer. The echo will protect you, but you must guard your thoughts. Think only of light, of courage. Taking a deep breath, the warm pulse of the locket a steady anchor, Leela stepped into the darkness. The cave swallowed them whole. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and something older, mustier. Bioluminescent fungi provided faint, eerie patches of blue and green light, revealing slick walls and hanging stalactites that dripped icy water. And then the whispers began. Not loud but insidious, slithering into her mind like cold smoke. Little girl lost alone, too small, too quiet, who would miss you? The voices hissed, echoing her deepest insecurities. The glimmerfolk will fail, the veil will fade, because of you, weak, useless. Fear threatened to choke her. Images flashed her siblings laughing without her, the village bustling on, oblivious to her absence, the heart tree crumbling into dust. Her steps faltered. The darkness seemed to press closer, colder. Tobin trembled on her shoulder. No. Leela whispered fiercely, clutching the heart's echo. Its warmth flared, a small sun against her chest. She focused on its light, pouring her thoughts into it. She thought of Tobin's trusting eyes, of the glimmerfolk's hopeful chimes, of the vibrant beauty of the vale she had seen. She thought of the quiet strength she felt when listening to the woods. I am not useless, she thought back at the shadows. I see. I listen. I am the keeper. The echo pulsed brighter, pushing back the chill. The whispers hissed and receded, frustrated. Deeper they went, guided by the echo's strengthening glow, until they found it. In a small chamber bathed in a shaft of faint, silvery light filtering from a crack high above, grew a single flower. Its petals were translucent white, shimmering with captured moonlight, and at its heart, 3 perfect dewdrops glistened like liquid diamonds, the tears. With reverence, Leela used a tiny vial Tobin provided, carefully collecting the precious tears. As she did, the moon petal seemed to sigh, a sound of pure relief. The oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lessened slightly. They had passed the first trial. Emerging from the cave felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. Leela gulped the fresher air, the echo humming warmly, as if proud. Tobin fluttered excitedly. You did it, Keeper. You faced the shadows. His faith warmed her more than the locket. Their next destination was the Singing Mountain, a towering peak of pure, rose-quartz crystal that pierced the twilight sky of the vale. Its slopes were treacherous, jagged crystal formations, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the valley below. "The song is not something you hold," Tobin explained as they began the arduous climb. "It is a resonance, a pure note sung by the mountain itself at its peak, where the winds dance through crystal flutes. The echo must capture its essence." The climb was grueling. The crystal was slippery, sharp, and cold. Strange, whistling winds tugged at them, carrying snatches of discordant, unsettling melodies. Leela's hands grew raw, her breath came in gasps. Doubt whispered again, softer this time, fueled by exhaustion. "Too high, too hard, you'll fall," but she remembered the moon petal, the shadows she'd faced. She focused on the warmth of the echo, on Tobin's constant, encouraging chatter beside her. He darted ahead, pointing out safer paths, his wings a blur of cheerful color against the stark crystal. His unwavering companionship became a lifeline. Near the summit, the wind became a roaring symphony, rushing through natural crystal arches and hollows, creating complex, shifting harmonies. It was beautiful but overwhelming, a physical force that threatened to pluck them from the mountain. The peak was a small plateau of smooth, resonant crystal. Layla stood, buffeted by the gale, Tobin clinging to her cloak. This was where the pure song was born. Holding the heart's echo aloft, Leela closed her eyes. She didn't try to fight the wind, instead she listened. She filtered out the roar, seeking the core melody, the single, pure note that underpinned the symphony, the true song of the Crystal Falls. It was like finding a single, clear voice in a roaring crowd. The echo began to vibrate in her hand, humming in perfect resonance with that pure note. Light streamed from the locket, weaving around the captured sound, drawing it in. The dewdrop inside pulsed with a new, vibrant light, now holding the essence of the song. They had succeeded, their bond strengthened by the shared struggle. The final quest led them to the ruins of the stone giants. It was a desolate place on the edge of the vale, where colossal, moss-covered statues of ancient beings lay toppled and broken, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. A deep silence hung heavy here, a silence of forgotten ages. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling stone archway, within which flickered a single, stubborn ember of deep red fire, the ember of the forgotten hearth. The hearth fire was the heart of the giant's long-lost home, Tobin murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. Its ember holds the warmth of memory, of stories untold, but it is guarded by the sentinel spirits of stone bound to protect it. As they approached the archway, the ground trembled. From the rubble around them, figures began to coalesce. They were humanoid shapes formed from shifting stone and moss, their eyes glowing with dull, amber light. They moved with grinding slowness but immense power, blocking the path to the ember. They didn't attack, merely stood, impassive and immovable walls. "The sentinels test worthiness," Tobin said. "They require proof that the seeker understands the value of memory, of the past. Words are stone to them, they need to feel it." Leela looked at the stoic stone figures, then at the fragile, enduring ember. She thought of the heart tree, ancient and fading. She thought of the whispering woods she loved, full of stories in every ring of bark. She thought of her own quietness, her habit of observing, of remembering the small things others overlooked. The echo warmed against her chest, resonating with her understanding. She didn't speak. Instead, she knelt on the cold stone before the nearest sentinel. She placed her hand, warm from the echo's glow, gently on its moss-covered leg. Closing her eyes, she poured her feelings into the touch. She sent images of the heart tree's majestic branches, the Glimmer-Folk's sparkling villages, the vibrant life of the vale. She sent the sorrow of its fading, the hope for its renewal. She sent her own memories, the quiet joy of discovering a bird's nest, the comforting smell of leaf mold, the sound of the village stream. She sent gratitude for the ancient giants, whose forgotten hearth still held warmth. She sent a promise to remember to cherish. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the stone beneath her hand, traveling up her arm. The sentinel's amber eyes flickered, then softened. It slowly, ponderously stepped aside. One by one, the other sentinels did the same, creating a path to the archway. The grinding sound ceased, replaced by a low, approving rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. With reverence, Layla approached the ember. Using a small, heat-resistant crucible Tobin provided, she carefully scooped the glowing fragment. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient heat. As she placed it within the crucible, the heart's echo flared brilliantly, drawing the ember's essence into its glowing dewdrop, which now shimmered with captured moonlight, resonant song, and ancient fire. They had all three essences. Hope, bright and fierce, surged through Layla and Tobin as they raced back towards the Whispering Glade, the gateway to the Heart Tree. The journey back felt faster, the veil seeming to brighten in anticipation. But as they burst into the hidden glade, their elation turned to ash. The once vibrant sanctuary was dim. The luminous mushrooms were fading, their light guttering. The starry flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air hung heavy and silent, the musical hum gone. At the center, the moss-covered stone pulsed erratically, weakly. And the heart tree, visible now through the shimmering veil as they approached the gateway, was a sight of profound sorrow. Its immense trunk, once glowing with vibrant life, was dull and gray. Great cracks marred its bark, leaking a thin, dark vapor, the shadow sickness. Its mighty branches sagged, leaves falling like silent tears. The Glimmerfolk gathered at its base were hushed, their lights dimmed, their faces etched with despair. "The shadow, it deepens faster than we feared," Tobin whispered, his voice thick with grief. Leela clutched the heart's echo, the three captured essences swirling powerfully within its core. "We have the cure, how do we use it?" "The essences must be poured onto the heartstone." Tobin pointed to the large, flat stone embedded at the very base of the giant tree's trunk. It was the color of dried blood and pulsed faintly, weakly. "But the shadow, it clings fiercely. Pouring the essences requires pure intent, unwavering belief, and the shadow, it will try to stop you, it will show you despair." Leela approached the heartstone. The air grew colder with each step. The dark vapor swirling around the tree seemed to thicken, coiling towards her. As she raised the open locket above the stone, the shadows struck not physically, but mentally. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and crushing. She saw Oakhaven, but empty and silent, covered in gray dust. The whispering woods were dead, skeletal trees clawing at a leaden sky. The veiled veil was gone, replaced by barren rock. The Glimmerfolk were faded ghosts, dissolving into mist. Tobin lay still, his wings broken, his light extinguished. A voice colder than the cave's shadows hissed, "Foolish child. Your efforts are dust. All is already lost. Everything fades. Your quietness, meaningless. Your courage, a spark easily snuffed. Give up. Let the silence take you." The despair was suffocating, a physical weight pressing down. It whispered the truth of her deepest fears, that she was insignificant, that her actions didn't matter, that darkness always won. The locket trembled in her hand. The swirling essences within flickered. Her arm felt leaden, impossible to move. To pour the cure felt futile against such overwhelming, inevitable decay. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the dying tree. Give up. But then, through the crushing despair, she felt it. A tiny, persistent warmth against her chest. The heart's echo. It pulsed, faint but stubborn. It wasn't just a tool, it was a mirror. It reflected her quiet strength, her ability to see wonder, her courage in facing the cave, the mountain, the stone giants. It resonated with the friendships forged Tobin's unwavering trust, the Glimmerfolk's quiet hope. It echoed the beauty she had witnessed, the moon petal's tears, the crystal mountain's song, the ancient embers' enduring warmth. The shadows showed her endings. The echo reminded her of beginnings found in quiet moments, in courage mustered, in bonds formed. It reminded her that she was the keeper, chosen not for loudness, but for depth. Her quietness wasn't weakness, it was the space where true listening, true seeing happened. Her courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action taken despite it. I choose light, she thought, pouring every ounce of her will into the locket. I choose hope. I choose to remember the beauty. I choose to fight for the quiet wonders. With a cry that was part defiance, part pure belief, she poured the swirling, radiant essences from the heart's echo onto the heartstone. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells ringing filled the glade. Pure, blinding light erupted from the stone, shooting up the heart tree's trunk in a wave of gold, silver, and crimson fire. It met the clinging shadow vapor head-on. There was a silent, titanic struggle, light against dark, hope against despair. The dark vapor hissed and recoiled, fighting back with visions of decay, but the combined power of the three essences, amplified by Leela's unwavering belief and the echo's resonance, was overwhelming. The light surged pure and triumphant, washing over every crack, every branch, every leaf. The transformation was breathtaking. Color flooded back into the heart tree's bark, richer and more vibrant than before, pulsing with golden light. New leaves, shimmering with emerald and silver, unfurled from the branches. The cracks sealed seamlessly. The dark vapor dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a warm, golden glow that radiated outwards, washing over the entire glade. The luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed sapphire and emerald fire. The starry flowers lifted their heads, petals shimmering brilliantly. The air filled again with the gentle, musical hum, louder and sweeter than ever. The Glimmerfolk erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes and fluttering dances, their lights blazing like tiny suns. The veiled veil pulsed back to life, brighter, more magical, more real than Leela had ever seen it. Tobin zipped around her head, laughing his bell-like laugh. "You did it, Keeper, you saved the heart, you saved the veil." He landed on her shoulder, radiating pure happiness. Layla stood, breathing in the revitalized air, the echo warm and content against her skin. She looked at the magnificent heart tree, now a beacon of life, and then at the celebrating Glimmerfolk. She hadn't just healed a tree, she had affirmed the power of quiet courage, the strength found in deep connection, and the vital importance of preserving the hidden wonders. She felt different, taller somehow, filled with a serene confidence that hadn't been there before. As twilight deepened in the world outside, Layla knew it was time to return. Standing once more in the hidden glade, the gateway shimmering, Tobin hovered before her. "You will always be our keeper, Layla," he said softly. "The veiled veil remembers its friends, and the whispering woods will always listen for you." He placed a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cap, glowing faintly, into her palm. A piece of the veil to remember. With a final, grateful look at the vibrant glade and the majestic heart tree visible beyond, Leela stepped back through the shimmering curtain of ferns. She emerged into the familiar whispering woods. It was night now. A full moon silvered the frost-kissed branches. The village lights twinkled distantly, but the woods felt different, richer, deeper. She could feel the vibrant life of the veiled veil humming just beneath the surface, a secret warmth in the cool air. The heart's echo rested warmly against her chest, its captured essences now a soft, steady glow within the dewdrop, a constant reminder of the hidden world and her place within it. Walking back towards Oakhaven, Leela didn't feel small or overlooked. She felt connected, vast. She paused, listening. The rustle of leaves sounded like glimmerfolk laughter. The gurgle of the stream echoed the song of the crystal falls. The scent of pine carried the ancient warmth of the ember. She held the glowing acorn cap tightly. She was still quiet, still observant. But now she knew the profound power in that quietness. She was the listener, the seer, the keeper of the echo. And as she stepped into the circle of firelight from her cottage window, the comforting smell of wood smoke welcoming her home, she carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a quiet ember of wonder and courage that would glow brightly for all her days. The woods whispered their secrets, and Layla, finally, knew she belonged to them. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream.